開始先。
What a time to be a citizen! Dumpers Depot's having a galaxy-wide fire sale. Forget about that Olympus Principal Health Insurance when you can get this Basilisk Rampart Shield Jenny for only $25.99. You'll feel so safe, you could go for a family vacation in the Pyro system. And who needs jump points when you can get these Waytech XL1 Quantum Drives for only $49.999? Only at Dumpers Depot. Hell, these deals are so good, the Nine Tails will stop blockading stations and start some honest trading. So get on over to your nearest Dumpers Depot before it's too late.
俾夠錢你，然之後你去整嘅 game 出嚟嘅，咁所以咧就你冇嗰個即係你整 game 嘅時候就冇咗個投資人嗰個壓力咯，就冇 publisher 俾壓力你。有時候咧好似話而家啲主流嗰啲 game 咧，全部都係嘅。你有工作室，跟住咧個 publisher 就買起咗你間工作室整嘅 game， 咁你就可以有一個好穩定嘅資金啦。但係咧個問題就係嗰個 publisher 管住你出 game 嘅，咁但係呢隻 game 咧就冇 publisher 管住佢嘅，咁所以佢就可以做到幾大都得。幾長時間都冇問題，就係咁樣。所以而家慢慢等個發佈會啦。希望今次會有啲比較有趣嘅嘢可以走出嚟咯。唉，我都唔知，行唔出嚟。我啲朋友就應該準備好裝嘅。喂，睇下先，我睇下你信唔信？你講嘢啊？你再講嘢啊 ？OK， 係聽唔到嘅。OK， 我睇點樣加你把聲入嚟先。咩係佢播緊嘅？播緊嗰啲，你當係 middle 時段嗰啲片啦。所以我要加你把聲入嚟啦。算係啦。Give us what we want, and we'll leave you alone.
Captain, we have support inbound.
Big Daddy is here. Hello, Gemini. Looks like you could use a little help. We'll handle these pirate scum.
你講嘢。出嚟啊
Locked on. Last one.
俾我教錯咗。先撳錯咗掣。OK， 你而家講嘢啊 ？Hello。OK， 冇問題啦，而家我教應該 OK 啦。唉，你好啊，係啊，應該唔會有好多人睇。我覺得應該今日應該得幾十個人睇咯。上次 Stream Benefit 2042都好似淨係得50個人睇啫，所以今次應該唔會話。如果整 game content 應該唔會話好多人睇。
2042都係直播嘛？
我有直播3點鐘開始嘅直播玩咯，玩咗陣，因為我問咗個廠借卡啊嘛，咁我咪我用你個張卡 stream 下 game 啦咁樣，反正我又想試下順便，我覺得應該會做多啲直播，係咯，我覺得做多啲直播會開心啲。可能我做啲咩奇奇怪怪嘢都攞嚟做。
So welcome to CitizenCon 2951. So it's really good to be back in front of the camera and talking to all of you out there. I wish it was in person. As you know, we have been doing CitizenCons for a long time, and last year was the last year we didn't do it because of the pandemic, and we didn't want to go another year without having a CitizenCon, but we felt like this year it was a bit too close to get back to do it in person with all the issues with travel, and we're doing it virtually and digital this year, and I'm hoping next year we'll get to do it in person. So it's been very challenging for all of us. There's about 720 of us have all been working from home, but you know, a silver lining to that cloud, which is a lot more of you have had more time to play Star Citizen and give us feedback and get engaged. I mean, we, compared to where we were in the last time we had a physical CitizenCon in 2019, the number of daily players that we have in Star Citizen is
佢上年冇搞啊，上年因為疫情冇搞到，所以好失望。我仲以為上年有咩睇。
但今年係咪大 update 咧？
21
如果你上年冇 update 嘅話，咁今年無論如何，都要俾啲嘢俾人睇到先得㗎。如果今年冇嘢睇嘅話，我真係會嬲鳩咯，我真心。
唔係啊 ，Overwatch 2咩都冇。
gameplay loops that you're starting to see happen. I mean, we've got some stuff coming up like Death of a Spaceman, where the first part of it, the medical gameplay, is going to be there, and also the beginning of physical inventory with the personal inventory. It's not fully finished yet. Those are two major game changers that are coming very shortly. In fact, they're coming with 3.15, and there's a lot of other things. Just beyond that, we're going to continue that momentum, and more and more people will be discovering Star Citizen.
我做緊直播啊，睇一睇。
More hours playing it and having fun, giving us great feedback, and we're inevitably inching towards the finish line of having something that we can say, yep, this is the definitive experience for you guys. And so I'm really excited by that. But let's get back to today. And today is about Digital Citizen Con.
上年唔係線上搞，上年係直情冇添啊！有觀眾問我，上年好似線上搞問號，冇啊！上年冇搞到，取消咗。
And I don't want to spoil it. There's some really great stuff. It's going to use a combination of some features that are coming very soon and some features and content that is a little further down the road.
咁如果有人唔知道嘅話，呢個講嘢嗰個人咧就係分呢隻 game 嗰個人嚟嘅，即係佢有一個比較唔錯嘅整 game 經驗啦，跟住佢企出嚟話我要分一隻咁樣嘅 game， 我要做一個好宏大 space game 咁樣。啱講嘢就係佢嗰個 founder 呢隻 game 嘅 founder。
開波啦！
係啊，睇下佢有咩睇咯。我諗你呢啲星球全未去過，因為你好耐冇玩啊嘛。咁但係佢已經完成咗第一個星系啦。
哦。
呢啲你見到呢啲全部都已經喺隻 game 入邊㗎啦，已經。
認真？
係啊，你可以去遊覽㗎啦，去當旅行咁樣行㗎啦。係好 epic 咯！你行嘅時候覺得隻 game 好鬼死 epic， 因為佢啲 detail 佢啲 texture 全部做得好靚。
但係啲
gameplay 嗰度佢未 build up 到，即係佢俾你當係一個框架咯，你可以見到大型，例如起一棟樓，你可以見到即係佢啲鋼筋已經開始起好咯，你當係咁樣咯。但係入邊裝修乜嘢都冇咯，冇裝修啦，啲水泥未砌好咁樣啦。如果當一棟樓嘅話，定係你淨係見到個鋼筋搭好晒咯，但係其他未搞掂咯。
有趣 ，in progress 都靚啲啊嘛。
有一隻 No Man's Sky， 唔係啊！佢同佢想做嗰個層次係高過 No Man's Sky 好多倍嘅。Pyro 好似係一個新嘅星系咯。因為佢話佢整個宇宙係。啲星係搏埋一齊嘅。
Star Citizen Live Game Director.
Hi, I'm Ian. I'm the art director for Star Citizen.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm the narrative director at Star Citizen.
So finally, we're saying goodbye to Stanton. It's quite
係 Stanton 又而家啱啱好整好嗰個星系咯，即係一個星系有好多唔同星球啊嘛，跟住佢有幾個大城市咁樣。
Quite a long time. Now it's time to, move the conversation on, start to look at something new. Now it's changed slightly, the jump point side from what we saw.
No Man's Sky 係免費呢隻係金雕玉砌。No Man's Sky 免費啊。
For Chris is he wanted that feeling of something that was quite wondrous, something that was quite amazing. It's not dark, it's not mysterious, it's not hostile, but it's more, like I said, wondrous.
So when we started looking at Pyro and we had to start looking at how the jump points work, when we're traveling from Stanton to Pyro or Pyro to Stanton and thinking about border security, the infrastructure that's needed there. What's the lore? Just because on one side it's very lawless versus the other side is dealing with the UEE. So we needed to go through and really think about how this was working, and then also with the jump points, how smugglers would work with the secondary and tertiary routes that would lead into the main jump point and then funnel out.
Yeah, we kind of call it internally. We kind of call it.
佢哋講嗰兩個星係點樣駁埋一齊咧？咁佢而家嗰個叫 Pyro 啊嘛，唔係 Stanton， 而家個叫 Stanton， 跟住佢要駁喺個叫 Pyro 嘅星系嘅時候咧，咁佢又要經過叫好似叫 Star 機嘅嘢，跟住咧你要揸下船入去個星門入邊，跟住穿過去，唔知點樣穿過去。
Or criminals who were trying to, get in under the radar. And also, it was,
但之前唔係都有類似嘅 jump，
嗰個 jump 係純粹喺個星系入邊，一個星由 A 嘅星入 B 星由 boy 嘅嗰 jump 咯，佢叫。
哦。
但係你去另一個星系係遠勁多嘅，遠幾百萬倍咁樣嘅，咁你要經過一啲嗰啲蟲洞嘅物體穿過去。
Let's take a deep dive into the op process with Jake Dunlap, and he's going to be taking us through the authoring process for the Stanton and Pyro jump points.
佢講 jump point 喎而家。啲船好貴，啲船有啲貴，但係咧，你可以40蚊美金你都玩到隻 game 咧，其實已經。
We've put a lot of time into creating 2 solid examples of different types of jump points you'll eventually see all around the verse. One in Stanton and one in Pyro. We've been continuing to use Houdini as the tool to create these gas clouds. The setup we have for them is a parent gas cloud and a child gas cloud. The parent is mainly used as an establishing shot when you arrive in your ship from quantum travel, while the child is used as the main gameplay environment and is placed inside the parent. The child also has a reasonable scale which keeps your average ship speed in mind. These things aren't nearly the size of real Nebula, if you're curious. But by no means are the jump points small. Here's an example of a Pyro jump point next to Microtech. To explain the process a bit more, we create the parent at a large scale, then cut out a small box in the center of it. Inside the small box, we'll gather the volume data from the parent, upres that, and then add details. The details will be different depending on what type of gas cloud you want and if you want to easily fly through it or not. We usually spend time investigating different designs for the gas clouds, but with the Stanton jump point, the work had already been started and used in the 2019 CitizenCon demo. We just had to go through, clean up the Houdini file and get it game ready with a couple of extra tweaks along the way. Some of the tweaks we made to the parent were making it feel like more of a structurally sound rotating disc. This was to make it feel like a safe and well-used jump point. The child gas cloud here was changed more dramatically. It used to have a bunch of dark clouds around it. We felt that it was feeling a little bit too closed in, so we spent time morphing the magnetic lines in the center to create a really interesting horizontal, flowing, relaxing composition to visually show you that Stanton itself is generally a safe place at first glance. The parent gas cloud for Pyro was created with the same process as the Stanton parent, but we changed the shape of the cloud into something more menacing and violent. We wanted the reveal of Pyro to be a clear warning of what you should be expecting throughout the entire system. So we made it very closed in, dense and very active. We did make it a small challenge to traverse the child, something that won't take too long but should be something to consider when traveling through. Something that helped really quickly create a fun traversal route was creating a white box play area in engine out of solid geometry and flying around it right away.
跟貼進度應該都好快單嘅。
我慢慢嚟啦，唔急。佢呢個係咪嗰蟲洞？
After we were happy with the route, we exported the geometry to use in Houdini. where we converted it to a volume and combined it with the up-resed area
佢而家都係講
of
嗰啲
the parent to export that
劇
out
嗰
as
啲嘢
the
咯。
child cloud.
最令人期待係佢會有一個環節係真係佢真係會將所有最新嘅嘢 element 擺晒喺
We wanted to
同一
make
嗰
sure
個
that
位度，然
these
之後
systems feel
變成
very
個
different
gameplay
from
咁
each
show 俾
other.
你睇。我等緊
Some
嗰樣
ways
嗰樣
in
嘢
which we
最好
did
睇。
this was
應
by
該
the
講
shape
完
of the
先。
jump points.
係我唔知道幾
As
時
I
會
had
搞掂。
mentioned before, Stanton feels very clean, put together, and generally safe with the disc-like form that it
雖然
has.
佢唔係一個片
But
嘅，但係
Pyro
成
feels
本
like
高
it's
進度慢，比
more
旺角天橋
violent,
更加誇
stressed,
張。
and this shows in its form. The comparison is
我覺得
shown
整好
well
嘢要
in
就係
both
要
of the
錢㗎啦，
child
咁冇辦法
clouds.
嘅。
In the Stanton
即
child
係知唔知點解
cloud,
佢儲
we
咗
have
咁多錢
nice
嘅原因
long
係因為
strands of the
係
magnetic
因為
waves
啲
that
人已經厭
encapsulate
倦
the
咗
jump
玩一
point
啲好
that
平
feel
庸嘅 game，
harmonious,
啲人希望
beautiful,
見到
and
一個
free.
真係有
Whereas
有
in
突
the
破
Pyro
性嘅
cloud,，it
真係令人
shows
驚歎
almost
嘅
the
嘢出嚟
opposite.。
所以
The
我
walls feel
所以
like
啲人
they're
願意抌
closing
錢
in
落
on
去
you,，
我就
moving
其
in
中一個人。我覺
unpredictable
得
ways,
太多
completely
平庸嘅嘢出
unstable.
嚟，我希
Your
望
ship
如果
could
見到
enter into a
啲
wall
令
and
人
disappear
令人
within a
令人
second.
拍晒台、拍晒手
Lighting
掌嘅
also
嘢，咁
plays
所以
a
我
big
願意俾
role
錢
in
嘅。
how we feel about these spaces. You can see these are dramatically different areas in the mood and tone, and lighting is the key to that. So that's a brief look at jump points. They've evolved quite a bit since last time you saw them. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Thanks, Jake.
Alright,
So
so go-
one of the things that players will first probably come across when they come into the Pyro system is the space station. You know, it was discovered a long time ago. It was sort of deemed uninhabitable.
佢而家咧
because it
將
was just too
佢啲星
dangerous
球
with
隔離
that-
都會有
that
有啲
very
太空
flare
站，
star
可以
going
俾你
on.
去補
So
給，即係好似
they
嗰
kind
啲
of
高速公路嘅中途站咁樣
utilized
咯。
the system for resources, and then when they kind of tapped
Okay.
out, they just sort of left, and that's when all the sort of squatters
即係
came in.
買
So
嘢
there's
入油。
係啊
sort
係啊，
of
買
older
入油，佢
infrastructure
中途會有
built
啲
to
係啊
sustain kind of the
哦，佢講
mining
呢個。
activities and the
係就係
gas
講呢嗰啲啊。
harvesting and stuff like that. But you know, they just basically left, and then other populations started to slowly move into the system. Criminals, squatters, survivors, and whatever, and start to kind of take over what was left behind.
Which gives us some unique gameplay comparatively to Stanton and the space stations there. So with Pyro, since they're in such disrepair, some of them are inhabited, some of them are completely abandoned, and then so players can go and explore. They can go and see what's happened there, whether it's been hit by an asteroid, or if it's there was some sort of conflict there before. But you'll be able to go and explore the different decks and be able to go and meet new people, meet the frontier lifestyle, enjoy it.
Okay, so before we go to the inside of the stations, we're going to jump now to Eric, and he's going to go in a bit more detail, the concept development process taken when looking at the exteriors.
Hi, I'm Eric Gagnon, Principal Concept Artist on Star Citizen. The goal of that initial step of sketch development is to create something not
正嘅 concept
inviting,
art 睇。
dangerous,
係講啲啊
damaged
喂
by
即係
asteroids
最緊要實行到
and
出嚟咯。我覺得
surrounded
嗰
by
技術
floating
最低
debris.
技術嗰樣嘢就係
Hiding place
嗰
for
個
outlaw looks
modeling
old
同埋佢
and
art
decrepit.
artwork 係最容易做嘅，
Lawless,
最難係最難
No
就係最底
security
層嘅
force
programming。
here.
冇錯。
Approach
係啊，最難
at
programming 你
your
見好多
own
game
risk.
咧，跟住嗰個 artwork 係唔錯，但係嗰個 game design 同埋
messy,
嗰最底層
but
programming 係
not
爆晒
abandoned.
炸嘅，support 唔
Some
到佢哋
parts
想做
are
嘅嘢，
wrecked,
所以好
but
多都會炒
under
車。
repair
就咁
and
行行
relative.
到 immersive。
I like to use the black and
越
white
強調
sketches to
越
start.
大咧，咪嘅 game 越服，未
It
見
allows
真係未
us
見
to
exception。
go very quickly and focus on the shape only.
呢個難
We
講
then
嘅，
try
即
to
係如果
play
佢
with
真
a
係炒
touch
車
of
嘅咁
color
樣，
to define more
咁
of the
冇辦法咯，我當
commercial
買個希望咯。即係
We
我
try
appreciate
different
嗰個人嗰個
skins
founder
to remind
嘅
us
嗰個
of
理
the
念。
whole
咁如果佢真係
We are
即係
rusty
炒車
light
嘅
and
咁
brown
冇辦法，我
tones.
都冇乜所謂
Adding
嘅。
a touch
其實
of light
有冇
and
睇有
some
冇睇基地
context
咩意思啊？
around the
啲
sketch
detail 寫得越快。
allows to see the scale of thing and properly view the silhouette. We expand on
佢
the
嗰個 detail
idea
程度，
to
你
play
入
with the
你入
mechanism
game 入一次
and
咧，
functionality.
你下一次佢
This
嗰個
is the
城市
color
你知佢想
sketches
做到幾 detail，佢係
of
連
the
嗰啲
asteroid
啲
onto harpoon and a different angle.
衫嘅
In the
texture 咧，你都係
sketch,
zoom in
we
咧，都
can
見到啲
clearly feel
嗰
the high
嗰
level
啲間
of
條嗰
the
啲紋理咧係
asteroids
出晒
and
嚟。
the dismantling
你見到地板，你見到船，所有嘢咧，佢都有一個好
We
detail 嘅
also
藏
need
質喺度。
some top angles to properly showcase the size and scale of it. With all those elements in place, we can now build a nice plate of the entire concept for the asteroids, harpoon with all the piece together. The shantytown module habitation is a nice idea to add a kind of small city on the outskirts of the space station. So here I sketched those shapes to create something very modular. From the grayscale, it's pretty easy to do a color pass. I played with a color palette that reflects the vibe of Shantytown. In this sketch, here we can easily see how cool the area is going to be. Another angle shot here is pretty nice too. Playing with warm and cold color contrast is interesting. All those different angles help define and expose the different elements of the concept to properly illustrate it. Now we have a nice board of this sketch phase. We apply the same process here for the commercial port platform. The black and white sketches are a good way to go. In this image, we see the silhouette shape sketches for the front of the port platform structure. A quick side view plan here is necessary to well build this design. We fill the form and the ratio and the size of what we want to achieve. And of course, we create a color sketch to see what it could be. We see the industrial look and some potential details to better define and deep dive into. For those, we have a deeper design exploration of this industrial area.
頭先我有想象過創辦人死咗之後呢啲 game 仲未有員工嘅有限嘅資源、無限嘅想像，
2D and 3D sketches really help properly communicate the design intent. It's a common technique now, but it's really efficient to highlight areas of the design. Using 3D is also very useful for level design to validate the size and shape of things when creating the environment. Let's talk about the big repair machinery hiding. This machine could be used to repair surfaces damaged by asteroids, inspired from the heavy machinery that we see in mining. Nice to see the overall add-on ideas brought together on a single board. It gives a great look and makes you want to see the next design step. The mood looks. We also create a mood board from our different shots.
即係除非你係 show 一樣 show 人真係整好咗嘅啊，跟住咧你 show 人整好咗之後嘅嘢，跟住你再擺 concept 出嚟嘅，咁成件事有趣好多。咁你而家淨係有講我就有好多呢啲 planning， 有好多啲 planning， 咁就係而家你就咁講啲 planning， 我哋大家想象唔到。
That we need to incorporate to the design.
係未係睇呢啲嘢係。
跟住你睇完之後，你都唔會記得，因為嗰個印象太淺啦。咁點解唔玩 EVE Online？ 因為 EVE Online 嗰個佢嗰個 system 係標好嘅，但係佢嗰啲 graphic 嘅全部係欠奉咯。即係例如話呢隻 game 入邊，你可以喺船入邊有內籠嘅，因為隻船入邊有駕駛艙啦，有浴室啦，有廚房啦，咩武器房啦，全部都有。但係 EVE Online 唔係㗎嘛 ，EVE Online 就係一個數字遊戲嚟啫嘛。
算係 simulation 多個 game，
係咯
expect 嘅嘢會係
Excel 遊戲啦，好似啲人話佢係一個。但係就係更加 graphic 層面嘅一個 game 咯。EVE Online 唔係咯。
Before we really started exploring anything, one of the core concepts that was discussing as a group was the idea of power and the idea of heat. Now we've got like this big interior layout of this, maybe this old mining station. How would they have adapted the space? You know, they would have like, okay, we need power here. Okay, that will create heat. So we started thinking about, okay, where would the heat lamps be, and then where would light come from? So just the principal concept of power, creating heat, creating light, that was pretty much the core of the start of the visual development process.
So when we started talking about it from a design side, we needed to make sure that we were covering certain shops, just basic needs for the player. Everything bare bones. It could be that it used to be a clothing store, now it's a food shop, and so they've converted it. The gang moved in. It's not what it used to be, and but you see that old skeleton there.
One of the things that definitely we've been talking about with Pyro that we didn't really get to see in Stanton is the idea of the sort of the gang presence. So, that idea that they're the sort of local law in the area. So, you might see gang members coming and shaking down some of these shopkeepers for protection money or rent, type thing.
Or even shaking down the player.
Yeah, which would be very fun. not for me, but.
So when we started to explore some of the side areas, there were other factors that we had to cover.
畫面越 detail 內容越空洞，最需要睇，仲需要施政報告。
Players need a place to sleep, to log out, as well as players.
唔係嘅，我覺得呢隻 game 係最後會做得成，因為我 track 住佢進度咧。佢畫面係。我覺得係 epic 嘅，係佢話 epic， 佢做咗好多喺 engine 度啊 programming 度嘅嘢擺咗出嚟，好似啱啱我哋一開始睇嗰個 Star Cloud 咧，即係一嚿雲喺太空嘅一嚿雲咧，佢都係嘥好多時間做出嚟嘅。咁但係佢後面 gameplay 嘅嘢，佢有一個好重要嘅嘢，佢應該遲啲會再講嘅，係一個叫動態經濟系統。咁我前年咧就已經睇咗佢一個動態經濟系統一個 concept 啦，佢整咗個 program 出嚟，先嚟一個經濟系統出嚟。跟住就話我呢個系統最後會擺入去個 game 度，我覺得係一個好有趣嘅。但係即係舉個例子就係佢，因為你個太空太大啊嘛。咁例如話你有地方啊打仗嘅咁樣，佢可能要多啲唔同嘅彈藥資源，要多入油嘅嘢，跟住咧就會影響到呢個動態經濟系統，就唔需要話開發者去人手干預佢啊。呢個位咧因為油啊子彈需求多咗，所以要提升價。佢係個 system 係自己去。提高個價錢，就唔需要開發者干預呢個好重要嘅一樣嘢，呢個其中一個 gameplay element 咯。
But now we'll jump to Christian, and Christian is going to take us on a little bit of a deeper dive into the concept development process of the inside of the stations.
你當你係有參與到啲遊戲開發咁，只不過你係出錢。
Hi, my name is Christian Doris.
佢去打咗一個虛擬嘅空間。
On the environment team.
即係我唔會咁樣講，我當係我一個 supporter 嘅角色咯。即係我對於佢嗰個概念係我咁嗰 support 所有願意俾錢，而即係可能係有少少你咁樣講嘅原因咯。但係我最主要係 support 呢隻 game，佢做一樣我希望會出現嘅嘢出嚟。
All of those connected areas, they are lifeless in a way.
咁即係 No Man's Sky 加 EVE 留意咗佢咁多嘢，其實佢好多 concept 都已經俾人拎咗出嚟，拎咗嚟出鏡。佢嗰個深嘅程度，我覺得佢冇人會複製得到。佢可能複製到佢嗰個砌圖嘅某一塊出嚟，咁但係佢成幅砌出成塊砌圖唔會做得到咯，冇乜人會做得到。唔覺得會其他人做得到。即係好簡單一樣嘢就係你要有個遊戲角色係可以揸到槍，可以入到個飛船度，跟住你有揸下船，有落去架船度，跟住攞咗個槍周嚟走。你當然你話 Elite Dangerous 可以做得到咁，但係 Elite Dangerous 佢嗰個佢做呢樣嘢仲係好alpha， 我睇佢嗰個開發進度。
Ceiling panels, and you would see all of the
佢每一隻船都有內籠，其實已經冇一隻 game 複製得到啦。佢而家 Star Citizen 應該都有50-60隻船啩，每一隻都有內籠。當然有大有細啦咁樣。
See what those eventually could evolve into, and we also started then slowly with some loose 3D sketches, so getting everything into 3D, and it's pretty much evolved over time where we could talk to the environment guys, and we were asking for some of the current rest stops geo and some of the textures, and then getting them into 3D, and we were just changing up all of the props, all of the side panels, or all of the whole the environment. So we could, looking back at the references, then convey this feeling. We could introduce more dirt. We could introduce some damaged panels, side panels, and pretty much explore this side area, right? And the big advantage of this is that we can make the environment how we like. So one thing that we did is like kill all the lights because we don't need lighting. We want to create our own lighting, and this is what I said earlier. The current rest stops are super bright. They're family friendly, but now we want to make it ominous. We want to make it dark mood. We want to make it super dark with the players like always feeling kind of in danger, and especially with the gang members in mind, right?
咁幾有 feel 啊，其實。
So this would allow us to create one of the very early or one of the earlier 3D explorations, which then lead to one of the final concept arts or the final implementation of this. So when we were at a point where we were kind of okay, or where we thought like, okay, this is an environment that we want to see, then we took care about the last 20%. So the last 20% in this case means having a final render and painting over. So we were just painting over in Photoshop and doing some more refinements for the mood and the lighting. We were painting in some of the decaling and some of the graffitis, because it is ultimately easier to do all these things in 2D than in 3D and caring about the materials. So we were able to just refine the final concept in this regard. And this wasn't a straight process from A to B. It was an iterating process. So in between, if you're looking at some of the other concepts, for example, the barriers, we were at one point thinking about what would happen if we introduce barriers that the gang members then would set up on one point. So what does that mean for you as a player? What is the player doing? What is the player doing at this point? So will he encounter these gang members? Will he try to find a way around? Is he going to use some of the ladders or the
即係佢係開放俾其他 sharing， 即係我呢個即係可能係放其他整 game 嘅人一齊睇。咁而且我覺得佢一樣更加重要嘅就係佢要攞個信任咯，因為出面太多人講佢係一個 scam 咧。
都係。
咁你就話咁其實你睇，如果你真係睇完之後，你會覺得佢係一個 scam 咯，即係你真係做 scam 唔會做到呢啲嘢咯，唔會同佢 share 點樣做呢啲嘢，我點樣砌呢啲嘢。
Pretty much a rundown of the concept development for the Pyro space station's interior.
Thanks, Christiana.
咁樣嘅話，我睇佢跟住落嚟應該會 show Pyro 嘅一啲嘢出嚟，或者 gameplay 嗰 part。應該會 show 個蟲洞，我哋穿過個蟲洞，跟住再可能去唔知咩做。但係我最希望係佢要出個 Squadron 42，即係佢單人模式嗰啲嘢。太耐啦，我覺得。如果佢今次唔出嘅，我都係會嬲鳩。
Today we're going to be going through the Pyro space stations, visual target and pre-production sort of things that we're going to be doing for these rundown/outlaw space stations. So what I have here right in front of me now is obviously the food court from our Stanton space stations. We've just dragged the wear up on all of them. So now we're getting all of this really nice grime on all of these surfaces, right? So if I turn off my working lights, which hopefully are going to, produce that mood that we're after. So I'll turn on that right now. So a number of things have happened right in front of us, right? You can instantly see we've got lots of heavy fog coming in. Don't pay too much attention to the particles now. I'll go into them a little bit later. We've got some light panels up here shooting through the rafters, and we've got another one over here as well. Right? So we're going to do a quick little thing here. It's adding in some cables. Right? And now this is really important, not only to achieve the art direction, but it gives us a really nice level of parallax within the scene, right? We have a couple of design constraints within this space as well. One of those being we have a gang and then a general civilian population, right? Now, one of the things that we wanted to do in terms of that design in this particular space was separate it out in like a class type system. So we're going to start to explore some of the requirements of that. One of that being that, like I mentioned before, you can't get up here unless you're in favor with the game. So we need to put in the instruments that are going to help trigger that. And that is a checkpoint, right? So, and just a side note, all of this stuff is super work in progress, and nothing is final. So don't read too much into it. So from here, we're missing a few bits and pieces, right? But one of the ways that we're going to solve that is with graffiti. All right, so I'm going to turn on those details now. And you can start to see that the walls here are starting to disappear a little bit. It's a very subtle effect in this particular area, but you'll start to see how much more it comes through in others, right? So moving on from here, we need to start putting the stuff in the environment. So bear with me for a sec when I turn this on. All right, so we've got here is a lot of stalls, right? We really want to get that cramp vibe in, like that was kind of similar in the concept, and start seeing how far we can push the limitations of what we can do in the engine, but also what we can do with our technical systems as well, right? One of the things that was immediately apparent to us is that AI is really tricky to deal with when in tight and enclosed spaces, right? So we need to look at areas like this here and this here to make sure that it's wide enough that a few AI can pass each other or a player and not, look completely gross, right? Now, I mentioned lighting before, so I'm going to turn off the working lights that we've got so far, and you'll start to see what I mean. So we've got a whole bunch of stalls here at the moment. The entire scene is being lit by the stalls itself. This has already come a long way, and the stalls themselves have had a bit of a lighting pass, so this is already starting to look quite nice, but we're not getting, you know, that thickness that we were getting up on the top level, right? We're not getting that little bit of life to a certain extent. And we're also getting these areas here where they just fall completely into darkness, which is not fun. So obviously, like I said before, we'd be doing lighting as we go through this process, but just to see how much of an impact that pass can do on an environment like this, we'll just turn it on for you. So you start to instantly see we've now got a lot more thickness within the environment. And if I just double check just to make sure that our lights are generating correctly, cool. So we're getting a lot more voluminous lighting now. We're getting all of these heaters coming in now, the heat shimmering off them. We've got these little portable ones lighting up the place. We've got some ones that are hanging from the roof, ones that are over in the corners and stuff like this, right? So we're starting to get a lot more mood in this. This is starting to feel really nice now. Now, what I was mentioning in terms of the rain, right? So yes, we're talking about the rain now. Why is there rain inside, right? So this is generally a really cold station. And when people are in this area that's in the center, because there's so much stuff happening here, it's starting to get warmer, right? You've got the heaters here, you've got the gang that's kind of maintaining a lot of this stuff and producing a lot of the heat themselves. Everyone, this is prime real estate for where everyone wants to be, right? So what happens when you have this many people cooking food in this one small area, you know, breathing hot air, that sort of thing, it all starts to rise in this environment, and it starts to get that massive cabin, right, that we've got up here, all the way up to the roof there. As it goes up, it starts to cool down, right? And we start to get precipitation inside, where it starts to rain. And even in many instances, we start to get a little bit of ice coming through as well. So that means once it's all fallen down here, it's actually quite wet and damp. It's still cold and a little bit warm around heaters, but it's generally quite damp because of that weird kind of event. Now, the rain as it currently sits is just a placeholder asset that we're borrowing from Squadron, and that will have to obviously be remade to suit the amount of rain that we want to have within this environment, which won't be, you know, crazy, but it serves as a proof of concept for what we're trying to achieve, right? So that is pretty much Pyro Stations. I hope you really enjoyed seeing the breakdown that we've done here today, learning a little bit about the process of going in and doing a visual target, and you know, just a little bit more of that earlier process and problem solving that we go through. So yeah, I hope you really enjoyed the rest of CitizenCon here today, and I'll catch you later.
Cool, thanks Josh, that was looking really good. All right, so as we continue our process of exploring the Pyro system, now I think it'd be good to look a little bit at the planets and moons that populate the system.
佢全部都係用唔同技術，即係咧，我見佢係咧，佢係即係嚟起一棟樓啦，佢係由砌起重機可以砌咯。佢話我要點樣砌起重機幫我起樓，佢去到呢個程度咯。其他 game 就唔會咁樣，其他 game 就直接用我整個現成嘅起重機出嚟起樓，要我 Unity 咁樣。但係佢唔係佢開發一個新嘅技術，然之後 support 佢整一隻 game。
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's also the thing of, you know, the Pyro, I think, was first initially conceived very early on in the process, but once we finally are tackling it from a realistic, practical, how we're going to build this, what is each planet going to look like, you know, it's important, you know, to ask more questions about, to flesh it out more, because we kept it intentionally kind of vague, because we want the art team you guys to do what you do and the designers to do what they do.
So when we started that exploration process, we knew we had like a ballpark that we needed to stay in. So we literally thought, okay, how do we design a system? And fundamentally, it kind of comes into maybe 3 key areas. So because we're a space game, the establishing shot of that planet is very, very important, because it describes everything from, you know, continent breakup, fundamental palette, So right from the get-go, we started to sketch in ideas of what the key establishing shots were going to be like. And then from there, then we jump into key art. So key art is basically on the surface, what is the mood, what's the tone that we're expecting to see. And as you're saying, like the first one we wanted to tackle was Pyro 1 because, you know, David described this wonderful picture, and it was already clear in our minds about what it wanted to look like. So we hit that first, and you know, we wanted something hostile, we wanted something hazardous. Also, as part of this process is we knew our current tech limitations, but we also knew what we wanted to do in terms of our future tech, you know, future planet tech, weather, you know, so we kind of went crazy with ideas as we was exploring. So we went through the various planets, did some key art, and again, put them up on the board, and just to validate, we are keeping within that palette, but we're getting that diversity. We're getting that diversity of color, hue, value structure, silhouettes, composition, because even within something like Stanton, there's variety, you know. That was very important for me and the team, where you want to feel like you're on a space opera. You can travel around, but now we're going to a completely other system. So we continued that ideation process there.
佢啲星球嘅地形係佢希望做到一樣咯，即係而家啲 game 咧，佢星球地形全部都係電腦 gen 出嚟㗎嘛。咁但係咧，佢係要佢係特登整一個工具去 gen 個地形出嚟，但係佢係要有一定嘅handcraft 嘅即係手動去變更佢嘅地方啦，係 artist 去做呢樣嘢，而唔係話全部都係電腦 gen 出嚟。佢每個星球咧都係經過一個 artist。去諗佢地形會點，會有啲咩嘢直披喺上面，跟住佢再用電腦 gen 出嚟嘅。即係你 artist 係design 啲好重點嘅 elements， 然之後再經過電腦做出嚟，就唔會全部都係電腦做。
You've got the establishing shots, you've got the key art, you've got the breakout, and for me personally, that's how I like to work. I like to see that, like I said, a commander's view of an entire system, and then from there you can kind of tweak, adjust, and you know, mold things into what play experience we want to put forward. So that was a snapshot of the visual exploration process we use when designing a system from ground up. Now we can take a break from us talking and go to an art video, a sizzle video created by the art team. And what this will show is it will show a kaleidoscope of planets and moons from Pyro, and it will also showcase some of the latest and greatest art techniques and processes and tools that the art team have.
Hey, 有片睇喎，咩嚟嘅咧
？Art video 。
但係佢通常呢啲 art video 都係 in game engine 嘅喎。我未叫 Star Citizen 做 CG 片咯，除咗佢一開頭嗰啲，而家新嘅全部都 in game engine， 呢個都應該係。
即係可以 expect 呢個係打機嘅時候個畫面。
係啊 ，in game engine 嚟嘅，呢個應
該係。Crazy， 呢度。
有雲喎，佢仲整。佢一 showing 嗰啲嘅星球上面嗰啲地形有幾唔一樣，佢要整個大峽谷出嚟嗰啲都整得到。 其他 game 入邊全部咧都係最多得啲山丘仔咁樣咧，但係佢整一啲好高低起伏，有高山啊，又要有河啊，又有森林啊，有峽谷咁樣嘅嘢。
知唔知呢啲係佢 generate 出嚟啊，定係真係有個人設計出嚟？
佢係經過一個人設計，當然佢冇辦法設計成個星球啦，但係佢係有某一啲特別嘅嘢，即係佢 design 嗰個 noise 係點，我唔記得咗嗰啲 game 嗰啲嘢。總之就係佢
大概 design 個 character 係點樣，跟住個
continuation now we can jump to Sebastian.
係啊
Sebastian will talk to you a little bit more about the cloud authoring process and some of our latest cloud tech.
呢個星球可以做地熱能㗎。
Maximilian will talk a little bit about geology creation, how we create that type of biome, and then lastly, we can go to Özlem, and Özlem will go into a lot more detail about how we take some of the concept art that we've been showing of the botanicals and how we interpret that to in-game artwork.
我覺得佢應該將每一個俾過錢嘅人都送一隻佢台面上嘅啲杯先腳。
I'll be talking a bit about data. It's defining the visuals of the volume.
我唔要再俾錢佢。
運費好複雜。Say that was our first astronomical object that made use of the volumetric object that's being built by Carsten Wenzel and others.
哦，即係點啊？要今日
We're working on Crusader.
唔使咯，而家你有 game 就得㗎啦。你有 game 得㗎，我睇下先。
哦，即係就係你個里程碑，所以送嚿嘢俾你。
We also needed all new workflows for it. We are currently building more tools for producing the data, so we expect to get better, more complex results in less time in the future. We are evaluating everything from a very manual process that involves painting every pixel to a fully procedural one with little to no artist input, and we will probably end up somewhere between the two. This essentially means that what you are about to see is very likely subject to change. Due to the way the shader works, we can either throw random data at it and hope for happy accidents, or we can be very specific with the data and what kind of cloud formations come out of it in certain areas of the planet. For most use cases, there are two types of textures that need to be created. The first of which is the global property map, which determines what type of cloud is being used at any point on the planet's surface. It is also used for controlling the color placement of non-water-based clouds, but I'll get to that later. The other map is for defining the types of clouds and is named accordingly. The cloud type map allows us to control the cloud density and the impact of the two separately through the noises, which adds detail and definition to what would otherwise be resolution shapes. The way the two textures interact is maybe best compared to forming a base out of clay on a pottery wheel, and that's kind of what we're going to do. In this video, we are revolving half the silhouette of a vase around a circular pattern, which gives us a vase-like shape. The big difference to a pottery wheel though is that we cannot only feed it data in the shape of a circle, but ultimately whatever shape we want. With the density channel, we can control how thick the clouds appear. White pixels represent very dense clouds, black pixels produce no clouds at all, and then we also have everything in between. There's always a tiny bit of impact from the tiling noises, which you can see to have an effect on the lower density regions. The shaping noise and its control texture are the most impactful in terms of turning a nicely shaded volume into something we can clearly identify as clouds. How much it gets to affect the shape of the clouds depends on the brightness in the corresponding channel of the cloud type map. By combining density and shaping noise, we can model everything from dense clouds to soft, more ethereal shapes, and everything in between. The last of the cloud type map channels controls the radius. It is lower resolution than the shaping noise, since its main purpose is to add an extra layer of small detail.
雲嘅 map 係點樣
usually just add it everywhere,
佢
unless we
global 咧，即係
specifically
成
want
個
soft
成個
clouds
星
with
球
less
咧
definition.
個雲嘅位
Black
置。
values add details in the way
跟
the
住
tiling noise
density
is
咧就
offered.
係佢個密
While
度，
white
你咪見
values
到
invert the
由
noise,
截咗係
medium
越嚟
gray
越疏
values
嘅。
mean that the noise
跟
is
住
no
咧
impact.
cloud type shaping 咧就係個
Maybe
形
you can
狀，
already
你
get
見到
a
佢
feeling for
由
how
底至
for the
頂
complexity of the
轉咧
system and how every
就係
pixel
有
and every
唔
channel
同嘅
can have a dramatic
型
effect
咯，
on the
跟住就
end
係
result.
shape 咯。我唔知點講喎，但係佢
Another thing we
佢
can
呢四個
change
就係
are
嗰
the tiling 3D
成
noises
個
themselves.
成個
By
星
default,
球嗰個
cauliflower-like
雲嘅數
noise
據
is
咯。
used for the shaping to model those fluffy
Enjoy
sheep-like
the cloud study.
clouds.
我已經
But by
係
changing it to a
cloud
different 3D noise,
specialist。
we can produce some more
Cloud
abstract cloud
specialist.
shapes that wouldn't normally occur on
Absolutely.
Earth. This is an area in combination with different global data. We keep investigating how to use more alien cloud
我
formations.
我諗佢呢個意思係佢做到好勁嘅優化咯，喺啲雲 body matching 嘅雲上面。
係就好似以前玩 CS 嗰啲煙咁樣咧，一爆煙大家就甩機㗎嘛。佢做咗一個會，以前大家都甩機㗎，即係廢嗰啲電腦 CS 爆煙嘅時候。
We sometimes have to restrain ourselves to not make bright colored balls of cotton candy.
佢做到靚得嚟，然後大家玩得順係一個好大嘅問題咯，係一種。
over the global impact and frequency of the detail noises.
In-game engine 呢個仲要係
parameters that drastically change what results the textures I've shown you today produce. You'll have to bear with us as we'll figure out if there's a best combination of settings and how those might change once all the features that are still planned eventually get added. By now you've probably seen a fair amount of volumetric clouds as part of this year's CitizenCon, and I'd quite like to see a bunch more. Because of that, and since I'm still an artist at heart, I leave you with this bad drawing of a cat.
好沉啫，佢就係話俾你聽，我好勁，
我可以畫到唔同嘢。
My name is Max, and I'm a senior environment artist at CIG. I am part of the Planet team, where my focus is on planet and asset creation. I want to give you some insight into how we transform simple terrain shapes to a final biome, plus a little preview of what you can expect in the future. When creating a new biome, we start by assigning ground textures to terrain geometry. For this research and development desert biome, we chose a selection of different types of sand and soil. For additional depth and detail, we have the option to use displacement mapping. The next step is adding our first layer of ground cover assets. In our game, ground cover is any low-cost asset up to the right, which does not require collision and allows us to use a lot of these assets to create a nice level of
係啊，我哋睇緊石仔啊。
Here we use a textures of moss and dry grass.
哦，係依家草啦，依家草啦。
Slightly bigger assets in the form of clusters of desert bushes to give colors to the smaller assets and add variety.
哇，咁樣嘅，
the object scattering path by adding individual larger rocks and arrangements of small rocks, which give the player a better understanding of how far away something is when walking, driving, or flying over a planet.
啱唔啱咧？唔知啊，是但。
For performance reasons, we use a range of settings like randomized rotation and scale values to get as much variety as possible out of the number of assets we created, to mimic a level of complexity that feels organic and comparable to what you find on Earth. Something that we have been missing on our current planets and moons are massive rock formations due to tech limitations. Some of these limitations have since been solved. For example, we are now able to render assets much further. Because of that, we recently kicked off a research and development phase during the production of the Pyro system to find workflows for the creation and distribution of cliffs. Full disclosure though, this is early in development and heavily work in progress, but we still wanted to give you a little glimpse of what to expect in the future. The challenge for us will be to figure out how we can make these assets look as good as possible from all angles. If a player walks up to them on foot, they must look just as good as when a player decides to land his ship on the highest point of a cliff. But we are excited to add an even more epic level of scale to our game. That's it for me. Thank you for watching and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
Hello, my name is Özlem and I'm part of the Organics team. Today I want to talk a bit about how we build the different biomes on Pyro 3. Pyro 3 is a planet with very distinct biomes. For example, we got the yellow moss biome that is a strong contrast to the dark volcanic regions. We have some icy areas, boulder fields, acidic fields, different coastlines, and a lot more. When working on a biome, the first thing we do is to have a look at the concept art. We do an asset breakdown for all the elements we need to recreate the scene. By doing so, we get more information about what kinds of rocks and vegetation assets we need, the proportions of the assets in relation to the character, the distribution and frequency of those assets on the planet, but also the amount of coverage per biome on the planet. We can also get information about the color palette, the terrain colors, and what to scatter on the coastlines. The last thing we can see from the concepts is the asset and ground materials. We also try to reduce the amount of the asset packs because of performance and time constraints. Instead of doing 50 unique rocks, we can achieve the same result by using just 3 with our procedural scattering system, since the assets will be scaled and rotated randomly. After figuring out all the necessary elements, we start with the whiteboxing phase. This means doing a very quick mock-up of the scene by using very simple assets. The white boxes should just represent the shape and color of the final object. We do that to see if the asset breakdown we did beforehand is working in the 3D space as well. At this stage of the process, we can still change the whole look of the scene if we don't like the outcome yet. We can say, let's make the rocks 5 times bigger, or blue instead of red, and so on. Or we realize we need to do some research on a specific asset to solve it visually, which was the case for the moss, for example. When doing R&D on the moss, we were trying different shapes and sizes, and we also had to figure out how to do the moss strands that are covering the whole mesh. To make the workflow for the moss strands a bit easier, we used Houdini to procedurally scatter them. Otherwise, it would have been too time-consuming to place every single moss strand by hand, since there are several thousands of them. After figuring out how to do the moss strand, we still didn't like the overall shape of the moss, as it was a bit too blobby and yellow. We wanted something that looked a bit more natural and integrates better into the terrain, so we created some rocks with moss blend on top instead. We broke up the moss shape even further because it looked a little bit too molten, and we added different kinds of moss strands to get a little bit more variety. In the end, all these things got us to a result that we were satisfied with. The usual approach to setting up a biome is to start with the largest elements first and work your way to the smallest one. If we take the moss preset as an example, we would start by adding the largest elements first, then adding some smaller moss patches around it to create a nice fall off. We continued with adding some flatter grass to make it sit nicer on the terrain. Then we realized we needed something bigger to bring the elements closer together, so we decided to add some high grass as well. The final steps are adding some ground cover like small rocks or tiny moss. As you can see, while building a biome, we need to do several iterations to get the best visuals. Thank you for watching.
Thanks to Seb, Maxi, and Aslam for showing us their work. So when we started looking at outposts and started really from a ground up on how to make it so that there's more diverse gameplay in there. The player can approach it in multiple different routes. There can be combat encounters. There can be social encounters. So we needed to kind of rebuild and rethink the way that we were doing this. We started honing in on what was working, what wasn't working, and then did a lot of adjustments.
Yeah. We've had outposts in our game for some time. You know, when we started to hear from an art side for what the design requirements are going to be, fundamentally thinking about these as modules, thinking about them as thematic modules and, you know, very specific.
Blazing,
then, already like the mind was going, like, okay, we're going to need a kind of like a paradigm shift in terms of how we visually present these. You know, what could these settlements kind of feel like? And, everything with outposts, it's you know, it's the gameplay or it's a location archetype. It's the smallest, probably one of the smallest location archetypes that we have. And then in time that will lead to, like, you know, villages and towns and
thinking about how we wanted to
有冇印象之前有個
I mean, Chris
有個火星計劃係叫嗰啲人
outposts into players
報名，跟住話10年之後就會升你上火星度。
有啊，但唔知而家點？
唔知去邊。好似就係類似呢啲咁嘅
homes or outposts or even in businesses feel unique for the way that they want to play. And then there were even tools that we had to create in order to actually be able to embed these into the ground and make sure that it worked much better than what we did in Stanton, because with those we had to have them.
即係點啊？即係而家個啲 player 係可以有物業咁嘅。
Points of contact were very limited for the ground.
Right.
係嘛？即係應該係可以有物業，或者可以買地起樓。
I know that design we came up in particular, Andreas and Dan came up with a long list of things.
打機都要供樓啊！慘。
Here's what we'll need, for utilitarian. Here's what we'll need for defense.
MMO 係咁啦。
MMO 係咁啦。
Oxygen, life support, so on and so forth. So
要釣魚啊
a very long list, and then it's how
我上一次玩 MMO 係咩咧？我好似冇玩 MMO 喎，呢世都。
and visually
Black
unified
Desert.
together.
Black Desert 都冇玩過。
Fundamentally, the thing that probably got us the most excited is finally we've started to think about these as
Destiny.
Like
Destiny
unified settlements.
都係，但唔使供樓。
So as you can see on some of the
係要供
concepts,
裝咯，但
we
唔係要供樓嗰
deliberately
啲。
presented early exploration shots in this kind of like semi-isometric view to see, how does it feel if I'm laying out my base? How would these modules kind of, tie together? And it kind of got the team excited. And finally, we were thinking, all
要供樓嘅
these
game
settlements are going to be more than just,
但係唔係 MMO。
like a single
冇買到，
but more
冇買
like
到
a
啦。
collection of modules.
哎，有冇買
So just to continue on with the
好似用
module
錢
building
upgrade
and the
間
module
係
creation.
啊，哈林知咧，
我記得我記得
你成個城鎮都係你自己供出嚟。
我記得我記得有啊，我有印象，我記得啦。我要 up 到最高喎，好似係咪啊？我定係漏啲咩嘢？我唔記得，好耐冇玩。
唔係啊，要啦，要 up 到最高啦，慢慢就會 up 到最高。
Now I'm going to show you a little bit more about the modules. So the very first thing that we did was creating all the primitives and all the primitive
跟
shapes
住咧，如果
into 3D.
有一個人起樓，佢就會 create 一個訂單出嚟，就要另一個人去運啲嘢過去俾佢。
哦，原來呢個係就業機會嚟㗎。
係哇！佢每一樣嘢都有就業機會，佢每一樣都會開個 task 出嚟俾其他玩家咯。咁如果冇
即係基本上冇 NPC 㗎咯。
會有 NPC。如果嗰樣嘢係冇一個真人玩去接嘅話，咁佢就會派俾 NPC 做咯。
哦，咁
跟住佢有佢個 inventory system 咧，佢係黐住嗰個星球嗰個城市嘅地方咧，即係你冇發寶袋咯。即
係我離開個星球，我只能夠帶少少嘢走咁樣。
係啊，如果你要個星球，
或者係你架貨運船可以攞到幾多嘢就幾多嘢，
就冇發寶袋。
即係好 physical 嘅佢個 inventory system。
係啊，所以咧我諗佢未來咧就係如果我要喺去攞一個好遙遠嘅地方嘅某一樣嘢，我一定要攞得到。
Go ship 啊啲
！Go ship！
真係有啊，真係有啊！
我哋可以喺 Star Citizen 度開個 Go ship 啊！我哋就係貨運，我哋宇宙物流頂。
高高超係喎，呢個幾正喎，呢個名
就係咁樣啦。佢搞衣琴啊。
高高超。點解好正喎
？OK 喎，喂 chat 入邊嘅朋友，如果你有買到 Star Citizen 嘅話咧，可以 join 我哋嘅 Go Go Ship 計劃，可以 join 我哋旗下。你可以叫啦啦 ship 咯，但係我哋係高高咯。啦啦 fly 咯，你係
黐線。
How would they communicate with each other? So we have kind of a radio tower, or some of those cooling devices.
所以佢呢啲嘢會變成一個 task 咁樣。佢應該陣間會有一個動態經濟系統去講呢樣嘢。
唔係幾得意啊！嗱，你諗下，如果我哋旗下嘅，即係我係高高嘅旗下，啦啦都係我哋，即係其實你叫邊間都係我哋。哇，賺到熟，真心。我哋仲可以整一個再 shady 啲嘅叫 call for ship， 跟住可以收貴多少。
Oxygen or your water gases, for example. All of this is just a consideration from our side.
唔係講笑。
Going over to the next one. This is more pyramidal. So we were looking at also again.
咩？我哋之前個工會叫咩名？叫咩
？Backpack。
Backpack Merchant 係我原本諗住做商人嘅，但係其實而家做運輸做喎。你諗下星際運輸喎，真心。
等結婚生個仔都唔知有冇時候玩。
要多幾百人。
你又講得好似啱
喎。
咩？你做老細咪得咯 ？automation。
大家 FF 咁樣玩。
係你一開頭有。
我哋 game 都唔入咯，淨係喺 WhatsApp 同人講你點樣你點。唔使入 game。
咁點解我要買隻？
喊出嚟。
啲啊，點解唔真實？
係喎，點解？Those are mostly buildings, but with different files for assets and props and how they would fit inside.
如果我哋真係做物流嘅話，會搞到好似玩 Star Citizen 都係玩緊 Death Stranding。
involved, right? So just a very early version of the refinery.
你可以轉職噶嘛，你做第二嘢噶嘛，打人都得噶嘛，或者俾客人打劫都得噶嘛。Death Stranding
做無業遊民，
俾客人打劫都唔係一個興趣嚟嘅，其實應該
體驗家。
體驗。
And where other people were able then to just grab the best
體驗家應該係宇宙最
using
窮
the
嘅
actual
職
game engine.
死窮啦
Yeah, this was pretty much the
體驗晒
喺宇宙
development for the
體驗
colonialism.
家。
有觀眾話叫翻城記
I hope you
東
have a
方
great
流星
time
雨，
and
呢啲咩嚟
wish you
㗎？
all
我
the
唔識
best for the
唔
next
好熟
channels
喎
that。are coming up.
城記東方流星係咪香港啲 local 嗰啲運輸公司嚟㗎？
Awesome, thanks, Cristiano.
唔知喎，我以為流星雨係特登 for space 咁解啫。
So now let's jump to the interiors. So we pretty much had to follow that same ideation process that we did for the exterior, but now for the interior now.
你叫佢解釋下啊嘛。
Slightly more simple. We
多啲
knew
貼
there
士
was
先
a
得。
few key
唔識
areas
就我
that
真
we
係唔識
needed to
我唔
design.
明。
First, it was the social space. You know, this is
東方係咪
basically
嗰
these kind of
嗰份報紙
communal
啊？
hubs. We knew we wanted like that open kitchen,
城
seating
記係
areas,
van 我哋
windows,
知。
an area where
你識
people
啊？
could kind of hang out
但
and
佢一定
you
要
know,
英文名㗎
relax.
嘛，啦
And then
，cheap
second to that was
啦 cheap
habitation. You know, we knew these are going to need to be
但係得香港人
abodes.
先
We
識
knew
講，
we
但係 anyway 冇
needed
所謂啦。
bathrooms,
啦
have
cheap
units. But again,
一抄埋個
nothing in
logo 落去
here
咧，
would
咁
be
更加開
you know
心。
pre-manufactured. So we wanted actual beds, not racks of beds. So everything about this process was about creating a design which you would look at and relate to and think, oh, I could see myself living there. I could see someone living there for
你可以叫自己做
quite a long period
UPS
of time.
嘅，UP
So in
space
habitation,
咁樣。
it's soft surfaces, soft
space.
shapes.
Up
But
space.
again, something
個
which
觀眾有
felt
講
fairly
未有
integrated
Google Van
into
之
the
前咧，
core
叫貨車
architecture.
嗰啲 call 台嚟嘅嗰啲係。
In contrast to that, we knew we needed
咁型嘅咩？
technical
即係咩
spaces. You know, these could
流星
be
東方城嘅
used
流星
to
雨
be,
喎
I don't
即係打電話
know,
book 嗰
soil
啲啊。
processing room
應該係
or
包車嘅，包
anything
3個鐘嗰
really
啲
within
嗰
a
啲 van 嗰
technical
啲，
bracket.
即係以前
So,
冇 app 嘅時候。
this one was quite a tricky
好
one
型喎呢
because
個 concept
again,
呢個
we
render
needed
方
to
法。
describe a feeling of age and
啲
you know, a
artist 係
type of
永遠都係
historical
做
depth
足
in
料
this. So
嘅，即係你
we
見到隻
tried a
game 咧，
few
你見到 Ubisoft 嗰啲 EA 嗰啲咧，全部都做得好足，但係咧後底層嘅 gameplay 就爆曬炸咯。
programming 跟唔上啊，
feeling of like, all right, this is
一直都係咁。
necessarily like a modern technology level.
所以嗰
you know.
programming 嗰個 aspect 同埋 gameplay 個 design 嗰度先
And
係
then
最
the
緊要
last
嘅一樣嘢。
major visual archetype was engineering. So these are the type of spaces. It could be a power room or an engine room, or some areas if your armor got beat up, you could, repair your armor in there. Basically, it's a language which will enable us to create a variety of like engineering type spaces. And then once we'd established a spread of visual archetypes, we knew that they were all working well together. We could take that as a format and then start to think more about actual themes that we wanted in these outposts.
Yeah, kind of looking at who would be the people that would be inhabiting it, what are the circumstances that would drive them to be there. And so we sort of came up with like, I call it the triangle of kind of the edge points of the independent, the outlaw, and the corporate. And where the inhabitants would fall somewhere in that spectrum of 3 points. And it's also important to note too, that this stuff would be applicable for the stuff we've done in Stanton. Like if we wanted to add these backwards in Stanton as well, that it wasn't just exclusively Pyro based.
Basically, when we was doing the design process, we pretty much focused on independent. Mainly because that was our baseline. It was very easy to kind of design these and visually design these spaces is it like an independent farmer or is it an independent miner? And then with that, we wanted to really create an experience where you walked into one of these outposts and it feels old. It feels relatable, but it doesn't feel recognizable, kind of similar to if you went to a historic ruin or a historic part that you'd never really been to before.
Or, yeah, somebody's old farm.
Exactly. So we did a lot of exploration process of like, what type of artifacts would you find there? You know, how did people used to decorate the house in this time period? You know, you'd still see patterns, surfaces, shapes in these independent outposts.
Yeah, even early versions of modern technology, so you could see that. You know,
呢隻 game 已經籌咗3億8千幾萬美金咯喎。啱有人話，啱觀眾話3億美金咁多錢發達，但係佢要抌翻啲錢落去 development 嗰度啊嘛，佢請咗幾百人啦已經。
真，你睇下呢啲 outwork，
每日都燒緊錢。
每一幅都超貴。
Points of interest that we want to go to, how we pull the player around the universe, and so Dave and I and Will and others.
我已經唔記得邊個 Robert 係咪左邊嗰個係 Robert？
What do we need?
Chris Rowe 一開始出咗場之後就消失咗，呢啲係佢啲伙計嚟。
哦，都啱嘅，大老細 automation。
The other design teams in our team of all right. Is that an independent theme? Is it a corporate theme? Is it an outlaw theme? So these are all kind of layers, but the first and foremost, it's this is farming, or this is mining, or this is cargo.
Because looking at something like Pyro 2, which again starting from that sort of original Prey-C sentence of the planet was the idea. It was like that was a heavily mined out planet that had been kind of stripped of a lot of resources. So there would be remaining infrastructure that would have been corporate back in the day, but is now independent or now even an outlaw setting. So
其實咧，你知唔知 YouTube 嗰度咧係有個人咧係專係即係佢係做室內設計師定唔知建築師嘅。
哦，佢評審啲船入邊嘅 design 啊嘛。
係啊，評審啲船入邊 interior 呢啲嘢，我覺得幾有趣。
We kind of wanted like a space catalog, like a furniture catalog. So I know this is quite big for Chris. Is
furniture catalog.
Went down that process. Okay, let's design this one independent outpost in a few different ways. Like, how could people have decorated it in many different ways? And
佢好似話想整一個 furniture catalog.
You basically create space furniture catalogs, which
我哋
again are
轉
going to be
我哋
ways
做
for it's ways for
Space
the
IKEA
developers to be able to draw and will build, but eventually maybe it's a way for people
都係
to
環貨公司，
都
create their own spaces, you know.
咪就係咯。我覺得 La La Land 唔係 La La Ship 會正啲啊，個名咧正勁多喎。
你咪淨係啲香港人識冇用啊？
淨係 Holy
要衝出星際
rule sets which would turn this into
但冇乜所謂啦，我覺得即係最緊要大家自己開心嘅。即係如果6年之前諗到呢個名嘅話，真係我覺得好興奮。6年之前諗到呢個名。
Destruction still so present.
6年前邊有咁多機會用啊？
Occupying one of these outposts, have they defended it? Have they boarded it up?
唔係，即係我意思係而家先用得多啫，以前冇叻 calling 啊。
which makes it a potential combat space.
6年嘅分呢隻 game，
was it potentially an independent refinery that outlaws attacked and killed everybody there, and now
is it a drug facility, so on and so forth?
Exactly.
And then lastly, on with the corporate, it's something that we really want to advance out into in the future, but that feeling that this location is owned by a corporate umbrella, that would tie into the brand.
Comment, we didn't wait 10 years for art.
The costumes that you'd expect the NPCs to
be. 嗰啲人講，
so there's a huge amount of visual world building that we can do.
因為大家都係等緊最緊要嘅就嗰個
experimentation as well. Like we talked before about that idea that
因為大家都唔想睇呢啲嘢咯，大家想睇係你真係擺入 game。 跟住玩得到嘅嘢，就係嗰個 gameplay 嗰個玩
啱啊！睇完先放呢啲會好睇好多。
有啲人話，其實基本上等於買咗個 NFT 啊。
點解咁講
？NFT 即係網絡藝術啊，即係而家嗰啲比特幣買嗰啲咧。
都
係。
So you basically want that read.
但係呢個唔係貨賺錢㗎嘛，呢個係貨即係我想會有一樣咁宏大嘅出嚟而俾嗰嚿錢㗎嘛。
唔係，但係前提係賺錢啊嘛，即係前提賺咗錢先有得再做宏大嘅嘢。
你話佢哋間公司
係啊，唔係點請人啊？都要賺。
咁佢要揾一個商業模式去做呢一樣嘢咯。咁而佢嗰個賣船嘅商業模式係令到人好多怨言。我做咗賣船啊！咁即係佢即刻俾到人一個概念就好概念，即係一個錯誤嘅概念就係 你俾得越多錢，你就可以屈嗰啲俾得少錢嗰啲人機咁樣。但係唔係啊？
但係好難唔係喎，講真，
亦都好難係咯，即係好難做到。第一樣嘢佢係即係你嗰啲擺你抌入去嗰錢嗰啲船咧，唔係所有嘢都係戰鬥船嚟噶嘛。咁就算佢係戰鬥船，其實佢都會有啲特定嘅弱點會出現嘅。即係你越大嘅船咪越貴咯。咁但係佢點解要打啲用揸細船嗰啲玩家咧？即係呢個係 no reason 嘅嘢嚟㗎嘛。即係佢當然可以屈你 game，但係佢冇原因咯。
我突然之間諗起我嗰架係 Star G 嘅，即係軍用版貨運船咧，記得。
我記得。
我哋可以做嗰啲借款啊，可以借款。我哋可以星際嘅提款機就係我哋負責運錢。我都係諗緊即係當你 game 出咗之後行呢啲困難啲地方，但係 FF 並唔難，但係到時出咗先啦。
Well, and it opens up another aspect to it, which is the
所以大家都仲係等緊 gameplay。
General shop experience that you have with the storekeeper is very conventional. This is what we've done so far has been a lot of franchise stores, actual companies that own, that are selling wares, who have customer service and stuff like that. And the idea being that out here, the experience is going to be much more different. It's not going to be that polished. Exactly. It's going to be much more of a personal interaction with somebody. So it's been really fun talking with, the AI and behavior guys to try and work out exactly like how is that dynamic supposed to work and feel like for the player.
All right, cool. So that was a little bit about the interiors of these outposts. So let's throw it over to Eric now. He can go into a lot more detail into the visual design process we did for the interiors.
Hello, I am Eric
Visual design
principal concept artist on Star Citizen. Today I will present the interior colonialism outpost concept and explain a bit how the pre-production process works. The goal is to create an interior design for the Homestead Colonialism Outpost. It was the first time we had to create a timeless design look. We have the objective to create something warm and with a cozy feeling interior. At the beginning, we started from this concept art made by Christian Dorwitz. We have a lot of information in there to inspire the interior design. In those interiors, we have a specific zones.
但係只不過一直都未完善嘅。Normal PC is impossible to play。佢優化未夠好咯。有得玩連問號，其實一直嘅話，其實一直可以玩，只不過遊戲唔完整啱嘛。當初玩電腦差呢隻火，佢而家做隻 game 嗰個 optimization 已經好咗好多啦。所以我覺得話可以嘅。就係咁樣一個星期行嚟，我已經夠玩一日。呢個觀眾話。喺香港行嚟行去都要行幾個星期。
and stuff to go outside. At the beginning, we have an overview of the plant that's helped to organize the zone. To create all of those areas, we need to do a lot of exploration and design. Social area. For those sketches, we want a centerpiece on the ceiling. Could be a light, fan, or whatever that could be. We fill the curvy shape of that space. Here on this sketch, I play with a very contrast values and a greenish color palette. That one is the best. Long vertical windows from the side, let the light inside a lot. After validation of the most relevant sketch, we do a 3D blackout. As you see, this 3D blackout follows very closely to the last sketches. From the screenshot of the 3D blackout, I did a sketch over in a gray tone value. That helps to better organize the coloring phase, to make sure all the elements fit and will live together. After this, I like to do a 2D elevation concept. It's a good way to make sure all elements fit together and the ratio proportions between each of them. The final key shot of the social area brings it alive. Nice lighting comes from the windows. Cozy mood gives a soul to this social area. Now my concept art co-workers extract the elements from this key shot and break down the props to define more accurately. First, the Homestead radial contour done by Danny Chan from the UK. That concept is the perfect blueprint to start the production. The color lighting people food is there on this one. More close-up version on specific zones of the radial kitchen counter. Some explanation are had to properly convey the intent of each part. All the details are there to define a fully functional stove. For the bedroom area, the process is the same as the social area. The sketch phase is essential. As you see here is an example of grayscale sketch. From one of those shots, we get the validation from art directors and CR. And boom, this is the final one.
你要將 art 變成一個現實先最難嘅嘢，所以大家都等緊呢樣嘢。個 hype 開始已經下降緊啦 ，feel 到。
Again is key to send us in the right direction. The detail of the machinery, cabling, metal grates really help convey the ambience of the room, and also informs what players will have to do when they go to this place. For the technical room, we wanted to make sure the technology came true. Again, it's the same process where we start from manual painting to set the tone and then deep dive into color, elevation, and then the final key piece. To make the homestead a living space, the bathroom props are important to define the functionality of futuristic hygiene. Finally, let's exit by the entrance. This is the first sketch exploration I did for Star Citizen. The goal of the homestead entrance is to show what the player has access to and set the overall ambience of the place. A huge thanks to all for helping to make the final result in the game match the amazing work that is produced during pre-production. I sincerely hope you will enjoy living in those homestead in Star Citizen. Thanks everybody.
跟住咧中段先突然塞一個 gameplay 落去。哇！
如果唔係你睇完 gameplay 你就退出咗㗎啦，已經。
大家都休息㗎。5點05點啲 gameplay 我真係。
How it changes based off of what you do and
how
you have faction with the certain game. So here we are waking up before Underdying. That will be released in 3.15. This is the competitor to the Constellation. Doesn't compromise cargo for vehicle storage. It's faster, more agile than the Connie, and it can run with a smaller crew. So this is the captain's quarters, and then we'll go out and see a little bit more of the habitation deck,
因為你可以喺呢啲公寓買或者租嘅公寓入邊擺自己啲嘢喺度。
So this would be the social area that you can meet and eat and basically plan your next mission.
呢個唔係公寓，呢個船嚟㗎。
係喎。
And then from here we'll go to the cockpit.
Cockpit 喎，佢話船嚟喎呢隻，呢咩船嚟㗎？
係喎。
So here we're over Pyro 3.
但係話 Pyro in
we've come here for a mission to acquire an artifact.
呢度爭張桌球台。
You'll be making your way down to a trading post.
呢個係咪
wanted to just give you a quick overview and then we can start talking about the
planet. 呢個係。
Yeah, Pyro 3 is just a terrestrial planet. Has a very thin, breathable atmosphere, but it's still pretty inhospitable, very cold. As you can see, some of those lightning strikes.
哇！啲雲都幾靚喎，真係。
Yeah, very
好靚喎。
有 feel 話有雷添喎。
So this is the first time we're actually seeing clouds above
a terrestrial planet.
We went through quite a few iterations of forms. What we ultimately ended upon was something that felt quite dramatic.
呢個好似 Onyx 咁
still
嘅嘢。
believable in terms of how the wind would have shaped them.
400i 啊，
But yeah, like
it
showcases a lot of the more recent also, what we're seeing here is like some kind of distant thunder strikes. And what this is kind of like a prelude to future weather features that we come on board, and how this will tie into ship handling, and it's great seeing the rain hit the canopy glass here, when you go through these cloud banks.
有啲 Microsoft Flight Sim 嘅 feel 啊。
應該定一定啊，應該一定有。
Create these these kind of like these pockets in between the clouds. So you're in these cavities as you're flying through. You get glimpse of the terrain beneath you. It feels really quite exhilarating. To fly through. Also, as well, like it shows in a lot of the more recent tech coming on board as well. So it's a lot of optimization has been going on. So it's way more performant than previously it was. Also, like the level of artifacting that we're seeing here is substantially reduced, certainly on higher spec machines.
It also gives you a great sense of parallax when you fly through these cloud sandwiches.
A cloud sandwich?
Yes. That's what it feels like.
The cloud
feels
sandwich.
Like you're the meat or the cheese of a cloud sandwich.
The cheese of a cloud sandwich. So as we get out of the cheese, another really big feature that was important for me was, terrain shadowing and terrain occlusion from the clouds. So you're actually seeing, these large areas of occlusion cast onto the terrain. It just adds that depth. It just adds that believability to what we're seeing in a frame. And when you see like these dark overcast clouds and they're hovering above the mountains, it finally completes the frame. Especially when you see these distant rumbles of thunder.
So James Cameron, who's doing the run through, yes, that is his name. He will be taking us down to the outpost. The goal for us is to basically make 50 of these, whether they're inhabited or derelict or even basically inhabited by a farmer or inhabited by a gang. So the goal is to have these act as different factions, and so that you can develop different rep associated with them, and you can start seeing how big these outposts stretch to with the comms tower that's behind us, and then even some of the AA turrets that you'll actually see up close and personal.
That was a really good approach from James there. Good landing. That was a
我覺
good
得
solid
降落係一個好多玩家都會需要正視嘅困難。
佢教有門罰值㗎嘛，佢
炒落去 outpost 度，全部人啲生意都俾你收皮。
應該會。
So here we'll go down to the technical deck.
佢落去啦。
Show off the cargo area as well as the climate controlled component areas, and then onto the gravity generator.
佢啲船唔同 brand 嘅船，呢 Origin brand 嘅船咧就係全部都呢個 style 嘅。
好似
Origin 嗰啲係高端 style，
入邊都係白雪雪咁樣，好滑捋捋咁樣嘅 feel 咯。
星際級別嘅波子，哇！佢條樓梯有啲屈機。
哇！我換架遊艇。
So you'll be able to learn more about the ship.
咩啫？你話之前嗰啲好豪華嗰啲遊輪嗰啲，
但係遊輪款得外形唔似咯。係咪因為佢太污糟，而家佢用鐵皮咧，搞到 feel 有啲唔一樣。
好污糟啊！
A lot more, suitable for pyro, but you can see how it, it feels suitably warm.
我知，我哋做嗰啲電腦洗車嗰啲咧，嗰啲鋪頭，
又
喺度 F
電腦洗車嗱架飛船洗到入嚟，我哋認咗佢架船個 size， 跟住就幫佢自動洗，哇掂 ！automation 做到晒。
Walking about, going about their business.
唔知有冇咁 in depth 嘅 system？
Is that an AA turret?
應該冇。
It is. And
唔係，但係我想知會唔會有洗飛船嘅？
應該會有，因為咧佢有
可能會有改船嘅鋪頭咯，即係改車嗰啲咧，車房、船房。你洗架船入嚟，我幫你換嗰個 engine， 幫你托付新嘅解試潘嘅。
Here you can see like
我諗你要維修都可能要自己出
modules,
太空
to the
維
right
修。
there, we've got the garage unit. You can see the
佢有啲
infrastructure
船
on
係
the
落唔
roof.
到地下噶嘛。
But this large,
而家船淨可以太空
beautiful,
度
archway
大
here
大
kind of
大一陣。
signifies
咁
you know,
嗰
the
啲
main
船點
entrance,
樣？
the primary
嗰啲
entrance
船
to
點樣入
the,
油
the main social module.
Space Station 啊。
I think the airlocks look great.
哇，
You know,
個
fits in
airlock
with
好
the
有
art style
feel 喎。
beautifully.
The team did a great job on this.
And then we've seen the concept art previously in the day, and then you know here you can see it translated in game, and I think it absolutely looks fantastic. You know, the radial forms, you know, is quite special to this art style, and you can see how that complements these archways that lead into other areas of the outpost.
So with the AI, we want to make sure that it's living, it's breathing. If you look back a little bit, there was a chef actually cooking. There's security guards here to make sure that they're actually protecting their investments, protecting their home from strangers. And then, but you have good rep with them, and, so they allow you to kind of enter into certain areas that the other players wouldn't be able to enter in.
We also got a quick shot at the
冇入嚟啦，
the
未搞
loadout
掂
that
呢
James
度。
is playing. So it's a female loadout, but it's also showing the backpack, which is new. Also, some of the new hair as well, which
你唔准入嚟。
is rendering much nicer.
你而家先睇到唔准入嚟嗰度啊！我哋已經出緊 airlock 咯喎。
唔係，我都出緊 airlock 啊！我反應遲啲得唔得
Go see the dealer, acquire the
我以為
artifacts.
你直播遲咗啫。
And for the trading post, you know, we
Oh,
wanted to
lang.
get all of the junk on the outside as well. You know, so the player can see it as they're approaching. We wanted, you know, as many tops as we could, and you can see it's using the new soft deck shader. So these are reacting to the planetary wind. You know, the same force that the
係喎，佢嗰
the
啲白
tall
白下
grass
嗰啲
and the
嗰啲
moss
布
on the
料咧，
ground is
唔
reacting
係
to
唔係
as
動
well.
畫嚟喎，係真係 physical 嘅嘢嚟喎。
Other thing with the
即係
trading
physical
post
嗰啲
is
煙嗰
like
啲
Ian
風
spoke
吹到
about
嗰啲嘢嚟
before,
喎。即係話如果
撞落去係會有影響。
and what they'll be able to
即係如果你
actually
嘅
sell
飛船啲引力噴落去咧，佢係會
depending
react
on,
to 你嗰個
where they're
engine
at
噴出嚟
in
嗰
the
啲
solar
氣流咯。
system. Are they close to
Crazy.
a
呢度
choke
已經
point
燒爆
where
咗。
they might be coming down and using this as a chop shop, or
而家好多好多 game cut corner 㗎嘛，喺 physics 嘅嗰啲嘢
care
上。
more about the frontier lifestyle and being able to
你喺 GTA
survive
4同 GTA
versus
5 嘅
money.
對比就知啊，佢好 physics 嘅 cut
We
corner。
we passed the kitchen as well on the way back
你
there.
會覺得
That's the
GTA 4啲 physics
local
嘢係
diner,
正好多啊
to this
！GTA 5
outpost.
cut 晒呢啲嘢幾乎。
Tough crowd. Also, so in the inside as well, you know, we wanted this, you know, kaleidoscope of colors and shapes. You know, like it's just literally the dealers displaying all the wares, everything they'll have outside in the open here.
真係好中東 feel 定。
Rustic.
Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and
Whoa.
if not, I'll have something just as good.
整呢個垃圾 menu。
係咯，呢個
Very good.
So after
Oh,
5 million
yeah,
credits
menu.
of disposable
That's
income,
not-
we get our
sorry.
first look at the Hadesian artifact, which is obviously going to be what is sort of a super rare thing that you'll hopefully be able to start finding in the galaxy.
即刻攞住即刻
Which is
跑
sort
走
of,
得唔得
if you're familiar with the lore of Hades, it was an old civilization that destroyed itself. So somehow this trader has gotten their hands on this artifact.
啊，就咁 store 咗得啦。
So here we're showing one way of actually playing through this area. It really depends on your standings within the gang and how they want to deal with you. And then what's the dealer going to do? What's the dealer going to charge you? And from there, we have different ways of actually showing this. And we can look at option 2 now.
Option 2。
So here we're going to run it back.
Oh, this is
a little bit and
a
show off a different way of entering into the trading post. This is a little bit more straightforward versus in demo 1 we took a side route through the social area.
So yeah, this is just some additional warehouse space that the trading post would have, and you can see it will lead directly onto this courtyard. And for the keen-eyed people, you'd see that the barbecue's still not being eaten yet.
trader post
Grill master would be fired.
trader post
Yeah. Still full of
嗰啲
weirdness.
airlock 真係好有 feel 啊！真係，真係唔知點講，真係。
啱啊，有啲考古商家。
So with this area again, we just want to make sure that it's filled out with items, filled out with different things that you can interact with and possibly buy. It's like Dave said in the beginning, we want the store to feel different here, but it's still making it feel believable.
Quick reference to some additional traversal areas there on the right when we came in.
Well, welcome. Take a look. I'm sure I have what you want, and if not,
其實我覺得似印度啊，佢好多嗰啲香料嗰啲籃咧，一籃籃咁擺埋一齊。
The guys had a lot of fun dressing these areas. There's a lot of storytelling going into it.
佢似係嗰啲印度貴族咧，跟住入去嗰啲酒店 lobby 嗰啲咁嘅感覺。
And we don't mind losing reputation with the faction. And decide that we're going to take the artifacts.
跟住佢有展示點樣打劫。
Straight in the backpack.
So here we've got different
用嗰個垃圾
routes for the players to enjoy and to use to flank and also navigate around. So each area will have different secondary and tertiary.
咁到時隻 game 出咗個個都係嚟打劫咪好啦，好笑。
但係嗰個
好癲啊！要個個都嚟打劫，
佢會有後果噶嘛，因為佢有後果噶嘛，所以佢個後果係令到大到你唔會想做呢啲嘢。
Civilians are actually cowering.
你可以當差噶嘛。每個人有個 reputation 啊嘛，好似話。
但係有啲人唔 care 嗰啲就會好 enjoy 咯，就做一個真正嘅 outlaw 喺 MMO
好似幾好玩喎。
Do they actually want to interact with the civilians?
似啲話偷偷哋偷
你做 outlaw。
Does their content get better?
偷撚晒啲嘢。
冇乜興趣 outlaw 㗎。
I think James made the right choice there.
He was nice.
係咪淨係想做奸商算啊？唔好做 outlaw 做奸商。
要撈埋黑
卡。The enemy AI kind of fanning out across the terrain like that, it's fantastic to see. It feels really great. Just seeing the base start to wake up to you and as you're trying to exfiltrate. Also, I know it's under, combat stress, but that yellow grass just looks fantastic. That's how I play.
So here, James just wants to get out real quick.
通常呢啲 moment 應該已經有軍爆呢架船啦，已經。要咁耐先揸得走嘅話，
真。
哇！仲要搭 lift， 跟住仲要行入去駕駛艙，死咗啦！
呢個應該唔係真正 gameplay 呢個應該係一個細 gameplay 嘅，真正嘅 gameplay 仲未出我估。
This is where the AA turrets will come alive, and basically, if you're not fast enough, as James isn't, with your countermeasures, then they'll take you down.
Oh,
crazy.
So what we saw there was the player went in, and based off their actions. The faction changed against them.
所以係而家先射佢嘅機。
Basically became very aggressive. So in this last playthrough, what we'll show you is if the faction is already against you from the very beginning, and what are different ways that you can go about.
我可以講緊嗰啲可能性。
So here we are in our last walkthrough. Since you're all by yourself, we wanted to show the player take a stealthy route versus if you were with friends.
正常去買。第二個咧就係你去打劫，第三個就係你原本已經有個
the outpost from a different side.
Appointment.
What we've shown.
即係呢個係一個敵對嘅地方，即係你原本已經可能之前嚟打咗劫啦，跟住有個壞嘅明星，跟住咧而家度展示，如果你有壞明星，你要點樣入去攞到嗰嚿嘢咯？
即係呢個就真係星際慣犯。
係啦，呢個真正 outlaw 啦，呢個就係。
點解佢個瞄準鏡咁似一張 JPEG？
That was a great shot.
因為佢係一個 JPEG，
因為佢真係個 JPEG， 唔係佢一個 PNG
裝。Change the time of day.
係冇錯，佢係 PNG。
The wind is slightly stronger, so you'll see the gorgeous yellow grass blowing just a little bit more intense than before. Also, what we're seeing here is like something to imply at the frontier living. You know, maybe they're growing crops or vegetables out here, but it also gives a kind of like a soft cover approach to the perimeter of the base. Nice.
Also, with it being a different time of day, this allows us to show off the AI having their 24-hour schedules so that they can be in different areas.
我仲記得 Metal Gear 嗰個 Metal Gear Solid 個 Phantom Pain 嗰個 trailer。
You know, they'll be doing different things. Is valid for their schedule.
First person。
使唔使擔啲雪茄先啊？哇！
牛河。
That door's locked, so there's no going through that way too. But what James actually sees here as he's scouting out the next AI is you know, just checking the roofline.
唔係我求其講嘅咋，我都唔知邊個。
As I said previously, we wanted as many kind of like
Sony 係最除嗰間公司啦，但係
to the base as possible, you know, just so the player can continue to keep context of what's inside.
But also when you're inside, it allows the player to have context of where they're at within the actual outpost, and that was a great shot.
The AI fell beautifully on the already called out beautiful yellow grass.
即係咩都 gear 嚟㗎呢個，我真係要即刻留言先。我即刻留言 Twitch 留言先。
What he's doing is actually making a mental map of, you know, possible routes, possible advanced traversal routes on top of the outpost.
有人話 Snake is that you？
Twitch 咁講啊，咁搞笑啊！
So with each outpost, there'll be different routes that will be open to the player or closed to the player. So some of them might have ladders on the outside, some of them might not. Some of them might have basically ways to get in through the floorboards. Other ones won't. But this is just one version of many possibilities. So here, the player will take a secondary route of navigation.
Rainbow Six Siege.
And then from here, this allows them to be able to check out any of the AI, also be able to look at any of the interactables in the future. You know, if you got a good reputation, maybe you need to go and fix different items on the roof, or if you are there for nefarious means, then maybe you want to take out the power, and which will then kill the AA turrets, or will turn off the lights in the outpost. So it allows the player to interact with different items.
但係你要將咁樣嘅嘢擺喺一個 online 嘅 MMORPG 嘅環境做唔做得到
nice little sandbox for them to play in.
因為通常呢啲係一個 single player 嘅 experience 嚟㗎嘛。咁如果你咁樣做嘅時候，咁個 server 會唔會爆炸咧
？And just behind these interactables, like we're seeing these kind of archways. Like right now, these are just kind of empty, and to just illustrate like a guard point. In the future, you know, these could be maybe customizable, or you know, they could contain like an AA turret, like we saw on demo 1, or it could contain like cargo storage. Basically, we tried to design something that was as flexible as possible.
Suspense 係咪真係唔會俾人
So here we're showing off the looting system as well as the inventory system. So this will be shipping in 315. This allows bodies to be able to be interacted with and take off the items associated with it. Also, with this change, you will no longer have global inventory, so you can't be pulling off weapons that you didn't take with you to this location. Everything regarding what you carry is what you have, and so it really makes the players think about how they want to approach the problem, and then also encourages them to look around and see if the designers have placed different things that they can interact with or use to help get past a certain route or a certain way that they maybe didn't bring with them.
And we'll also be including the, I believe in 315, the Knickknacks app for your mobiGlas. So now that you aren't carrying everything on your body and it's not sort of universal inventory, you'll be able to consult this app to see kind of where stuff is being stored and keep it better organized and stuff like that.
So here, this allows the player to have a quick little puzzle, but just gives them a little bit more interaction, and then allows them to go on to what I would consider a tertiary route, versus climbing up the ladder and possibly having to deal with the AI or them being spotted by them. Also, I think the team did a great job on the planet as well as the outpost. These are really fun to play and sneak around in, and you know, allows for many possible, you know, ways of attacking the same problem.
What we're seeing here is like James is actually getting up onto through one of these like rooftop storage modules, and it's given like the highest point in the base. So from here, you can actually, you know, make probably the most informed decisions on, you know, how to approach the next problem. You know, we're seeing this guard routine here, and then ultimately, you know, throwing an item to.
你今日就係咩都 gear 嚟嘅。
Distract allows them to
抌啲嘢過
去 access new areas. It's a behavior that we're still working out, but at least we're seeing like the first iterations and be able to continue to optimize it as well as make sure that the behavior is working properly.
So we just saw that for the first time. It's like the first rooftop airlock hatch. So previously, route in and out, if the outside wasn't pressurized, like we wouldn't have this option. But now through that rooftop airlock, you can cycle and then, you know, infiltrate through the roof. And also what we're seeing here is, you know, potentially scouting out an advanced traversal up into the rafters, you know, getting on top of some infrastructure and getting like this overview as we go into the garage module.
So here, this is placeholder, but it gives you it gives you an idea of, you know, we want to have different interactables, different loot boxes laid out around the location. So if the players explore, they'll be rewarded. You know, we want to encourage them looking in every nook and cranny and enjoying, you know, what the outpost has for them.
And one of the things that's interesting is these garages won't be vehicle spawn points, so it's not like a big kind of like pad in the middle, but it's more like, you know, if you want to have your vehicle there, you got to drive it in and park it. So here you can see a variety of vehicles just laid out how the player would have just parked them. Just gives a much more believable and realistic design.
So again, we're just encouraging different navigation, different routes for the player to go and see. Over to the left, back there was a possible way of going into the floorboards are going underneath the outpost. Again, those will be opened up or closed off based off of, you know, just how we want to build the outpost. Not every one will be built the same. Our philosophy for these are to make sure that each one of them feels unique, and this is just one way of us customizing it and making each one feel different. And so the player won't always be used to the same routes. So here, again, we're using the inventory system. We allow the players to go in, and if you take out a certain AI, they might have different tools or different notes or different items that you'll need in order to solve your mission.
Interestingly, when we was designing these spaces, we knew we wanted these internal airlocks, but we knew we needed some sort of like view, like porthole on them, just so before you commit through, before you cycle, you know, you can just double check to see if there's any bad guys on the other side.
So we got some ragdoll bugs. I guess it wouldn't be a Citizen Con without any sort of issues or bugs.
So here, like previously the players being, you know, on the roof, they've come down through the main section of the outpost. But here what the players doing is they're going to the underfloor section. So these aren't vents, but they're more like subfloors. So they're meant to feel very dark, very minimal, but you're actually seeing the foundations of these outposts. So inside here, it's the player will need to kind of work out how to navigate through them. It's very much like a torch-based experience, you know, and then within here, what the player can actually do is work out roughly where they are in relation to the to what's upstairs. And what you're seeing here, like this light bleeding down through, you know, you can kind of make informed decisions, or okay, that's where that AI was, or right now the player is just underneath that main social space. So if you think back, like that was that guard in the beginning, just next to the kitchen counter. But you know, we've intentionally made these spaces not necessarily like very easy to navigate, because you know there wouldn't be a lot of light down here. You know, the player would have to, you know, follow, for example, like James is following the blue wire here, you know, making a decision to like, hey, if I follow that blue wire, I'm probably going to get to something interesting, or a point where I can actually, you know, exit this subplot space and get back up above.
What I like about them is basically just the claustrophobic feel of it. And then obviously the addition of possible secondary or more advanced navigation, so either going into prone or just going full crouch.
So here we come out in the bathroom space that's on the other side of the garage, so we're on the opposite side of the outpost from where we just were.
It's a good ragdoll.
Now the body drag.
So here, this is just a different wrapper on the loot box. In this case, it's a hamper. And so the player will be able to really change outfits and adjust the way that they look, so that they can walk around the outpost and not be noticed. There will be kind of a certain time limit associated with it. We still need to work out the details on how all that will work, but the goal is to give them a little bit of leeway, and so if you look the part, maybe you're not scrutinized as much, and the AI won't notice you as quickly.
So here we can see back into the social space, but this time on the other side. And then this door will lead directly into the habitation room that we saw previously on the outside.
Speaking of fun ragdoll physics.
That was a great one.
So here, the player decided to take the dealer out instead of actually figuring out how they could open up the safe. So they're going to have to look around the room. They're going to have to interact with the body and possibly see, you know, is there a way for them to actually open it? In other cases, maybe the safe will be hackable in the future, and in some cases it won't be, and then you'll need to figure out a different way of actually opening it.
沖涼先。
OK。密碼喺邊度咧
？Hitman 咁樣應該。
係根本係 Hitman 嚟嘅，咁 Hitman 加 Metal Gear 加 Splinter Cell。
A little note, and you'll notice the. What's fun is like the name on here. If you look back and see the
1、2、3、4
some of the AI we've been taken out, you may notice some names. So here's the clue for the player.
1、2、3、4
One of the coolest things for me here is the player is holding an item with the clue, and while holding the item, they can seamlessly interact with another item to solve a puzzle. That's awesome.
OK， 即係佢呢個係會將啲 puzzle 去。
Player was able to
呢係另類嘅 puzzle，
the artifact,
跟住你就要揾樣嘢出嚟。
be able to do whatever they
毫厘密室。
呢個係呢個密碼乜嘢咧？我要攞呢樣嘢，跟住你哋揾喺間房度揾證據出嚟，
future mission，
去幫你過關咁樣。
揾得咁辛苦先終於揾到。
Really exciting about watching this kind of back to back.
但係你都可以即刻落去入去打劫佢啦，有啲直接買咗佢啦。
And it's like it's really. I mean, again, our locations are always spectacular and beautiful, but now like having that sort of striking that balance between, you know, this sort of well thought out social space and construction of these locations, but also equally effective stealth and combat thing. Super cool to see. So after seeing the demo play through, you know, 3 different ways, it was a huge team effort. So everyone that worked on the project, on this part of what we wanted to show, we want to say a big thank you, you know, a big shout out, because, you know, we're just presenting it. It's the people that did a lot of the hard work that should be represented. And speaking of people doing hard work, now's a good chance to throw it over to Eddie and Joel, and they're going to tell you a little bit more about the how we built that outpost that we just saw.
I'm Eddie Hilditch. I'm a senior lead.
我想攞雪糕出嚟食，我今日買dryers.
Outposts.
My name's Joel Azapati, and I'm senior environment artist for the EU Sandbox team.
So after the initial concept is done, and rounds of feedback have been iterated on, we move into pre-production. This phase allows us to spend some time testing the concepts for in-game viability. Translation from concept to game isn't always well, and during pre-production we'll get rough versions of the concept measures into game and spend time making sure that they'll work practically. The art direction can also change at this stage. So we use this phase to kind of explore creativity as well and conceptualize a fantastic jumping-off point for sparking ideas.
One of the first steps when starting a new location is to start look development. A hyper-focused small section of the location where we can hone in the tools and methods needed to execute the concept in-game. Some things translate well, some things don't. It's important to figure all this out before going full steam ahead with the entire team. One of the great assets on the Sandbox team is we have a lot of people who are passionate about concept and design, which means when translating from concept to production environment, it's very easy to expand on the concept art. With the art styles of the Colonial Outpost, we decided to change up the way we typically author content. Our hard surface locations are meant to feel prefabricated, like there's a manufacturing plant out there on ArtCorp that churns out these flat pack space station kits so stations can be mass produced. Colonial Outposts are more personal, more handcrafted by the people who live there, based on their needs, not wants. They're on the frontier world, so they can't always choose luxury over practicality. Materials were one of the first things we tackled, and we started off by developing the idea of how the inhabitants would have built these structures and what materials they would use. We wanted to show not only the age of the outpost, but also wanted to hint at all those different layers of the structure and give you an idea how, functionally, they constructed them.
One of the biggest challenges with the new outposts is how we introduce variation between each location the player will visit. Building each as a bespoke set of buildings is impossible, as we want hundreds, if not thousands, of outposts in the game eventually. The modular approach we've developed really evolved out of our previous work on space station interiors, but with a few key improvements. This starts at the macro level, where on the planet's outposts are placed, how the local conditions affect your time there, then what kind of buildings an outpost has and how they're laid out, all the way down to the ability to independently swap out an underfloor layout in a single building of that outpost. We'll have various types of modules, from large standalone modules like warehouses or extractors, which have a singular function, all the way down to smaller room modules that can be connected together in different ways to form a complete headquarters building. After pre-production was finished, we had a list of the room module types that we wanted to tackle first. For the headquarters building, everything hinges around a hub module with different room modules that can be attached to extend the structure. The room modules will serve different functions in the base, with various gameplay systems linking one to another for an interconnected web of sandbox gameplay opportunities. As content creators for the Outpost, we needed a new system to build, edit, and manage the library of modules we're creating. Rastar is the tool we'll use to do this. It allows us to intuitively create a location template directly on the surface of the planet. Not only this, but headquarter buildings can be snapped together directly within the tool, or with an intuitive user interface. One of the other major innovations with the Planet Tech has been the ability to modify the terrain mesh and flatten areas of terrain. Previously, we were at the mercy of the terrain when it came to designing our buildings, which is why our outposts had to be built with stilts and placed in naturally flat areas of the planet. Now, we can build much more natural buildings with walls and entrances connected directly to the planet's surface. And also, we can place these buildings in a much wider range of locations. We believe our new outposts inject a refreshing new location experience into Star Citizen. They're organic, warm, personal spaces that really convey the age and history of humanity's expansion into the verse. The new art style, the focus from design on gameplay, and the flexible modular approach to their construction will allow us as developers and you as players be part of creating a wider variety of rich and satisfying experiences for every outpost the player comes across.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Eddie. Thank you, Joel. That was awesome. And moving on, we're actually going to talk to Corey now, who is going to give us kind of a deep dive into the creation of the artifact, which was actually kind of our first little glimpse of the Hadesian culture from Hades system.
Thanks, guys. I'm Corey Bamford, the props artist at Coding Games. I'm here today specifically to talk about the Hadesian artifact that you'll see in the walkthrough. So we knew early on we wanted some sort of MacGuffin for the walkthrough. We originally had a few ideas of what that could be. Originally, it was either going to be a tablet fragment, a sculpture, or a Hadesian artifact. So initially, the concept team explored a variety of ideas. We used a lot of reference for existing alien artifacts in the game, as well as reference from the real world. You know, lots of tomes and ancient kind of Egyptian stuff as well, just all sorts of really reference just to get a general idea. We knew we wanted to integrate some form of ancient power or technology into the asset. We also knew we wanted it to have some sort of symbolism and text. So once the concept team iterated further on these ideas, they then presented those back to Chris, and we narrowed down the selection of assets until we had a candidate that everyone was happy with. So once we had this asset in mind, it then came down to turning that from a concept into a production asset, and that's where the props team comes in. When a prop artist gets a concept like this, immediately the wheels in their head start turning, and they're trying to figure out the best way to implement it in our game engine. They need to find solutions within the engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Obviously, it's not as simple as just taking the concept and replicating it. We have to think about the shaders, we have to think about performance. Our job really is to find a solution within the game engine to achieve the visual target of the concept. Once we've figured out a strategy for achieving the look, we begin to actually make the content. So for the artifact, for example, we knew that it needed to be split into 3 segments and they needed to fit together. The first thing we do is get a placeholder into the game for the design team to actually implement as an entity. We also then figure out how the scale actually works in the player's hand and when they inspect it. For the artifact, there was a bit of back and forth between the size because we wanted to get a balance between it having prominence and also being easily carryable. After we figured out the size of the asset, we then need to actually break down how we're going to make it. So the first thing we really get into is the materials. We know that this asset is made of a few different materials. Firstly, we have the stone, the complicated glowing pattern. We also have these large copper structures and some smaller thinner metal structures as well. For this asset, we knew we'd need to use unique textures just because of the amount of detail we wanted to achieve. One of the biggest challenges we had was making sure that the stone looked really good. To create the stone, we started with some scan data of rocks and concrete, as well as some mesh data like curvature. We also used a lot of procedural noises from Substance Designer just to add some variety. Using the height map as a jumping off point for the rest of the texture maps is quite a nice logical and physicalized way of doing things. It took quite a lot of iteration to get the final look. It was definitely a group effort. The glow was probably the trickiest part of this asset. We ended up actually using a shader some of you might remember from the Vandal Driller trailer. We created the iconography using a bespoke texture mask, and then the circles were derived from some cells within Substance Designer. We took these cells, quantized them, and then got the edges of that quantization to create rings. And then we used a procedural mask as well as some hand-painted textures to mask out that glow. Once we were happy with this texture, we multiplied that onto the height map, which is used to drive the glow threshold. The glow effect has 3 texture inputs that we need to create. There's an animated glow map, which is sort of used to drive the background effect of the glow. There's also a gradient, which colors that map. Finally, we have the actual pulse itself, which is the texture map that pulses across the asset. Next up is the bronze. This was actually pretty straightforward to achieve. We didn't need any fancy shader effects for this one, just a standard set of unique textures. We wanted to get lots of nice scratches and aging on the bronze. And in the concept, there was also this nice effect on the edges where the metal got darker. So we wanted to add that in as well, just to give it a more distinctive feel. Once we were happy with the visual look of the asset and engine, it then was just a case of wrapping it up. We needed to create LED meshes for the object, as well as collision proxies. As you can tell, quite a lot of work goes into these hero assets. So that was a little bit of exploration into how we created the Hadesian artifact for the walkthrough. I hope you guys enjoyed listening to me talk about it, and enjoy the rest of the show.
So we wanted to thank you for your time. We wanted to introduce Pyro and show all the hard work that all the team's been working on and working towards. The team has put in a lot of hard work in building the Pyro system, building the AI, building the planets, the worlds that you'll go and explore. So Pyro will be ready when server meshing is, and it will be coming out with Star Citizen Alpha 4.0. So on behalf of myself, I want to thank Dave and Ian and yourselves for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the channel, and I hope you enjoy the rest of Digital Citizen Con.
因為佢做咗好大嘅 server 咧，咁佢就要好多個 server，咁但係佢啲 server 以前係 server 同 server 之間係冇連接噶嘛，佢做一個啲 server 可以即係可以變動啊，即係 server 可以裝住呢啲人，咁但係佢又可以變嚟變去，我唔知點樣講喎。咁 server meshing 有一個技術令到好多成幾百個成千上百。可能百幾千幾個 server 可以結合成為一個整體嘅 server meshing 就係
mesh WiFi
server meshing。有就好似 mesh WiFi 咁。加啲雲啊，加啲霧，加啲風咧，真係幾有 feel 啊！就海岸嚟添。
Credits burning a hole in your pocket? Didn't think so. Something tells me, though, you got a pile of junk in that hangar of yours. Turn that crap into scrap at Dumper's Depot. Old Zeke always pays top cred for all your used gear at any of my verse famous franchise locations. From Art Corp to Crusader. Stop on by and tell them Zeke sent you. From thrusters to mining lasers, Power plants to shield generators, we got your back. Dumpers Depot, because everything is valuable to someone. Dumpers Depot LLC is not responsible for inaccurate appraisals. Commercial service and delivery fees will apply.
Community showcase 應該係嗰啲玩家整嘅片咯，跟住而家就播。
Space is cold and unforgiving. Only the toughest survive here.
所以呢 event 開前你就收集咗一啲玩家整嘅片，跟住咧
But even the toughest outlaw has a sensitive side. He doesn't have to show it to everyone. Because with your very own Moby Horizon, you have peace, freedom, relaxation, and your very private emotional retreat always with you. Welcome to your very own Moby Horizon. The use of Moby Horizon can be addictive. If in doubt, consult a licensed physician.
A distress beacon is triggered, and a quick reactionary force from the lead expeditionary is mobilized.
Roger, boss. Albatross flight, prepare for drop. 1 minute out.
Loadmaster copies. Dropping ramp. Utilizing state-of-the-art technology, highly trained professionals arrive within moments.
Albatross flight, 30 seconds.
Every team, power up. Rolling on 3. Prepared to deliver justice in even the most remote reaches of the verse.
所以你而家見到玩全係而家遊戲畫面嚟，而家即係啲玩家用而家遊戲畫面整呢啲片出嚟。可以抌架車喺即係喺空中嘅抌架車落嚟都得。
Elite expeditionaries got your back.
究極呃錢 game， 我唔覺得佢呃錢 game 啊。所以佢而家咪證明嘅，佢點解唔係呃錢 game？ 佢啱啱咁多人去講咁多嘢出嚟，同埋展示佢啲技術，佢點樣整隻 game 出嚟？你都要覺得呃錢咁，冇嘢好講啦。即係佢要整佢有一個商業模式 support 佢嘅遊戲，就係佢一定要諗啲辦法 make money 出嚟噶嘛。咁佢 make money 方式就係賣一啲 package 咯。我覺得呢樣嘢好合理嘅。咁如果唔係佢點整嘅 game， 佢要咁如果佢冇呢個方法整嘅 game， 佢就揾個 publisher， 佢 publisher 又 mark 住佢幾時出 game， 因為個 publisher 係一個投資人嚟噶嘛，佢回本噶嘛，佢係一個投資嚟噶嘛，佢都需要行為嚟噶嘛，咁呢隻 game 就唔會有咁多時日，亦都唔會有咁多資源去做落去。
We have one simple goal to bring you the items you need quickly and easily. We've got everything you need: food, drinks, toys for the little ones, guns for the wife, all inside one store, Kelto. Just walk inside to begin your astronomical savings. Using the latest in Moby technology and machine learning, we know exactly what you've picked up and have already charged you. Want something hot and ready to go? How about hot dogs, nachos, or burritos, Kelto? We've even got the latest in Gemini ballistic weapons like the Gemini F-55 LMG, featuring an explosive rate of fire that tops over 1,000 rounds per minute. It's the best light machine gun you can get in a convenience store. Looking for something a bit smaller for the kids? We also carry the Gemini LH86 pistol, perfect for those small hands. So come down to Kelto today for quality products at low prices.
咩料啊？呢個可以賣槍嘅槍仔。
Hey, welcome to CitizenCon 2051, our yearly celebration of everything Star Citizen is, and showcase of what Star Citizen is on its way to become. As usual, I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. So, what is CitizenCon? When it started in 2013, it may have had its humble roots in Sandy just wanting some place to bring folks together and a solid excuse for Ben and Pete to watch the Wing Commander movie in a theater in Austin, Texas. But as with all things Star Citizen, it grew each year to become a full day of activities, most recently held in Manchester, England in 2019. Now, with a hiatus in 2020 due to the pandemic, and our desire to remain diligent and responsible in 2021, CitizenCon is back as something slightly different this year. Now, while it won't be the same without seeing all of you in person, and worrying if your plastic bag helmet is safe or not, we hope this year's event brings with it a similar sense of community and interaction as our developers present to you their continuing efforts in bringing Star Citizen's future to the present. And let's talk about some of that future we just saw with a look we just took at the Pyro system. Now, I've always said it, and I'll continue to always say it, we get better with every one of these things we do, whether that's planets, spaceships, or anything else in between. And with the Pyro presentation, we got our first true look at some of the new planets and moons, the process of converting our existing space stations into new outlaw variants, taking those colonial outposts that we've been seeing before from concept to amazingly detailed reality, and perhaps most excitedly, planetary AI nav mesh in action with a 24-hour day-night cycle that will truly bring these worlds to life and provide that universe of gameplay possibilities seen in those multiple different ways you can go about achieving your objectives. And for those of you who were wondering, yes, that was really Pyro 3, that was a real outpost and a real mission. No sandworms here. That's what's coming to Star Citizen and a whole lot more. Now, because I'm the patron saint of bad ideas, let's take a look at some of the comments that came in on Twitch while we were all watching. This should be good. Engion says, using talent from across the globe, that's a good thing. I agree. Adderdoth says, this guy is talking like it's been made. DFX2KX says, they probably have the gameplay, but they want to force folks to stick around and watch the whole thing before they show it. Annoying, but typical for them. We are who we are. We showcase every part of the Star Citizen. Rolana says, someone needs to hand out some meds in chat. Underfern says, I wouldn't buy a melty dog from that man. I don't know if they're talking about Todd Pappy or Ian Whalen, but agreed. Lots of people said, 420 Space Weed, Vape Nation, damp, dank. Gaming Fortis says, just remember, he's more scared of you than you are of him. That's the truth. And then everyone went on a claim spree for a while. James Cameron, yes, the real James Cameron. And then finally, Shoney said, number 15, Burger King foot lettuce. The last thing you'd want in your Burger King burger is someone's foot fungus, but as it turns out, that might be what you get. Wise words, always. You can always rely on the Twitch community. And speaking of community, you may have noticed a selection of community-created videos throughout the day, ranging from commercials to skits to a variety of things in between. Those are all here as part of an effort by our fantastic community team that started months ago to include as many of you in today's festivities as possible. And while we can't show every single one that was sent in, the team did expand their original idea of just 15 videos to a whopping 42 for today's show. So you're going to see a few more as the day progresses. Now, of course, CitizenCon wouldn't be CitizenCon without the swag. Check that out, huh? Yeah. And this year, we've got it coming in two shapes and sizes. First up is the digital goodies pack seen here, which comes with the newly minted Arden SL Balefire suit you may have seen recently on Inside Star Citizen with that slick Theta Geo helmet. It's got the matching Balefire combat knife because accessorizing is always important. And the classic CitizenCon 2951 trophy, which I'm still trying to convince Actor Feature Team to turn into a bludgeoning weapon. Just say Red 1 more time, people. Now, these will all be distributed Monday to all backers. So if you've been on the fence so far and decide to back the project today, you'll get it along with everybody else on Monday. Now, over in Meat Space, since we can't do the traditional swag bag that's included for attendees with their ticket, we're doing a swag box that you can purchase on the RSI store. For the collectors out there, it's got 3 brand new Star Citizen pins to add to the collection, as well as an individually numbered challenge coin that says there are many like it, but this one is yours. Now, both collector's items come in a neat box and bundled with stickers that you can place all over the place, like Steve Bender's desk. I know, because I did. Now, the swag bag made box is available now on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. And we've also got some contests and giveaways going throughout the day, starting with this Astro Gaming headset contest, where folks hosting their own CitizenCon watch parties have an opportunity to submit images on Twitter or Instagram with the hashtag SC Watch Party to win a custom-painted Xenothreat headset seen here. Whether your party is at home, or at work, or if you're Captain Richard in his car. And for those of you who don't do social media, we're also giving away some Tobii eye trackers on Spectrum today in a short story contest. So tell us about some incredible moments you've had in person with your fellow citizens and win a Tobii eye tracker. Check that out on Spectrum for your chance to win. I don't have one of those to show you because, as somebody said, I don't give things back. Now, let's talk about the day's activities. We just completed our Life in the Verse, or Life in Pyro presentation. Up next, we've got Ship Talk, where you'll learn about the latest and greatest in spacecraft coming to Star Citizen. Then we got Gen 12 and the multi-core of Vulcan, where we'll take you through some of the new technologies that will unlock Star Citizen's ultimate performance potential. Crafting Worlds, which offers a brief look at some of the new tools that make up those wonderful pyro planets we just saw. Server Meshing and the State of Persistence, which will give you an inside look at the process of expanding Star Citizen out to the breadth and scope we all want it to reach. The Sounds of Space, which for my money is the sleeper presentation of the day. Don't miss out. It looks at the new tools that will unleash our sound designers from the constraints of yesterday's outdated processes. And then finally, Systemic Gameplay and the Stream of Thought. An entirely silent presentation where Tony beams his brainwaves directly into your skull through the TV, provided, of course, you have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver. You all have your SGS brainwave amplitude receiver, don't you? We'll figure it out later. Basically, it's a big, long day of Star Citizen presentations and infos. That Pyro presentation alone was like an entire season of ISC just crammed into a single day. Which makes me think, can I take the rest of this quarter off? I can. I cannot. All right. Well, if you end up missing any part of the show or just want to watch it again, each presentation will be going up on YouTube later today in glorious 4K. But fair warning, do not look directly into Todd Pappy's eyes in 4K. Or Corey Bamford's. They're mesmerizing. And that about does it for the housekeeping. It's time to throw it to our next presentation of the day, Ship Talk with Paul Jones, John Crew, and Ben Curtis, where they'll be discussing a ship you know, a ship you don't know, and a ship you weren't supposed to know, but you ended up did knowing. It's not invisible any longer. Here's Ship Talk.
Through unforgiving lands, across the impossible expanse, a mirage calls, a distant oasis. We chase what most consider myth, pursuit and obsession. That's what pushes us to greatness. The Oasis. It's real. The 400i by Origin Jumpworks.
呢個幾乎係佢嘅傳統嚟嘅，每次 Star Citizen 發佈會都會有新船出，跟住咧呢個新船咧，你就可以贊助佢一嚿錢去攞到呢隻船。
Oh, that's pretty cool, huh?
Yeah, it's awesome.
So we made the 404
in
the end?
It was a ruse all along. It was a real ship. So,
look cool though, I like it.
Those trailers are always super cool to see the artwork from both your teams.
Yeah, really good job of kind of showing off what I think everyone's kind of done.
Yeah.
Right. So we should probably get on with the show. This is Ship Talk, where we are going to talk about a variety of things today. My name's John Crew. I'm the Vehicle Director here at CIG.
I'm Ben Curtis, and I'm the Vehicle Art Director at CRG.
And I'm Paul Jones, Art Director.
design 全部都有諗過。
So the 400i, it's a Constellation competitor, and we've got a few of these ships in this category across the board. We have the Constellation, we have the Corsair, and now we have the 400i. And the 400i has a few interesting features that makes it a compelling choice over the others. So being an Origin ship, it's obviously very visually sleek and fast, but also it can carry cargo and a vehicle at the same time. Size-wise, there's obviously a big gap in the range. We have the 100 series at the start, it jumps up to the 300 series. Then there's the big jump to the 600 series, and then another jump to the 890. So finding a space for this was fairly easy size-wise.
I think it fills the gap quite nicely. So in terms of the process, normally what happens is we assign it to one concept artist, and we start the ball rolling. So it's really just a game of sort of exploration at this point. It's fast and loose. We always have a timeline for each concept, and so it's the pressure is always on. Basically, it doesn't matter how many ships we've done. There's always that pressure to get it done and hit the sort of key points. And so, at this point of exploration, it's really sort of loosey-goosey in terms of figuring out ideas, looking at shapes, looking at silhouettes, and sort of not locking yourself into a line of thinking. It's basically, we'll look at different ships. So some will be more influenced by the 600i, some more by the 100i, and then we'll sort of do a mix and match. Like I said, sometimes you don't quite hit it on that sort of. I think like right at the beginning.
Yeah, when you've got like a well-established manufacturer, it's really beneficial because you kind of you have that to pull from, but you also don't want to get into the point where it's just a scaled down 600 or a scaled up. Do you know what I mean? You don't want them all just to look like the same ship, just slightly different variants.
Yeah.
So I think the 400 is.
Kickstarter 完咗之後，佢就自己開個網站去籌錢，即係而家大家見到個網站。
I think it's, because we sort of follow the.
即係大家上 Google search Star Citizen 嘅時候，你就揾到佢嗰個網站。
It's sort of expanding the brand. Sort of the brand also develops over time, so we have like a double.
Yeah.
2012年
since the start of the project, Origin is sort of.
佢2012年嘅時候完成嗰個第一輪嘅時候，佢第一次喺 Kickstarter 籌幾多錢咧
？Yeah.
Even though there's a part of me that would just be like, right, let's do the mini
600. I do really like the 600. Yeah, the 600.
And even at this point,
1600萬港
I kept
紙
sort of coming back to
Kickstarter 嘅
one
時候
sketch that had been done for the.
12年
Oh, what was it?
1600萬港紙
100i. There was a little thumbnail. It's literally in my head. It's about that big.
有啲人成日話佢慢咧。
I was like, I kind of want a version like this. This looks kind of cool.
但我覺得冇
佢都
還算可以啦，因為咧佢一開始嘅時候佢係冇 studio 嘅，佢冇咁多人做嘅，好似得10零20個人嘅啫。咁但係你要慢慢請人，你要 po 上去 studio， 你要請幾百個人，你係經佢又再貼咁
thumbnails
用咗幾年時間。
If you see one, because we often show them in
GTA
jump
用幾年
magazines afterwards, after a ship's being released, you see all the early sketches, and people probably noticed
GTA 5 都好似用咗8年
thumbnail that we did that was rejected for the 100, but then has come around for this, and you never know what might happen with ones that we didn't choose for this one.
Yes,
could happen
yes,
in the
they
future.
might appear in future ships. So ultimately, this is what this is like a visual that I did. So it's it's throwing together a bunch of shapes, what we call kit bashing from different models. Because it's quick, as an art director, you've always got. It feels like you've got zero time to get a result. So it's how do you provide a visual that people can understand in the shortest time possible. And so my understanding of the ship was it was a luxury explorer, and so you can see here that's why there's a swimming pool in there, and a deck. The part of the process is that we show it to Chris Roberts. To get sort of direction and feedback.
And Chris was quite adamant that this was going to be an explorer. It wasn't it wasn't just a small scale party ship. It was, it needed to have a function. It needed to be a competitor to that scale and kind of role of ship.
Yeah.
We did quite a lot of interior investigations and just sort of looking at ways of arranging space within that ship, because like we said earlier, even though the ship looks big, it's actually really tight. It's a lot harder than you think to achieve everything that now Star Citizens expect to have in their ships and all the components.
GTA 5 好似話
very streamlined sort of 2 decks, or really like 1 deck that stretches most of the lower section and the upper bit, which
好似係用1000人以上嘅
Maybe get the pool.
So in terms of this
process, what happens is we finish the concept, or what we think is finished, and then get Chris sign off, do a couple of paint schemes, and then it passes over to your department.
Yeah. So from the concept, normally we'll kind of take it as quickly as possible into the editor, and that just allows us to kind of really get a good sense of the space from the player, and making sure that everything that we think we need is actually going to fit, making sure the components go through, and like we were saying earlier, a lot of the time is what a ship starts off with its kind of paper design, its official design document, to the point where we're actually kind of working on the ship. The requirements can change. That's not just because we're like, oh, we'll add this and add that to it. It's sometimes a balance pass has been done in the game, and we've realised that a certain ship item, a certain size shield might not be suitable for it anymore, or it might be just that we think, well, actually it'd be great if we could fit the X1 in it because it's kind of the perfect ship for it, but that wasn't, like I say, on the original plans. So I mean, like you were saying, the ship is kind of a hard split with its 2 floors, so we've kept sort of all of engineering and cargo and storage and everything downstairs still, and then the kind of the habs and the crew space is all upstairs with the bridge, obviously. Once we kind of get that white box in game, we then start just making sure that we can fit everything in we need. We also, that's the point that we kind of really start internally showing that ship to everyone that is invested in it, and including Chris and everyone that needs to kind of have a say. And one of the kind of things that Chris was really keen for, although he didn't want this ship to be a kind of luxury party ship, he did want it to feel Origin. I think originally we had like the lift entrance.
There was a smaller, trying not to do hand movements too much.
Yes.
There was just a single small platform just for the crew that went straight up into.
Yeah. That whole area was quite tricky, wasn't it? Because there was the docking ring, the docking collar, the lift, and then there was an entrance to the front and an entrance to the back.
Originally I think on the concept you walked in through the docking collar, and like you say, the floor was a lift, you had the collar on the side, and then doors either side, which took you to like a little antechamber that had the suit lockers in, I think it was.
At the front,
and the first bit of feedback from Chris was the entrance doesn't really feel very grand for an Origin ship, and that's when we kind of introduced the stairs and the kind of like the big, not marble staircase, but that sort of idea that you were kind of like, walking into the ship felt a little bit more grand. That had some knock-ons to the kind of interior space as well, because obviously making a 1-person or 2-person lift is something that's relatively small. It fits in a nice tight space, but when you've got a set of stairs that need to fit or need to have a decent height change, that requires a lot more space. So what we ended up doing was kind of opening up this first chamber, and rather than being divided into separate rooms, that kind of whole space kind of acts as the airlock, and that's got everything that you need when you first enter the ship. And I think it does, like I say, just that initial entrance feels quite nice now.
We don't have a lot of ships like that anymore that have the go up the front of it inside it.
I mean, we've got another one that we'll show after this.
But most of them, if they've got a ramp, it's like cargo, isn't it? It's pure function and not really.
No, I think you guys done a great job on this, because it was tricky. You know, I remember it at the time, and you feel the time pressure.
And then it was when I was just starting on the team as well, so I was like coming in and be like, oh, Paul, what do we do? Like, where do we go?
But it also, I mean, it's also nice because it sort of dovetails with that original sketch, which there's an element there in that thumbnail.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think at the time I sort of binned it off because I was just like, I don't like. I'm sure I had some thoughts about it. I mean, everybody knows I've got a sort of 64 kilobit memory, so stuff kind of like gets lost after a short amount of time. But I think we did discuss it, but then it was just like, no, let's go simple. But you guys did good stuff.
And then the next thing to tackle, like Paul was saying, was kind of like the addition of the bike garage. It was a bit of a headache trying to kind of fit that in, and the original plan that you can see is originally we were going to have it at the back of the ship next to the cargo, or within
the back of the cargo
room. Within the cargo room. It did fit, but it kind of brought up a few quirks with it. I think there was a few different quirks from different departments. So from a design point of view, I think we could only make it fit if you sent the bike up on its own, which was fine. But because the main entrance to the ship was at the front, it meant that you'd get off.
Yeah, to drive your bike onto this platform, get off your bike, send the bike up, run around to the front of the ship, run up the stairs.
Yeah, and the stairs,
just look at your bike.
Opening isn't exactly like a super quick thing. So if you, it just felt kind of like,
in terms of flow.
Yeah, it's like, all right, I need to quickly get off planet, and you're like, oh, right, okay, send that up. Oh, run, yep, okay, go. A minute later or 2 minutes later, and the seat ready to fly. Like I say, that was one of the issues we kind of hit. And then the other, I guess, issue was it started eating into the cargo space, so it meant that you couldn't, once you had the cargo fully loaded, there was very little space for you to kind of traverse around the cargo hold. Basically, we had a number of kind of ideas.
你覺得佢咁多啲背景咧，全部係 range 嚟嘅，即係真場景嘅。
Now the
有咩背景啊
？Nose, should we call it the nose? Yeah, the nose.
即係佢三條友講嘢坐喺個 boss 個地方。
office 嗰個真係 office 嚟啦。
Use of that kind of spine that was there.
佢有啲請人 trailer 喎。
The gravity drive was there, but we kind of nudged that back a bit.
請人 trailer 咁長。
And I guess the mounts for the guns, but they kind of
喺個 Star Citizen 嗰個 YouTube channel 嗰度有啲請人嘅 trailer。
It was a better use of space because it was sort like you say, it had the gravity generator there and it had the suit lockers, but it was weird that you had to go through the airlock to get your suit. And
特登整個 big 嘅 studio 場景呃鳩你啲錢㗎嘛。
And the other really good thing is all the controls for getting a new ship and doing this. They're all.
唔係，我見佢有幾個地方咁樣啫。
Put your bike away.
And go
up.
And I think that's one of the kind of like the like I say the nice things of it is you can, I guess, ride up to your ship and it's just there. You send it up straight up and there's no messing around. So that was one of the other challenges. And then to be honest, most of the rest of the ship kind of went pretty much to plan in terms of what was on concept.
好似有兩個位去擺電單車嘅話
now as you enter the ship and you come into the kind of like the main body of engineering, this ship does have large shields.
Yes. Yeah. So that was another thing to make it different. Obviously we've made changes during development to other ships and shields have changed, so it's not quite as unique as it was. But it's still very well shielded for its size. And the other cool thing about engineering is those rooms at the edge are cool. They're climate controlled, so it's another nice little thing to play with. Gives
office 有
something extra.
好似有美國有一個，英國有一個同埋之後澳洲有一個，有3個 studio。
A little bit of party mode in there, But I think that's it. That was one of the things that I think you established early on in the concept was this kind of like cool chamber in engineering.
Yeah, because we needed that space. I mean, you need space to put all the components somewhere, and just thought, let's just turn it into a feature.
Yeah. So and it kind of fits with the Origin kind of family as well. I think.
That's good.
And then kind of from engineering, you kind of go straight to the back, and that's where you've got your storage. I don't know if you know the SCU size offhand, but
not off the top of my head now.
No,
should probably put that in the notes.
Correct. Sorry. So you can fit a decent amount of storage in there. You've also
冇 miss 咗啲咩嘅？佢而家講船。
obviously
講佢嗰隻新嘅400i 嗰啲飛船啦，即係啱啱喺段片度 show 出嚟嘅船啦。講佢點 design Origin 內有觀眾話 Origin 嘅船內籠都好靚。
And then we kind of make our way upstairs.
係我好中意啊，我幾靚，但係 band 點講咧？
And
luxury 得滯咯。
To me anyway, the bridge is very Origin. It feels very very sleek.
不過 Origin 船都好靚，嗰隻都好靚。
The kind of front of the ship out in front of you, and
但係有啲人中意重工業風，你就唔會中意 Origin 啲船。
Origin kind of hardened and we haven't got any low-tech screens. It's all kind of projected.
Elegant.
Fancy. Yeah.
Does that mean you can see there's a lot of 600i influence, like from the original concept image?
佢嘅船咧係全部都要有一個統一嘅 style 咯。即係 Origin 嘅船咧，即係佢有隻 game 入面有幾個船廠咯。啲搞唔搞笑？佢有幾個船廠，跟住咧每個船廠都係有唔同嘅風格嘅。咁其中一個船廠就叫 Origin。Origin 咧就專係整啲白色嘅啲船，啲 luxury 啲嘅船。
So I think it was good kind of keeping them.
And that, it was also, what's the Origin buggy called?
G12.
Thank you, yeah. So, again, we've got the loop.
但係呢個位真係好悶，真係頂唔緊，因為
The 890 as well as like all the bigger Origin ships have this sort of arrangement of a single center seat and two crew ones, whether they're at the front or at the back. They're all sort of that style. So it all plays together.
And then HABs-wise, you kind of got the captain suite and you've got the crew suite. And within those, they've got their own kind of lockers. They've got their own kind of personal ship storage. I'm not sure if it's exact, but they're very similar in their kind of scale. But obviously, the captain gets the slightly more space, a little bit more kind of luxury because he's the boss.
So. At one point, it was a 4-person ship, and then we
好乾淨嘅 feel 咯。
So we've got that
extra
space for the.
I'm learning loads of stuff.
Lots of things changed during the concept, like
Origin style.
Changing it from 4 to 3 might sound like a quick thing on paper, but then it's like you're losing a seat out the bridge somewhere.
工業風嗰啲啊。
You lose lockers. You
tough to
lose
fit an extra seat in that bridge though, because you would have had to have kind of had 2 banks. It would have been a bit, just
lifestyle
purely visual sort of. It feels a little bit.
即係會有木地板咁樣咯。
Nicer weighted if it's.
I mean, the whole ship has a.
Looks fast. Yeah.
Looks fast.
Yeah. And then as you kind of progress through to the this is where, like I say, originally it was
party time.
Yeah, it was the party room. Yeah, we've kept some of the elements, I guess. There's still a kitchen, a decent sized kitchen.
It's still a nice space, isn't it? It's like a luxury. It's still that sort of luxury yacht.
You've got your wine fridge,
kind
so
of feel, isn't it?
有雪櫃咁樣。
Everything you need back there. You've got your food making facilities. You've got your breakout area, and then your big hollow table at the back.
And that was sort of like the, I guess like the operations area, and we tried to make that space feel like it was a little bit more focused with the hollow table than the sort of the breakfast bar that's just in front of it. And
有白色嘅設計，即係一嚟好乾淨而好簡潔啦。呢個就 Origin 嘅風格。
Like a war table.
跟住三嚟有好多 luxury 嘅，見到個地板係木地板嚟嘅，見到 texture 係。
And also, I think.
We
ended up going with like a standing kind of hollow table rather than a seating one because when you first kind of like look at it, it felt like an extension of the relaxation area rather than like a kind of planning, what we're going to do in our operation type area. And then, basically that kind of covers most of the 400, I guess, as a whole.
So we'll move from the 400i to something a bit bigger and something entirely new, which is the Anvil Liberator, which is Anvil's latest design spaceship, which is purely for transporting ships. So we want to do something properly and sort of provide that entry-level spaceship for that career. If you want to be a ship hauler, then this is the ship for you. It provides that good foundational base for it.
It's a very regular sort of process on this one. As Jared and I have chatted before,
concept ship
these ships are often described as berths, easy berths, hard berths, difficult berths. I think this one was a fast berth. It's been a while since we worked on some Anvil stuff, so in terms of the lineup, we have the Ballista, the Terrapin, the Hurricane. The Valkyrie, is probably more sort of, it's one of those larger ships. Then we've got the Carrack.
Anvil 啲船都幾靚，
So a lot of work has already been done for those ships. 即係佢係偏三角形 feel 咯，軍工即係型軍少少嘅三角形。 So in terms of the concept process, theoretically it's smoother sailing. And in terms of our process again, it's that investigation, and each manufacturer has sort of a loose set of rules. I'll say it's loose because there's always space for us to sort of slightly veer and slightly tweak the manufacturer.
Well, I think, like you were saying earlier, like manufacturers change with time as well as
they evolve.
Yeah, it's not like every ship came out at the exact same date with the exact same manufacturing processes. It kind of all.
Yes, yeah. And I think I mean that's kind of what I like about Star Citizen is we've got this sort of. It's this sort of rolling kind of like design, you know, it's sort of design everything is being updated, and it, you know, it's nice that, you know, when we work with narrative and they're like, oh, well, actually it's based on this old design, or whether it's a new stuff. So, you know, one of the early requirements from John.
左邊嘅白色嗰隻咪新出嘅大力神啦 ，Hercules Starleaf 喺度。
I'm liking it. I'm not sure about that.
左邊白色嗰隻出咗啦，幾靚我覺得係。
But basically, this is super easy for us, and also because we're working with a contractor about sort of laying out the limits of. Because we always, you know, we like to make ships big.
叫大力神 Hercules 啊。
So it's always okay.
你出 Star Citizen Starlifter 應該會揾到。
Make it cool, but it has to fit within these bounds.
Yeah, it was quite strict on the landing pad size, but you need to fit a number of ships in it, but also make sure that it really kind of stayed within its. Otherwise, John will give us big slap wrists.
I'll come after you.
Yeah.
Because on that image there, you can see there's the red box, which is the maximum bounds that the ship can be. If you go outside that, it literally won't fit through the hangar doors and ceiling. So obviously it has to be in there, and that's a max, not a goal to hit, because we've ended up in the past with ships that have a centimetre or two's clearance right at the edge. So when you're coming in and out of the hangar, you just clip as soon as you clip one side of it, then it throws it into the other one.
It makes it difficult.
And you can see there for the extra
佢嗰個 landing pad 太細，因為佢而家有啲
green size
城市咧，佢啲 landing pad 係凹咗去嘅，即係有個倉，點解有個機庫咁嘅嘢嘅。咁咧佢話而家啲船太大咧，就超出咗佢嗰個即係 landing pad 嗰個預期嗰個大細。
好難泊車啊！
係咧，困一困咧，成日船就反咗啊咁樣。
And also got to fit in this, then you sort of start funneling yourself into.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, you provided a reference image right at the start, which is of military hovercraft.
Yeah, the American, I can't remember if it's the Navy or the Army.
Yeah, and so that was like, I mean, people will see straight away the correlation between the two and the sort of influence. But it also makes sense, right?
It's a very functionality. It's a very functional ship, isn't it? So, and it feels like say, obviously, the real life version has been made for that function, and this kind of follows suit.
Yeah, definitely. And so, we'll basically be looking at some of our exterior options, and again, it's always, it's quite difficult when you have something like that reference image of the military hovercraft, because instantly it sits in your mind, and you sort of get stuck in that thinking. And so, part of my job is also to sort of push the concept artists and say, right, okay, well, what about this? What about that? I think, it's always it's always a sort of dual role. We sort of, you work together, and kind of two minds is always better than one, right? So in this case, we're sort of looking at, this is a sort of first stab at it. So there's a lot of similarity with the Valkyrie. So there's the Valkyrie engines. It's pretty standard. It's just one floor plate, and it's symmetrical. Then we look at some cleaner stuff. It's not, it's a nice design, but it doesn't really speak of Anvil to me. I mean, but it's cool. I like it.
你係講過平機啊？
佢應該係嗰啲短途運輸船啩。
Yeah. This one was asymmetrical version.
呢個都幾靚喎，有即係設計有呢個有咗膠，點解高達 feel 啦？
但係呢個唔係喺海上面行，
呢個太空行嘅咯，有高達 feel 咯。即係如果上面停揸嘅話，停高達係冇違和感咯。
Into like terrapin territory, so we've got
小型母艦
essentially like the bridge, and it's kind of like got a cowl. It's like a sort of, it's kind of like
係咯，佢好似冇內籠添。
From terrapin,
有個駕駛室咯，駕駛室嘅內容
You know, it's kind of interesting.
哇！呢個咩 design 嚟㗎
？We're doing these things rapidly, so you know.
What?
It has some pros and cons.
幾好啊呢個，幾 Q。
兩層高
We have the XY metric, but you also have the Z. So a lot of our hanger metrics are quite tall. So the problem with this one was it was just to the height of the ship. Like the actual height it would have needed to be would have been double that. So then you end up with this really tall gangly thing because we've also shortened it by a third. So
I like you trying to get yourself into like the shape of a ship. Yeah, that's
really
good.
tall.
Yeah.
And then here is like where we sort of start hitting upon something that I don't know where the decision was made, but you know it made sense to have the garages on that lower deck. Here, you know, you've got two tanks lying side by side, which you know is cool. It looks good, but it isn't actually like an official feature.
It was around this point where we were looking at the double layer thing.
我想知佢最終會整成點樣咯
？Two layers.
佢啱啱已經 show 過咧，我冇留意
with
到。
the three larger ships, so we changed it from the 3 extra small pads.
冇乜見，好似冇見佢 final render。
Any single seat fighter in the game and some around, so I think a prospector also fits on there. And then we scaled the front one down to an extra small, so that's things like the Argo MPUV, Origin 85X, and smaller flying ships like that. But also, interestingly, that extra small metric is sort of the same as the medium vehicle metric. There's like a meter difference in height, which is the Ballista and Nova. So we went from these 3 extra smalls to 2 extra smalls on top, 1 extra small at the front, and then these 2 garage slots, which can also, if you're willing to try and fly your small ship in there.
You were playing around. You could fit quite a few combinations of ships in there.
I had a shot. I treated it like I was a fan and basically filled that whole carriage.
There was no sort of like door opening space at all. It was
it was cyclones and
we know what
rock
the players
DSs.
are like.
I mean, it looked good. I mean, it looked like it looked like a ferry. You know, when they're just full of the vehicles all just stacked up.
Just increases like the risk value of flying it, doesn't it? Like if you've got 3 ships on it, all right. Got 15.
You need a big insurance payout. So you know, once we have an exterior that we were happy with, then then we move on to the interior. And you know, it's only 2 crew.
So
即係啱啱嗰個已經係佢覺得 OK 嘅版本嚟。
Person flying the thing. And then the
second
person who can
either
sort of a flexible role. There is a turret.
但係啱啱佢 show 一剎那 interior 睇嚟都幾大下喎，即係表面好似整一塊嘢咁樣，一塊板，但係唔係喎，入邊有餡㗎喎。
If you want protection, you need to bring.
冇睇過餡添。
啱佢 show 咗一剎那
show
少少通道嘅樣。
Another benefit of this open-topped ship is
very cool.
Attack. Everyone can launch out straight away. You're not having to fly your ships out one by one out of a tube. They can get off pretty quickly.
We haven't done launch tubes yet, have we? One day we do launch tubes. Yeah.
Maybe, I'll think about that. So basically we've moved on to interiors. Again, it's just investigation of you know, we've got our function and what it needs to achieve, but you know, in the last 2-4 years, definitely the last 2 years, like our process has just been a lot stronger in terms of player flow. So there's no more of the Starfarer higgledy-piggledy. I mean, that was our first multi-crew ship. Pipeline wasn't in place. I mean,
冇望到啫嘛。日出前嗰130號風球。
Just run down, get in your
whatever vehicle,
and then off you go. So I feel like a lot of thought was given to just like improving.
And I think it's really nice as well the fact that you've got, like say, that passenger section kind of sectioned off, and they're always ready. But then, like say, you were saying about like the bows of the ship and how that's sort of all that technical stuff's like hidden at the bottom, and that feels nice that that's crew only, and because you don't want passengers just just
definitely
milling around.
And then moving on to, you can see here the garage space and where the cargo is stored. So originally the cargo was going to essentially take up one of the garage spaces.
It was going to be a compromise choice that players could make of that the cargo is stacked down either down the middle of the lower garage or across like one of the pads, so you could choose. But then decided to.
Well, we had a bit of space. Well, basically, the concept guy went rogue. I was like, "Oh, what about this? This is cool." And we were like,
yeah, it does look cool. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
John, can we have this?
Come into a meeting. Oh, I've just gone away and done this this thing that we're not going to talk about, but it's turned into the cargo storage room. So
yes,
it's a good sort of save.
Well, we want. I mean, for me as an art director, I want my team to feel like they can take those little forays off if they want, if they've got a good idea. And luckily this time it's panned out.
Yeah.
And makes good use of the space. I mean, because like I said, the ship is quite big. So then we get to the fun part, which is when we get onto promo. I think it's everyone's favourite part involved with this sort of stuff. And that is really sort of, I call it selling the dream. So it's you're really sort of honing in into what a player's experience might be. And I love
Josh sucks.
So here we've got fully loaded.
The core of what that ship is for. Like you have these smaller carrier-borne ships, is what Chris likes to call them. Like they're not deep space fighters. They can't go long distances by themselves. They need to be from a parent ship. So the Liberator is, unless you suddenly got an Idris to carry things with, this is what you're going to see going through these wide and long star systems. Like Pyro is incredibly large compared to Stanton, and Stanton's already quite big to go from one side to the other. So we really need these ships to help you lug all your stuff from point A to point B, because if you do it in your Hornet,
即係如果你嗰啲細船咧
50 100
飛唔到咁遠，咁你就靠啲大啲嘅船載住你嘅細船行啦。
A much better experience for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely.
即係冇艦可以行嘢。
即係佢係啲運輸船咯。
I think the team's gonna like that.
即係專運細船嘅運輸船。
The Anvil Liberator, ship transporter it's called.
細船嘅巴士。
即係接駁嘢啦，即係駁船咯，你當係駁船係。
Some ground vehicles, long distance. Very cool. Let's talk about the Banu Merchantman then. It's that ship that's been around for
a long time.
For a long time now.
I think fans have been waiting quite a while for this.
Yeah, we haven't really shown a huge amount of it beyond those original concept images. So
no, and I think this is my second round on this. So I think maybe like 3 years ago we did an initial concept round.
Twitch 個 chat 好 crazy 啊！
而家係啊，頭先個冇咩人中意。
Yeah, but sure, let's
頭先嗰個梗係啦，即係感覺冇似我俾一堆錢出嚟俾班 artist 慢慢，即係個 Robert 就眾籌，然之後俾咗一大堆人嘅就業機會，但係嗰堆人係唔使點樣去交代啲乜嘢，就係自己點樣畫咁嘅感覺。
而家係有啲deliver 到嘅嘢出嚟俾人睇。啱啱嗰隻船係咩船嚟？係咪嗰啲客機嚟？唔好知佢咩船。啱啱嗰隻
cargo 依樣。
Layout, so
not to like the new system. No.
Yeah, so we need to make sure it fit everything in. So it's always a good starting point. The cargo numbers they've never really been changed since they were originally concepted as standard cargo. So the scale of cargo has changed since we did it originally.
I don't remember freight units.
Yeah.
It was
It's a long time ago. The marketplace/bazaar need to have a good working out, and then lastly, we want to have some synergy between the Defender and the Merchantman. So we found a way to get a Defender hangar on board. So that obviously has big consequences for the ship. So let's talk about the exterior.
I guess thinking about it seems so long ago since I started on this, but the addition of the Defender to the ship basically had the biggest impact in a way.
Yeah, 吹水啊！我想睇
Defender's not a slim ship, is it?
No, it's deceptively big to me. Like the defender, I always think in my head that it's this tiny little thing, but
in flight mode it's quite slim.
Yeah.
But then when it's landed, it's got this sort of
big stance.
Yeah.
佢哋會唔會有一種 feel 咧？就係佢哋要撐，要吹肯吹水撐夠唔知幾耐咁樣。
應該就係咁咯。
And I said before, we did an initial round of concept work, and it was sort of done more in isolation. So we didn't really have a full interior, and we sort of treated it more as, okay, we need a corridor, we need an idea of a marketplace, we need an idea of a bridge, and we'll kind of sort of piece them together.
啱啱興奮嘅 chat 而家變嬲怒嘅 chat。
something like that. Obviously process.
肯話冇嘢出嚟睇。
佢話唔好再 show 個樣俾我睇。
Show me the shit 咁樣。Stop talking。係俾我爆炸。唔好咁拖戲咯，即係大家都想睇嘅嘢。
When you kind of do it, obviously this big ship, so you think, oh yeah, we can make whatever room this size and it'd be.
即係我覺得佢size，佢呢個直播咧應該就係最好就係
to our side, so by you spending the time to actually fully
即係淨係播呢集大家最想睇嘅嘢，咁其他嘢你就擺上 YouTube channel 等啲人自己睇，即係你想知嘅你咪自己睇咯。而且你有 skip 噶嘛 YouTube 嗰度，咁你如果擺喺直播度，但係揀逼你睇㗎嘛，咁真係好不歡喎，咁成個感覺真係。
你頭先話呢個萬眾期待嘅選舉一張圖咯喎，有啦。
Scaled up it now
doesn't fit
the hang
of it. We'll get to the solution in a little bit.
Yeah.
And just a quick shot of the front.
And you can actually see that
from the front it hasn't actually changed that much. It's grown a little bit in height, but gained a little bit of body mass. Overall, pretty similar. I mean,
我想睇佢 render 咗個圖係點樣。
應該未有。
咁
耐先出咗張 draft。
俾
好似隻雞
威 boss 嘅 render 會好啲咯。
好似隻趴低就要食嘢雞，
有啲似 fantasy 嘅東西。
And so between myself, concept artists,
Chocobo,
Gibson, one of the CID
designers,
we basically met twice a week.
係喎，話說我最近買咗炒麵王。
Basically gone through this shit.
我發現咧，
買咩啊？
我發覺最近炒麵王咧有個蒲燒鰻魚味喎。
Yeah.
新味
新味。
我今日買。
我發覺炒麵王有隻比起鬼辣更加黐線嘅辣咯。
I've not had a nervous breakdown. Actually，
已經無聊到要講炒麵王。
唔係你講起啊嘛，大佬。
I think this is the one that like.
啲咩辣個鬼辣
？Really scared, and then the kind of like the closer you
好似叫魔辣定唔知咩
又新嘅。
阿峰買一盒翻嚟到而家未食，擺咗去先。
有觀眾話咧，3億美金對於研發新 game 嚟講差唔多。即係佢賣街之後，佢應該會 keep 住去整噶嘛。哇
！So basically, we've one of the sort of
哇，幾型棍喎！呢個開倉嘅模式。即係我諗佢 keep 住整嘅時候，咁佢如果佢整好咗佢嗰單人模式 Squadron 42嘅時候，咁佢應該會有一嚿新嘅錢入嚟嘅。咁佢就應該賺更加多錢。3億8千萬。
It sort of hovers and then shifts along. So it's basically given us a lot of opportunity for creativity. So hangar here, it's always multi-part as well.
希望有一個獨特嘅遊戲機制，唔係純粹一 simulator。
This is with the
佢應該陣間會講，我最期待想知係佢嗰動態經濟系統啦。
One of the original cool things of the merch
獨特嘅遊戲機制。慢慢等大家睇，而家淨係講船啫嘛。我唔知啊，但係你做咗 simulator 就要有好多獨特遊戲機制咯，所以我覺得冇衝突嘅呢兩個。但 simulator 你講到話，當然佢如果忽略咗個 gameplay element， 好似話DCS， 如果大家知道係乜嘢話，咩 digital 咩 combat simulator 喺 Steam 度有買嘅，嗰個就真係一 simulator 咯。咁當然入邊有 gameplay element， 但係 gameplay element 唔係佢哋嘅重點咯。 即係我覺得佢喺應該會做一啲 balance 咯，玩落先知係咯。等下啦，睇下佢哋整係點。哇！呢個咩嚟㗎？
佢啱啱都有蛇叔俾你睇啦。
哇！咁型嘅，
隱藏炮塔嚟嗰個係。
好 fantasy 喎呢個係。認真。
Yeah, and when the weaponry is unknown.
我覺得佢嗰啲船嗰啲畫面可以 hold 耐啲，你唔好擺完之後你
騷擾。
係咯，你擺完之後你可能重複播幾次或者定格都好啲嘅。唉，我哋想睇隻船多睇你嘅樣咯。
Even though it's only a turret, a gunner, you still got to kind of take all the consideration you take.
哇 ，chat 有個好嬲喎，打咗段 paragraph 出嚟。
你講咩啊？
Yes, you know.
I've had enough of this old guy talking. Where is the gameplay?
唔係 copy 啊，係啊
，copy 係啊。但我睇夠呢個光頭佬講嘢，幾時先有 gameplay？
我又嘴炮下先。
Reveal the turret. Also to elevate the turret, still
香港嘅代表老控要講嘢，
講呢啲真係搞到
stop talking。
咁啊唔好 stop talking，show us more 算啦。
Most fighters have equipped them, but they're on these point defense turrets. So obviously, the ship was big to start with. It's bigger now. It's more of a target for missiles and torpedoes, and one of the best ways we have in game to counter those is these automated point defense turrets. So, but I know again, well, humans have.
有 chat 有人叫唔好 ban 人喎，佢 ban 咗人咩？
We'll take that and we'll use our own guns. So it's got 4 of these.
咁大鑊添啊！
So there's 2 on top near the bridge, and then I think we see the other 2
ban 咩啊？ ban 人睇 Twitch 啊
！360 degrees.
ban 人喺個 chat 度，即係有人 at 個官方叫佢唔好 stop banning people 咁樣，好似見到。
Size 4 remote turrets under the wings. These are controlled.
搞到好似真係砌到出嚟嘅。
官方嗰條友都好扯下喎，佢要睇住望住個 check 嘅係咁 ban 人，辛苦。
真係黐線嘅。
Yeah, you kind of need to make sure that.
I mean, basically, yeah. It's a bit of a TARDIS. It's a bit of a there's as people will see, there's a whole bunch of extra stuff that we've squeezed into this compared to the first one. So there's always been this feature on the.
真係好似砌到出嚟嘅 star， 即係
見到咩
嚟嘅咩字嚟嘅
？Some people called it the paddle, some people called it the flipper. But Chris was like, okay, needs.
你講嗰隻船啊，係咪啊？呢個觀眾。
It is very dominant.
Yeah.
I'll always remember that one bit of Defender concept art where it's just there, just destroying a mountain. It flies over, just dragging it through.
So we've, it's a multifunction essentially because.
開始嬲喎個 check 嗰啲人。
At the top of that flipper, fuel scoop, sorry, is basically the entrance to the marketplace for traders and the public. So it was,
concept city 神啲人話佢。
It needs to, it needs to do its job, but it also needs to look visually appealing because it's going to be the entrance. So there was, and we'll see that in a second. But it was always a tricky thing to solve.
啱啱有觀眾話3億算差唔多，跟住呢個觀眾又3億叫唔多。
As John mentioned earlier, the ship
Star Citizen 全球最高投資量嘅 game， 大佬你唔識唔好行出嚟。你可以揾
美金喎，
你可以
唔知係咪美金啊？
我記得 GTA 5都好似成日都用 GTA 5同佢比。
I mean, the funny thing is, this is the mode.
用咩咯？用 CD Projekt 同佢比咯，用 Cyberpunk 同佢比。
Cyberpunk 炒車嘅唔好同佢比。Cyberpunk 嘅用得最多錢就 marketing 嗰個位，賣嗰啲垃圾廣告。
都係買咗奇洛里維斯嘅。
But in the end, I think, simplicity wins out. I mean,
they're not small bits of wing to move.
Yeah.
Kind of.
There's gaps here, and we haven't got the mesh in there, but there will be. We'll work it out for you, Ben.
Yeah.
So you can see here, this is basically a shot of what is the fuel scoop, but it transforms again and becomes this pathway to the marketplace. So you'll have this, basically we wanted this experience again, it's kind of the red carpet treatment. You're walking up into the marketplace. It's not in this image, but we will.
都係超大嚿。
GTA 5係265個 million 啊。
Awnings basically that will sort of come out as well, and so we'll have that.
你把換算翻喎。
I think for me, this is one of the ships that really excites me because it is very different to, not all a lot of the ships that we've done.
2億6,500萬美金。
Initial experience, like you say, of seeing this thing kind of like
2億6,000萬係啦。GTA 5嘅 budget 係
entering into. It's
已經超越咗 GTA 5， 差唔多3分。
up those steps.
唔係喎，超越咗一半。
One of our kind of
超越咗啦。
space station，
但係 GTA 5佢仲要係有 marketing 嘅 budget 噶嘛，佢賣好多廣告嗰啲噶嘛。咁而 Star Citizen
都好多活動嘅。
嗰個係咯，佢有活動，但係佢啲活動係會收翻嚟錢噶嘛。即係你去
唔係同埋即同埋你仲有嗰啲佢之前出嗰啲每一架機都有啲廣告啊，有啲扮Top Gear 嗰啲片咧，嗰啲都要錢。
都係。
嗰啲都係 PR 嘅錢。
但係應該相對嚟講少好多啩，我估。應該唔會有 GTA， 即係唔會有2077啊，或者其他一般普通 game 咁多廣告咯。即係嗰啲，我覺得應該
佢都冇嘢 sell， 佢都 sell 唔到。
That's look interesting 少到。好，你講邊個位咧？呢位觀眾係星際奇異號，3億有幾多？啱啱我已經講咗 GTA 5係2億6千萬，2億6,500萬 budget。GTA 5。
大家要記住係美金喎，唔係港紙咯。
但係 GTA 5佢係成熟嘅公司嚟噶嘛 ，Rockstar 係佢做咗好多年 game 啊嘛，所以佢應該走少好彎路咯。如果呢隻 game
Robert 都成熟㗎，不過佢就係要走彎路啊嘛。
唔係，但即我指嘅係佢即係 Rockstar 你整 GTA 5嘅時候，佢已經有一個1000人嘅 studio 係咪有幾個？
係咩係有良好嘅體制咯？
係咯，佢有個良好嘅起跑咯，咁但係 Chris Roberts 整呢個 game 嘅時候，佢得幾十條友開始，10零20條友，跟住佢而家嘥幾年時間擴展到而家好似有400幾個人去做呢一樣嘢。GTA 5係有超過1000個人去做喎。
Your cargo is more protected as well.
Yeah, and that's kind of, I guess, a key element of it, isn't it? Is not only having the like footfall into your marketplace, but these big trade items, you're going to need to deliver them.
Yep. So we're going to move on to, so we've been looking at sort of functional images of, basically explaining how we've been dealing with design decisions and how that's affected art. And so now we move on to the sort of the sexy stuff of looking at how we've taken the sort of the existing Banu materials.
終於有啲嘢睇啦！哇，幾有 feel 喎呢個。
And then just progressing it a little bit further.
我諗起嗰啲武器 skin 咯，我見到呢啲嘢就
係似嗰啲 fantasy prop design。
But in terms of where it's heading, it's really quite exciting.
佢呢個材質又搞到我有啲冇覺得咁正。
你唔中意呢個？
你咪期待佢啲工業風？
你中意工業風啊？
我覺得佢呢個款 Anfield 少少會好睇啲。
啱我最常 Anfield 嘅咩？
唔係呢個 BMM。
唔係呢個 B 呢個唔係嗰個外星嗰個。
外星船廠嘅係咯，咁
係外星船廠，咁所以先咁筋肉 feel 嘅啫，即係咁流線，跟住又有嗰架敵軍機啊嘛！之前個 simulation 嗰隻敵軍機咪就係嗰個圓餅咯。
圓餅
咩？你記唔記得之前好耐之前一開頭可以揸架 Onet 出去打仗咁樣噶嘛？純粹係周圍飛周圍打噶嘛。係啊，嗰陣時嗰啲敵軍船咪就係嗰個樣。
我明啊，
就係呢架船入邊嗰個圓餅船。
但係呢個係另一個外星種族嚟喎，應該係外星船嚟嘅咩？呢個係，即係佢有船廠啊，個設定背景設定，佢係外星船廠，但係佢唔係，佢係一個唔
係敵軍嗰個種族咯，
係啦，另一個種族嘅外星船廠咧，呢個
係似咯，似樣咯，咁唔係咯，對唔住我記錯咯，
我冇屌我講啦，
差唔多樣啊。
And this is still work in progress, you know.
唔係啊，但係佢嗰個型真係 Enfield 嘅話會型啲咯，即係軍工少少真係型啲。
show 耐啲張 image 真係好難咩？
係或者擺個頭喺右下角咯。
係咯。
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get a good kick off on this one.
佢哋打燈打得好靚，所以唔想嘥嘢你同我講。
每個人個 close up 係唔同顏色噶啦，個背景
冇錯。
Magical mystery tour
through the interior. Yep, yep. So
1 hour 45 minutes.
A lot simpler, wasn't it? Yeah. Back in the day, it was pre-metric, so we didn't have all the requirements in place.
No components.
No components. The marketplace is a lot simpler in here, and so with
好酷啊
！Banu Merchantman 2.0，
又係斬一斬，跟住就俾咗人嘢咯，我睇。我都睇下嗰啲細節啊！唉，真係好嬲啊！唉，真係好嬲。
You can see from this cutaway, and it's kind of hard to show all the pathways.
做 live switching 嗰個 operator 唔識做，
應該唔係 live 嘅，呢個應該係 P 六係咯，應該係 P 六嘅，我覺得係。
You know. As a trader, you're locked off to a certain route.
又係斬一斬。
You've got access to everywhere, but as a trader, you're like, okay, well, you've got these areas you can get to. You can come in from.
啲人開始唔耐煩。
And there's 2 different docking collars. You know, there's
the larger one on one side
and the ship to station, and then that funnels you into the marketplace, and then you can go back down through the flipper or vice versa, the fuel scoop. And so, you know,
有好多貨櫃喺個肚度喎，佢好似話會將嗰啲貨櫃，好似而家咁樣係 standard 晒同一個 size 咯。
A lot of just shifting the internals around. You know, there's 2 elevators in this. There's one for crew. There's one for traders. Again,
I think that kind of like builds on the experience of someone coming to buy stuff there though, and. To me, that's kind of like part of the lure of the ship is that, you know, like you say, the crew have their own everything set up, but the kind of like the people that are coming to spend money, that experience is like the kind of like one of the core elements of that ship. That's what makes it kind of so special.
A different experience to coming on board it that way versus living on board it and
totally
working on board.
And so we'll see here that these are like previs images. These are straight out of 3D Studio Max with a bit of Photoshop magic, but it's just giving you an idea of that going up the fuel scoop or the market entrance. You know, you'll have the awnings all folded out. Should be a real grand experience. Will we have red carpet?
I kind of like, I don't know why in my head it's like Aladdin's cave. Do you know what I mean? That's what it kind of.
And we had some reference images as well.
Oh, okay.
For the marketplace, and so here you've walked up. And again, this is always in this concept. This tree of life, essentially. So basically, you enter at the base of the tree, and then it forms the spine, and then. That tree branches out. That's always been this organic theory.
The same in the Defender. You come in the Defender up the ramp.
Yes.
And then you have that big central tree which houses components, and then that stretches out and back around to form.
So the line work in this is a little more sort of refined. It has gone less organic. Compared to
有時咁擺瞓覺 icon
alien feeling. Just to
like doesn't feel like it's actually a tree that has grown and they build a ship around this kind of organic thing. It is a ship.
Yeah, absolutely. And so here is a capture from 3D Studio Max, just so it's super clear. like this is
死啦！遲啲新 con 會唔會喺度睇佢哋話啊？我哋幫每個 player 出咗隻手錶咁樣，跟住喺 digital 世界你可以買呢隻手錶啊！呢隻手錶有咩特別嘅咧？一睇喺度傾隻手錶咁樣出事，
走火入魔，
真係喎！你而家基本上就係喺度空談緊佢整嘅嗰隻船啊！呢隻船好正，有兩個 lift 嘅咁樣。
Could be special offer, could show a weapon, could just have like butterflies flying around, whatever. But this really gives you a vibe of, the complexity of the Banu sort of folded metal, that organicness, and sort of just that overall experience.
The headaches that you're going to cause me.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that Aladdin's cave.
Yeah.
You've got the little jewels hanging off the.
I really like those though. The kind of like the treatment of light in a lot of the concepts. I don't know. I'm stealing your thunder from future thing. Yeah. But the sort of these jewels and stones that are kind of going to be used as light source throughout the ship, and I think that's kind of like really nice. Just something a bit different and
fluorescent tube.
Yeah, LED lights or.
Yeah, and so we really sort of pushed on that on this one, and so here is like. There's basically as part of the tree of life in the marketplace is the elevator shaft, and so
即係有啲古代文明嘅啲 feel， 我唔知點講呢個 style 係咩 style， 呢個真係新 style。
Images everyone remembers from the original concept was that.
幾靚。
The table and looking out over the cargo.
And so we've kind of kept that.
好似
in a second, but
好似好 fantasy 咯，真係好似玩緊 WoW 咁樣。
WoW 係叫 WoW。
Which also leads to guests' habitation rooms.
In law, these trades often take a long.
基本上係一個移動 dungeon。
啲
elf 嘅 dungeon。
The ship in particular with how do Banu
快啲俾正嘢俾我哋睇啦
！Because for the defender, it was all very small scale. It's long duration, so these trades can take days, weeks, maybe months. So the people that are coming on board to trade. Need a place to stay whilst
and it's not like the people that are going to be kind of flying this they don't have in my head they don't have like a base of operations, like this is their home. So like you say, if you're trading your
shall we more the ship while we talk.
They're trying to trade really expensive high-end items, and that's kind of,
and you want them to feel special, like the thing about this always has been that making the people feel that they're in something.
有人講咗話 prefer Windows 鍵加 Shift 加 S 喎。
In this image, you've got massive gemstones. They could be whatever, but
截圖鍵 Windows 鍵加 Shift 加 S， 大家可以試下。好好用嘅截圖功能。
And so here is the conference room which we just mentioned. In the original concept, it was.
有觀眾話其實對 Star Citizen 成個 project 而言，3億 USD 咩意思啊？
But also.
打錯打漏咗 ，OK， 陣間再睇。
Waste a bit of space essentially. If you could be like, I don't need to pack it with everything. Just got to make this nice player experience where everyone feels sort of relaxed. And so that's kind of what we've been pushing with. So there's a lot of commonality that we've taken from the original and fed into this, but then also pushing further. So again, you can see the sort of like carved gemstones inlaid with more gemstones, inlaid with gold, and so again, in terms of player experience, it's going to be totally different to anything that's happened. And we've still kept that viewpoint looking into the hangar, so
the cargo bay.
Sorry, into the cargo bay. And so it's been quite a tussle trying to get everything into place. And then this is an example of one of the
好似入咗生物入邊咁樣嘅船。
佢有講過係咪想做嗰啲仿生嘅物體出嚟
？Again, keeping with the organic theme, the Banu shapes, but pushing in a slightly different palette and materials, and so it's kind of based off of the interior of a Nautilus shell. And so you can't really tell from here, but actually it circles back on itself. So there's a little internal wall there that you go behind, and that's where toilet and shower and all that sort of stuff is. And then you've got the bed in the back, and then you've got lockers and a little seating area. So you kind of like a real sort of organic journey. So again, just pushing on leveraging that Xi'an tech as well, so the chairs and the desk.
Do aliens poop?
Or just sort of held
好搞笑呢個。
So quite different.
外星船有冇廁所咧？唔知。
So that's where the traders go. But
咁佢又出架新船，咁點啊？啲人又可以將以前啲舊船補水，又換架新船咁樣。
啊，係啊，你可以加錢換㗎。
又補水，
無限吸金技術。
That docking corridor is still quite elaborate. But
that's going to be shared between.
Yeah, it's more of a shared space. There's
Please
some more
move on already.
We still want to, this has always been a theory of you've got your superstructure, then you've got your tech, and then you've got your layering of the bodywork, the cladding, and then there'll be areas where
cool shit, but this is waste of time.
By balancing those two.
你可以睇個 stream 跟住換，可以買嗰啲 highlight 喎，你可以 highlight 自己嗰個 comment 喎。
It's going to be a journey for you guys of like how we achieve all this, but this is the corridor leading to the marketplace from the docking area, and so you've got that great big green ring, which kind of sort of that we kind of put that there and kind of thinking of. It shows green when it's safe.
佢有啲 loyal 嘅點數喺 Twitch 度。
Vintage going on.
Yeah, I was having this conversation with the team this week actually about
可以換到啲嘢出嚟。
thing about kind of communicating to the player, but
可以 highlight 自己個 message 咯。
As simple as something flashing on a screen or whatever else, but just having something.
啲人貼啲瞓覺嘅啫。
I think again this will give you some really good opportunities, and again it's just the new materials, the folds. And moving on to the habitation section where sort of crew can go, people who are familiar with the Defender will really sort of see the sort of common thread here. So, the amount of gold and shiny stuff, to put it bluntly, is reduced. And so it goes to more matte materials. It's a little less display of wealth. It's a little more functional. But still got that 3D printed.
You get a lot of that sort of like layering in here as well, aren't you?
Yeah. That in the middle is what do we call it? The magic tagine.
點解佢三半麻甩佬可以講到咁耐嘢？
係咯，有咁多嘢可以講咩？真係。
咪係咯，好勁喎
！You can speak narrative for a while about how aliens eat. That could be a whole talk in itself, I feel.
It's a tricky one because it's an alien, it's a Banu ship, but it's got to support humans operating it. If you had an entirely Banu crew, if you were playing as a Banu, then some aspects of this you don't need.
肯使瞓覺意思。
They cater for both, don't they?
Yeah. And so a lot of complex stuff to sort of get our heads around. Engineering, this is a work in progress shot.
It's one of my favourite bits though. I really like this.
又係 show 1-2秒之後就即刻跳咗去嗰啲咩
levels. You've got that main middle level and you can sort of get on mini lifts to drop down to components or walk up the stairs to some elevated stuff. But essentially this is leading to the main central engine and that
我有觀眾已經講嘢啦，我有觀眾有其實 Star Citizen 咁大 project 而言咧，3億美金真心唔夠燒，10幾個行星系統加幾百個新船加百幾個新船加百幾個人手起嘅城市，個量係完全唔同。
Were you talking about whether tying it to damage or the state of the？
唔知，我諗佢 keep 住應該籌咗錢嘅，佢只要佢完成到越嚟越高，佢咪越嚟越容易籌到錢咯。咁所以佢只要佢 make 到個 progress 出嚟，咁啲人就繼續俾錢佢。咁除非佢有一日炒咗車，佢有一日喺關鍵嘅技術度炒車，佢做唔到新嘢出嚟，或者啲人已經對於佢整嘅新嘢覺得悶啦，即係我嚟嚟去都係呢啲嘢咁啲人咪要嚟燒錢俾佢，咁佢咪爆炸咯。
我而家咪覺得悶咯。
You certainly can't pick them up by yourself.
You
can't really do it with tractor beams.
唔係，即係咁講。但係你覺得佢如果真係完成咗 game 之後咧，啲人要點樣入手買呢隻 game？
我唔知會唔會擺 Steam 啊？佢自己有個 store 啦，自己用自己嘅 store 買咪得咯。 佢已經大。
唔係我嘅意思係佢會唔會要逼啲人，即係啲人一定要買一架船先可以開始玩 Star Citizen，定係你就算你唔使揸車，即係你唔使識駕駛任何載具，你都可以成為一個 Citizen。
我記得佢好似講過呢樣嘢，好似唔使船都可以入到去玩。
唔一定買一個載具。
而家好似買一個載具咧，但係之後佢整到某個程度好似唔使，我唔係好記得。我見到有人寫 Next 嘅 FFS 咯。
Poor guy moving.
Fast forward.
But yeah, as a result of all this change,
FFX 唔係 fast forward。
FFS 係第二樣嘢嚟㗎。終於有人講嘢啊！
really been proved out. It's still big. So it's around 2,800, which is not a small amount of cargo by any means. So it's still well above most ships, but until you get to the hull series,
I was going to say, I can't remember what a whole series.
The hull is over 3,000.
突然之間我掛住 YouTube 嘅2倍速。
係啊
，but maybe not quite.
要擺 YouTube 度算啦。
An image that we created sort of on round 2, and we're sort of leveraging that heavily. So a lot of those shapes will appear into this new stuff, but in this new sort of configuration, you're able to access the bridge, but you're also able to access the.
哇！爭少少睇唔明佢架船嗰張圖。
It's more of an experience.
出入靠
side corridors which leads you to.
It's got a special name though.
出入靠 Uber。
meditation room. I can't remember.
佢有啲公共交通工具可以搭㗎嘛。
Approved name wasn't there? I can't think what it is.
或者你可以搭的士咯，係咯。另一個玩家載你去嗰個位度啦，直接係。
Space bar。
Space bar。
We've kind of got sort of equivalent.
Space Uber.
That's kind of the theory. So it's like this nice little.
Uber。
So that's been quite fun.
我覺得我特登到 Uber 我 Uber 個名 Q 好多啊，特登突錯佢 Uber Eat。好正，我唔知我會中意呢個花名。之後有觀眾話之後有商務太空航班可以真係唔使遊船。
An 8-person crew now.
係咯，即係所以我就係想問，即係如果我係一個新嘅玩家，我想買呢隻 game，咁我就直接俾一個價錢買呢隻 game，就唔會換取到任何載具咁樣去進入呢個遊戲入邊。
所以我唔知日後收費模式係點樣，佢係月費啊，定係買斷啊，定係乜嘢啦？
唔係話月費打柒佢，
應該唔會月費嘅，因為我覺得應該唔係月費，可能會出啲咩，但係佢 keep 住賺錢去 keep 住啲 game 會 run 噶嘛。
但係佢月費先可以 keep 住 update。
佢可能整 skin 咯，我唔知整啲船嘅 skin，我覺得5蚊應該大班人夠充啦，而家賣 skin 嘅買啲船嘅。
唔得嘅 skin 喺依家市場係唔 work 嘅，只能夠月費。
但係月費咁，我哋抌咗佢咁多錢落去，咁又整月費又有啲奇怪怪喎。
都我講啊。
咁如果你唔供月費，咁你抌咗落去嘅錢點樣咧？
冇啦。
我諗唔會冇嘅，只不過你入唔到 game 咯。
係啊，入唔到 game 咯，你入買翻咪有。
係咯，但係我唔知佢點樣做落去。會唔會有觀眾話會唔會有雨夜屠夫出現咩意思？
哇！你咁樣講似係，即係我一開頭 invest 咗一筆錢落嚟咁計啦，跟住如果我唔繼續供錢落去嘅話，我筆錢就冇咗。
唔會啊，你 virtually 架機仲喺度啊。
係咯，
我頂，
叫佢供翻錢。
真係，
即係如果真係咁，但係我覺得唔會啩，我覺得應該淨係賣，可能賣啲 skin 或者我唔知點樣。
你個 on-it 就會變咗一個 crypto art， 一個電子藝術品，用唔到嘅，玩唔到，掂唔到嘅 ，untangible 嘅存在。
但係佢而家嗰個
你擁有嘅一個 digital 數據。
但係佢而家嗰個模式就係，即係你覺得呢隻 game 係你想 support 呢隻 game， 所以你俾夠錢佢，而佢整翻回饋俾你，佢唔係真正一個買賣嘅一個模式咯。
唔係，呢個係一開頭佢已經聲明咗嘅嘢。
last time we did one of these panels. We showed some concept ships or some ideas.
哇，係咪終於到 next part 啊？哇
！Everyone
Next
focused on
ship.
them, obviously, as this is pre-recorded.
繼續
Next
計
concept ship.
Interact with the crowd and get a feel of that. So
fight amongst ourselves.
跟住啲人翻嗰啲 over， 跟住 oh no， 原來繼續緊啊！
So
跟住啲人就問啊
explain how you can sort
唉
of
頂唔緊啦真係。
express your preference for what we show today, and we will see what comes of that. But
喂
first,
喂，係咪完
let's
啦？
go over
完啦
what we
完啦
did last time. So we had this ground mining vehicle concept.
啊
We had the Xi'an small cargo. We had the
Boo,
Tavaran
no.
light fighter. People may recognise a sort of a pattern emerging here.
係咪有得投票啊？
And then a small refinery ship. So let's see what's happened
好似係喎
over the last few years. So that small ground miner.
轉錯字喎佢
That Rock and the Rock DS. The Gatak Raylan was the Xi'an small cargo, and that was very close to that concept thumbnail that we did.
It was, wasn't it?
We have the Asperia Talon.
啊，呢個出咗嘅，呢個好似出咗，係咪出咗咧？
And then the fourth one, which
哇，好型嚟㗎。
喂，乜嘢啊
Mystery.
？Mystery。OK。
I like this because
有觀眾話
I
咩？
wasn't involved with this last time.
隻 game 出咗之後，好可能會唔再用真金買船，要全部燒乾。係，我記得佢好似話出咗之後就唔會可以買到船咯。
People don't know about.
唔可以用真錢換船咯。
Pretty confidently say people will know
所以
about
佢
it
一
very soon.
會用第啲方法。我覺得賣 skin 係最實際嘅。
我覺得應該係月費，
Again, we got 4 more
睇下到時點。
我都覺得係 wow 咁樣 pay to
合理嘅合理。
is a big
Pay to play
explorer
先係最
ship, so
balance，
we obviously have the Caracas, the
Pay to
the
play
pinnacle
有機會最 balance。
explorer ships, but
冇得 speed run 隻 game pay to play。
冇啊，
Speedrun
釣魚啊！
啊咩？
係供樓啊
Money 戰士係咪 ？Money Warrior。
I'm down for that.
then we have
Speed run Star Citizen。
There's a right mismatch there. So we've got 2 little small vehicles and what looks like an APC.
仲有得投票添。
They all look cool.
啲人喺 chat 入邊投票。
Although they're not as grand and exciting as the ships, I think they're just really fun. And it's nice. They're nice things to work on because they are kind of contained and they are quite small. They are, I was going to say like less complex, but they're probably not that much less complex than a ship because they still require all the same sort of.
啊，點解冇人中意 C 嘅？有冇搞錯？我中意 C 喎。
Yeah, you got to fit everything in a small space. But I think the ground vehicles kind of they just add that extra element of fun when you are playing with your friends. That it's you know it's not all just about space. We've got some beautiful planets and being able to explore them not by a foot is good.
Yeah.
I don't see a floating.
啊，真係冇人中意 C 喎，好 sad 啊！
Floating noodle bike. That's still on
有
the
時都見到啊。
PJ special.
唔係佢哋勁中意 A 喎。
Trying to like just wear.
我唔明喎，點解佢哋會即係都飛船年代啦，仲要揸翻有4個轆嘅嘢 get 唔到。
Delivery quad bike.
Yeah.
Could be.
驚啊！
而家佢嗰個觀眾咧跌緊，我記得啱啱成3萬1啦，而家去到3萬啦。
Yeah, so that's
因為佢
we
覺得
have some
太
gravel
無聊啊。
bikes in game at the moment, but this is a sort of a more stable, secure option because anyone that's flown gravel
觀眾話
bikes
之前玩 old game，
experience probably
咩
some
old
mild
game
terror.
玩 game 用運輸船去交換物品，最少要等6個鐘，整個大船至少要用成個月。交換物品係咪 refinery 啊？你講緊嗰個？
It's been a
嗰
while.
個去提煉嗰啲礦物嗰個程序係咪
The last option D is a bomber ship.
你係想 C 啊
？Hercules A2, which is coming this patch. That
我中意 C 啊，即係
big bombs.
hovercraft 咯，即係
電單車，電單車
漂浮嘅
電單車。
Ground bomber. We have bombers like the Retaliator and Eclipse with them, or torpedoes. This would be another single man, get in, get out, drop your bombs, job. So
I know I've kind of said I like all of them.
因為你始終拍低架船之後，你仲要 travel 噶嘛，
係啊，
有架輕便嘅唔受地形限制嘅小型電單車，
電動仔，
即係電單飛船，係幾正。
而家有啦，而家有2款咯。
Big ships. I cannot lie.
漂浮我要。
係啊，兩款都漂浮。
咁啊 OK 咯，所以我唔明點解要揀翻有碌嘅嘢。唔係 A 原來係架船嚟嘅。
啲人
A 係一架貨運船，
啲人中意船啊嘛，因為船可以行嚟行去啊嘛，大件。
A 應該就係高 van 嚟㗎，應該係因為佢話嗰啲4隻都係小型㗎嘛。咁 A 嗰架係小型貨運船，即係咩啊？即係小型客貨車咯，即係 van 仔。即係 high AC 咯，飛船界 high AC。
Definitely don't come down trying to split them.
會唔會有翻張圖出嚟？
真係好無聊，唉，頂唔緊咧，疏咗頭一2秒，唉，下下都要講呢嘢。但係而家嗰個 chat 好似興奮咗好多，冇人話 boring 啊咁啲嘢咯。
我 miss 咗 ABCD 啊。
The show, so obviously it would have been easier to do this.
你仲未睇到 ABCD 啊？
唔係 miss 咗
，miss 咗，唔知撳電話定乜嘢啊
？miss 咗好多次，唔係因為冇預兆嘛，就係3條馬路傾下偈，突然之間 ABCD， 跟住就唔見咗，跟住望翻過嚟都仲係3條馬路。
Closing
啱啊，係啊，翻返嚟都係馬路。
That's a wrap for us.
Closing 啊 ！Oh my god！ 耶，拜拜。
Season con done.
Yeah. Welcome to the club. Yeah. And Paul Jones art director.
Closing 係咪即係個 event 要完啊？
唔會啊，佢哋 part closing 啊。
佢就6點啊，佢哋嗰 part closing 咗，佢有幾個 session 噶嘛。
喂，唔係喎咁樣嘅。
哦，呢個 community 即係你而家播緊嘅玩家拍嘅片咯。OK， 有個觀眾嘅話係一個網頁版嘅太空模擬遊戲，可以打工會節咗嗰度做商人。網頁版有冇應該好耐之前咯，係咪？佢而家成件衫去變雪條咯。
Looks like you need a beer mate.
幫個啤酒賣廣告，呢啲玩家整嘅喎，呢全部都係。
What？
幾正喎呢個，冇得幫遊戲入邊嘅啤酒 brand 做廣告。誒有咩啊
？AI application accepted. Report to Emirates Harbor.
Welcome to Nova. Today you can join one of our 5 branches. Nova Core, specializing in industry and commerce.
好似 Gary Smart 咁係㗎。
Recreational activities and public relations.
之前個個都係升降機廣告啦，有啲。即係升降機入邊嗰啲廣告 feel 咯，我唔知點講呢個 feel， 但係呢個 feel 好熟悉啊，我講唔出。
咪就係2級別嘅垃圾廣告。
The Science and Exploration Branch. The future is in your hands.
即係你明知佢好撚垃圾，但係你唔介意你花時間去睇呢堆咁嘅垃圾，因為你卡撚住咗喺個升降機度，就係嗰種感覺。你而家睇緊個 live， 跟住你要睇完。
哇！呢個真人嚟喎，呢個係
咩真人
？We're a slaver in the heart of Cathcart. Meets new people every day, but just can't find
P 上去咯。
哇！佢特登整嗰堆甲出嚟 cosplay。
Perhaps a little magic can happen.
我覺得睇呢計有趣咯，有趣嗰3條一鳩 up 咯。
Replace Me comes a romantic comedy with a pirate's heart of gold, Sleepless in Stanton. Coming soon to the Spectrum on Cathcart Public Access.
We build more than money could afford and grow beyond what would define power.
We venture into the future and stand together in unity.
We are the Galactic Union.
哇！哦，呢個工會廣告嚟㗎係嘛？
有啲係咯，啤酒個應該唔係工會廣告。
啤酒個好嘅先正啊！
Welcome back.
Okay.
You're watching CitizenCon 2951. Just in case you saw the Benny Merchantman and lost all sense of time, space, and reality there. That was the ship talk presentation. So the forward is real and visible. The Endo Liberator may become the hero of Pyro when players are left without all the gas stations everywhere. And the Banu Merchantman aims to take the crowd of coolest spacecraft in the game. Plus, you can vote to prioritize one of the next ships to move into development. Voting should be enabled now on the very special comm link found on the robertsspaceindustries.com website. And if it isn't, give it some time. I'm willing to bet the site is being hammered just a little bit at the moment. Now, as for what you folks had to say during the presentation, we're going to try this again. All right, Twitch chat, don't let me down. Dial Tone said, "Yo, dog, we heard you like ships, so we made a ship to ship your ships, so you can ship while you ship." Ora Valido said, "They're shipping the shipping shippings. Been enjoying CitizenCon a lot. Thanks for the amazing work." Medusa One says, "It's so stupid. I love it." I don't know which ship he's talking about, but we'll take it. Enigmarin says, "The new most important ship in Star Citizen." That's still me and Jay Lee, dude. Blix88 says, "Bucket carrier." Yes, finally. And Lars19 says, "Balloon Merchantman."
What the fuck? 有觀眾話咧，如果而家有 game 嘅玩家可以正式之後特別梯到你我榮譽公民我心肥，就可以用一啲平啲年金版，其實我都可以接受。有觀眾咁講，年金我唔我覺得開心啲咯，咁個感覺即係玩 Star Citizen， 我覺得玩 Star Citizen 都唔係好缺錢嗰啲人。大部分啦，我諗係啦。咁但係如果有呢啲咁嘅優惠，當然好啲。即係最主要係要有一個比較特別嘅 treatment 咯，即係你係一個 backer， 所以我就俾一啲好特別嘅 offer 你咁樣，你有個咁嘅感覺其實就已經 OK 啊，我覺得。
I'm told the platform team is literally watching this stream right now, waiting for me to say the word, and they will drop the patch.
Huh?
So all I have to do is say the word. Whew. That's a lot of pressure. But if I say the word and the patch drops, then they'll leave. And I'll be here by myself.
即時有 patch.
Why would I want that?
我唔明喎，佢 say the word 嘅點樣？
You know, this reminds me of the time when I had that big crazy beard that I said I would shave when 3.0 came out. And then right before 3.0 came out, everybody was on the Go Live call, and everybody was like, "Yeah, it's ready, yeah, it's ready, yeah, it's ready." And then CR made everybody wait an additional 5 minutes just to torture me. You remember that, CR? Pepperidge Farms remembers that. All right, I've pushed the gag too far, as it seems. All right, here we go. Countdown, ready?
Say what 之後點？我唔知佢做咩。
And 3, 2, 1, go.
佢要俾大家 down update 啊！
你
That was predictable.
呢個 game error 嚟嘅，呢個係。
Let's go now to Ali Brown, Christopher Bolte, and Daryl Barnes, and learn more about Gen 12 and the multi-core of Vulcan.
What?
你睇咗個投票拎未啊？
投咗
啦。
Hi, I'm Ali Brown, Director of Graphics Engineering here at Cloud Imperium Games. And today we're going to be talking about Gen 12, our new multi-core renderer. From Christopher Bolte, our core engine architect, and Daryl Barnes, our graphics programmer. And today we're going to be talking about our new renderer, Vulcan, which is the backend API we use, and the progress of how we're doing so far, and what's next for the graphics. So to help understand the need for the Gen 12 renderer,
architecture
we'll take a look at the high-level structure of our existing renderer to try and understand how the new render will differ. So here you see a diagram, very simplified, of our overall architecture. And on the left-hand side, you can see the 3D engine, and that's what manages all the visible objects in the scene, for example, their position, their size, and ultimately is responsible for the culling of them objects and deciding what should be sent through on screen each frame to the renderer. And obviously, the job of the renderer is to feed out the image at the end of the frame. And to do this, to manage this process, all of these objects have to pass through this single universal pipe, this conduit of information in the center. And as a result of that, every object has to come through a certain amount of settings or paperwork and baggage to describe how they should be configured,
3D engine
represented on the diagram by these.
mesh
So this type of design initially seems very flexible, having this universal pipe. You can very easily toggle certain settings and get a very different rendered result for each object. But the reality is actually that the objects and the renderer both end up extremely complicated.
唔係嘅合理嘅，即係只係一間公司要同個投資者 report 翻究竟做緊啲乜嘢咁樣樣咯。即係但係啲投資者唔識㗎嘛，屌！
反正俾啲人話佢又係 scam 嘅，因為話食嘅，唉頂唔緊嘅。
So how does our Gen 12 renderer differ from this? Well, the methodology we're taking on is to try and make everything as explicit as possible. And we're trying to minimize all these redundant connections and switches and configuration options and try and get things much more streamlined. So to do this, each object in the world will directly communicate with the render path responsible for drawing that object at startup time. So when the object is first spawned, it will communicate directly with the path responsible for it and pre-configure everything possible at that stage. Now this has a bunch of benefits. So by speaking directly to the thing that's rendering it doesn't have to worry about all the other rendering systems.
會有啲新消息，可能一個新 trailer， 跟住 trailer 嘅尾部有一個日期咁樣。
我嗰個日期會寫住 coming soon 咯，應該
coming soon 冇日期
咯。So each of these passes then goes on to generate low-level commands that are actually going to map directly to our graphics API, which is the piece of software that sits just above your GPU driver. And this backend collects and executes all of these instructions.
你不如 show 埋啲 code 出嚟啦，直接將個 source code 擺出嚟先。嗱，我哋咧喺呢度咧，之前漏咗個 semicolon， 我哋加翻。
跟啲人話啲 game is a scam， 就得派膠咁樣講。
我覺得唔係 scam 嘅，
唔係佢講笑咯，佢講笑咯，佢扮嗰啲人喺度講咯。
係，但係好攰咯，即係等到即係
個 feel 個觀感跌緊啦。我啱啱 check 由31,000，而家係29,000啦。
哦，1,000咁做啊，好反高潮啊！成件事。
One after another.
啱啱開始嘅時候還可以，跟住突然之間你擺啲勁悶嗰啲嘢落去咧。但係睇佢啲，
其實3個人嘅 setting 係冇問題，即係啱啱講車嗰3個人冇問題嘅，真心。但係佢哋要講到好似 Top Gear 咁樣，即係佢要講到好似 Top Gear 嗰3個主持咁樣。This car with 340 horsepower and it delivers no nothing。
但係 Top Gear 好綜藝 feel 噶嘛？呢個我根本唔做唔到。
佢最好綜藝少少啊！如果唔係我就好似啱啱我真係爭啲瞓着。
or multiple builders to work on this in parallel to unblock the join.
而家又講啲咩？
So on, you can
而家係講緊點樣 render 啲嘢出嚟
try and reduce the critical path, and that is our focus when we're optimizing multi-threaded code. However, not all tasks are trivial to run in parallel, and sometimes it's impossible to actually run them in parallel. So you will end up with these unallocated capacity space and these bubbles. And in this case, if we imagine the electrician was in fact our GPU, then the fact that it takes longer is just going to result in a CPU bubble, which is unavoidable. And this type of thing happens very frequently if you have a configuration, for example, a very fast GPU and a very slow CPU, then unavoidably one of them's two systems is going to have a bubble. So we can fill these bubbles with non-critical work like streaming meshes or textures, and this can help fill the unused CPU capacity. And this can be useful to try and get some extra work done, but ultimately it's not going to improve the performance of the frame. And the point I really wanted to drive home was that the CPU and GPU utilization, which are often looked at as key
佢好似
indicators
比
of performance
喻緊
aren't
用
actually the
用
direct
啲
things
咩
that
工人嚟
are
去比
useful
喻
statistics.
個
Ultimately, frame times
rendering
that
個
only can
process
matter
點
and
樣
things
去
like that
點樣
result in
去
frame times.
節省能源，
So as we roll out Gen
因為
12,
節
we'll
省個
hopefully put some new
resource，即
statistics
係
in
優
there
化
that the players
佢
can
講緊
see
嘅
to
優
help
化
them
嘅
understand the
邏輯
performance
係
and
咩？
understand these bubbles, and that should hopefully give a little bit clearer insight into the performance of the renderer. So how we actually achieve this parallelism in practice, that's going to come down to two major changes. One is the architectural changes, which Christopher will talk us through, and the second is the Vulkan graphics API that Daryl is going to talk us through.
Welcome to the next section of our Gen 12 renderer presentation. My name is Christopher Bolte, Core Engine Architect here at Cloud Imperium Games, and I would like to spend the next few minutes introducing the high-level architecture of our in-development Gen 12 renderer. For this section, I will focus on the rendering of object instances in the world, for example chairs, walls, characters, or spaceships. This part of the rendering pipeline is called scene object rendering and has the largest impact on the performance. There's also a lot of work happening on the architecture to manage operations which work on all pixels on the screen, so-called post effects. But I won't cover those. The current slide shows our existing renderer code setup. We have a main thread, which does all game simulation as well as figuring out what objects we should draw for every frame. And we have a render thread, which takes all those objects and translates their description into GPU comments to render on the screen. The system is set up to dump buffer the data. In other words, the render thread is working on data from the previous frame, while the main thread produces data for the next frame.
I want simple gameplay. I am a simple human. Okay.
Improvements in some situations. 唔係，即呢位觀眾講得啱嘅，即係要透明度係合理嘅，但係即係每一個受眾嘅認知都唔一樣啊！即係我哋作為投資者唔需要知道你每一條曲點樣打。
即係所有唔係話你可以將呢啲片擺喺 YouTube channel 嗰度。
係啊係，即係個鋪排嘅方法啫嘛。係啊係。
咁你喺個 stream 度就擺最多人想知、最多人想睇嘅嘢。咁我哋唔使等啊嘛，係咯。
最流口水嘅嘢擺喺個 stream 度，
係咯。咁你
咪有 feel 咯。
係咯。咁你而家浪費曬所有人嘅時間，
你用咗3萬幾個人嘅現實生活嘅時間，去將所有嘢逼晒喺一個大嘅 stream 度，不如將啲有用，唔好話有用，全部都有用。講真，但係即係將啲大家最期待、最渴望想知嘅嘢，係啦，最 scam 嘅嘢。放喺呢個 live 係咪先？就係喎。
When we utilize all CPU cores, we would still have
其他嘢我需要透明度，我咪自己再去撳咯。係咯，係咪先？我要幾透明啫？我要玩啫嘛。
所以就係咁樣咯。而家去到28,000啦個 view，個觀眾人數。
Let's take a look at some details. For example, please keep in mind that the size of the sections are chosen to visualize the cost. Relation in size doesn't necessarily translate to the same relation in CPU cost. When looking at the cost of the operations done by the render thread, a pattern quickly emerges. We pay a similar cost for every rendered object. This is called a draw call. For every draw call, some time that is spent inside our own renderer code and some part of it is spent in the GPU driver code. In the next slide, we will cover our current process as well as the next steps to move the draw call cost out of the render thread onto multiple CPU cores. We already have a level of parallelization on the main thread, used to find out what objects are visible. There we use our batch worker job system. This is a parallelization system to execute the same code on a different object instance of all CPU cores. To give an example, checking 400 objects can be split over 10 threads, so that every thread will be processed 40 objects. By doing that, the latency on the main thread until all 400 objects are done is divided by the number of threads, reducing said latency to 40 objects only. Roughly at least. As in the actual system, several low-level factors affect the execution, making this statement not fully true, but covering those who would be out of scope for this presentation. The visible check itself happens multiple times per object in a frame, as an object can be visible in the main camera, but it can also be visible in shadows or via remote location rendering. the so-called render-to-texture or RTT rendering. The slides show those pairs as simplified, as we can have more than one shadow pairs, for example. Those visibility checks or culling operations are performed on all CPU cores with the batch worker system. When an object is determined to be visible, its rendering description is copied into multiple temporary buffers. Those temporary buffers are processed on the next render thread frame.
有觀眾話好似2077咁俾個觀眾唔係好似2077咁俾個邀請 YouTuber 去玩就知個 demo 係咪 final version 玩到就得。
We are in the first implementation phase. We have defined our low-level code building blocks.
你睇2077嗰啲一開頭啲 YouTuber 啲 review 咧，個都話好好玩㗎，塞咗錢俾佢哋㗎嘛，係咪先？塞錢俾佢哋，佢哋都話咩好 wonderful experience 乜乜咁樣嗰啲啊，睇 IGN 嗰啲都係咁樣，最後咪炒晒車。
咁我覺得而家 Star Citizen 開放俾大家一齊玩係好嘅。
係咯，咁但係 Star Citizen 你可以隨時玩㗎嘛。2077唔係啊嘛，2077佢
係內部測試嚟㗎。2077嘅話係，或者係一啲被close 嘅測試啦，就唔係 open 嘅測試係型好多嘅。
我有乜驗密碼
喎？After we manage to move our own rendering code to multiple CPU cores, we would start to utilize the Vulkan API. One major selling point of the newest generation of graphics APIs, like Vulkan, is the possibility to generate GPU commands on multiple threads. That is something which wasn't possible before, and mostly the cause for the existing renderer design. The catch is, to allow efficient parallel generation of GPU commands, the data must be prepared in a certain way. And that is what we are doing right now as part of porting the scene object rendering to Gen 12 and moving our renderer code to the batch worker system. When this is done, we can implement the parallel Vulkan backend and remove the render thread. After all that work is done, our renderer should be able to process a very high number of visible objects at lower impact on the frame time. At the same time, it will make better use of the available CPU resources and have less idle time when major systems wait for each other. Thank you for your time. Daryl will now take over to cover the Vulkan side of the Gen 12 renderer.
Hi, my name is Daryl. I'm a graphics programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games, and I work closely with Vulkan and our graphics renderer to make the game look as good as it does. So what exactly is Vulkan? Well, Vulkan is a modern graphics API that allows us as developers to take great control over what you as a player sees and also affects performance greatly. As you know, we already have a few areas of bottlenecking on the CPU, but the design of Vulkan allows us to alleviate these bottlenecks by submitting work in parallel to the GPU. So I would like to explain a bit more about the software stack that's involved with our graphics in the engine. So from the image, you can see that we have a renderer front end, a renderer back end, and as well the graphics driver. The Vulkan API generally sits at the renderer back end and allows us a fine-grained control over what we develop and how we develop for it. It also gives us flexibility for cross-platform, including Windows and Linux, and anything we may want to look at in the future. The graphics driver stage is not managed by us, but we look at that and we gather information and process any crashes or any issues that might happen, and then we can deal with those further down the line. So you can see now how graphics APIs have changed over time. We're of course in the more modern section where Vulkan is on feature parity essentially with other APIs such as DirectX 12 Ultimate. You might also be wondering what a graphics API actually is, and we see that as a tool that is used for development that can interface between your graphics card as a player and us as developers so that we can give you the latest and greatest. Vulkan also has many features and extensions available to it that we will be exploring in the future, such as variable rate shading, bindless resources, and GPU accelerated ray tracing. To address any issues, we also need to collect data from our players' hardware so that we can use that to target specific features and extensions. We're not aware of any large-scale multiplayer games that captures Vulkan data live in the exact same way we do. Capturing this data allows us to plan ahead for any optimizations and then leverage that for the larger majority of players so we can bring you the latest and greatest. On screen at the moment is a diagram that shows the distribution available for Vulkan API versions amongst currently active players. This was captured in the last 3 months, and as can be seen, there is 98% of players that are able to use Vulkan fully in 1.2. We did see a negligible amount of 1.0 and some that were unavailable. We are actively looking into these cases, especially those that cannot currently run Vulkan as it is seen as unavailable. I'd like to take this opportunity to also say, please update your drivers, as we do see a few cases where this can take you straight to the latest version. I'd like to now explain a bit more about the render graph and how this works hand in hand with the Vulkan API in order to improve our usage of Vulkan. So a render graph can be seen as a collection of stages that depend on each other. This then determines the ordering, the scheduling, and the flow of the actual frame. This allows us also to then achieve any synchronization that we need to during that frame. It also helps us from a design point of view, as we can look at the render graph and see where there may be issues or potential optimizations. The render graph also allows us to keep track of any state of resources, and we can also validate against those resources as well. Now I would like to explain the render graph as a whole and give you an overview of how it works between the GPU and also how it works in terms of our frame. So a frame is made up of a collection of passes, and sometimes we require a texture to switch states, perhaps between read and write. The graphics driver used to do this for us. Now with modern APIs such as Vulkan, we need to carry out this work ourselves. What the render graph will then do is insert a pipeline barrier into the render graph and pass this work along to the GPU and switch the state. We can also cache the render graph and use any data we had from a previous frame or perhaps similar resources as an optimization. I'd now like to talk a bit about the synchronization that happens within the render graph and how resources change state. So the idea is that we want to switch the state of a resource as early as possible. We need to then also validate that this resource is in the correct state. So from the diagram, we can see that the depth prepass writes to image A, but then later on, we require to read from image A in the G buffer. So to this end, we insert a pipeline barrier for this transition between the two passes. These barriers are scheduled as GPU work, following a strict ordering dependent on other work that may have happened previously. All the work for a single stage within the frame can be carried out in a single pipeline barrier. I'd now like to talk about
I need to take a break. Nice console file, thank you.
Implementation and how this affects us as developers and you as players. We use the DirectX compiler for our shaders, and this can compile our HLSL code into SpearV. DXC is a more modern
佢之前嗰啲 con 好似係真係精彩好多
喎。佢嗰陣時都有呢啲 session 嘅，但係咧，即係佢嗰陣時係現實世界嘅時候咧， 佢搞個 con 你就可以周圍走嘅，咁咧佢就會有呢 stamina 喺間房度啊，跟住佢就你唔中意睇，你中意去就去，你唔中意去嘅話，你又可以去其他個 booth 嗰度玩第二啲嘢咁樣嘅，就唔似咁
樣。
咁啊係咯，嗱你俾第二條 link 我咪睇 technical 嘢咯，你唔俾嗰條 link 我睇 gameplay 啊？
但係佢今次冇得 booth 㗎嘛，係咪先？
咩啊？俾開兩個 live 咪 booth 咯。
DXE also gives us shader model 6. Shader models have progressed over time in HLSL, with shader model 6 now giving language support for GPU parallelism, as well as variable rate shading.
老實講，開兩個 live 一定冇人會睇嗰啲 technical 嘢。
可能少好多，我諗都會有嘅，但係少好多咯。
可能幾百個。
我真係要又要講。
Write a shader using HLSL code with some markup integrated into that HLSL. This HLSL is then passed to the preprocessor. The preprocessor then removes any of the additional code that we don't need and is dealt with accordingly, whilst then outputting just HLSL code. The HLSL code is then passed to DXC, and DXC will change this into SpearV. It's at this stage that we can carry out any additional compiler optimizations.
呢種用玩家嘅錢做玩家心中嘅遊戲，盡量減少商業上嘅考慮，唔使因為錢唔夠而急於推出一個半成品出嚟。一切為玩家服務嘅做法算係良性定惡性循環。一方面咧，遊戲可以盡善盡美，唔會似2077咁急於求成，但另一方面咧，遊戲上市就會無限後退，一日有新遊戲科技，一日都有進步，咁點先最好？我冇所謂，等啦。等啦，冇所謂，我一直都有得玩，我咪等佢出啲新嘢出嚟啦。反正我一直都有得玩，我又唔係話玩唔到。
咩？即係真係睇住隻 game 慢慢成長咯。係等得有啲辛苦嘅，但係
你而家都有得玩㗎，
係而家都有得玩，
係啊，最緊要而家有得玩。即係佢唔係話我一定要整到邊個階段先俾你玩，唔係
佢都整到某個階段先俾你嘅，但係佢就係每個里程碑都可以好透明咁俾你玩，即係好係咯。可以公開地俾你測試，咁啊呢樣係好嘅。咁當然你話盡善盡美呢樣嘢會令到個交貨日期遙無期，咁呢樣嘢就絕對有機會。但係只要佢 keep 住 show 到俾你睇，即係冇話呃唔呃啊。即係說服到你覺得係，佢真係聽用家意見，真係會 keep 住，即係科技日新月異呢樣嘢緊啊！即係佢都願意隨住科技日新月異去繼續 upgrade 自己，去追隨玩家嘅 feedback 嘅話，咁其實都係一個好嘅投資嚟，哪怕佢呢一世都完成唔到。係咪先？你就係俾錢去買呢個夢幻嘅遊戲，咁呢個夢幻嘅遊戲嘅代價就係時間，咁啊合理嘅，其實就合理嘅，真係，但係會辛苦咯，你咪睇住自己個仔大咁樣咯。
等啦，即係我唔使推佢廢嘢出嚟，即係就因為不想平庸，所以先變成咁樣啫嘛。
As we know all of our resource life
cycles,
we can take advantage of that. From the diagram, we can see memory being paged in and out as it used to be.
等得辛苦咯，只能講。
係我而家都等得好辛苦，我望住個直播一爆炸，因為佢而家 Win11咧有個新 feature 喎，或者 gaming 嘅話，就係咧佢以前咧，我話 mouse 有蟲嘅。好驚
你 up 咗上 Win11啊？
我後備機 up 咗上 Win11咯。Win11有新 feature 咧，佢講起呢踢嘢咧，我可以講下就係咧，佢以前咧就係咧佢會將啲 game 嗰啲 file 咧由 CPU 拉落去個 RAM 度，即係由 CPU 從個SSD 或 hard disk 度拉落條 RAM 度，再由條 RAM 度擺落去個 GPU 嗰個 RAM 度嘅。 而家咧好似話可以直接用 GPU 嘅 power 咧，直接喺 SSD 度擺落去嘅 GPU 度 RAM 度。
即係所以又快多啲。
係又快多啲，就唔使 CPU 做咁多嘢。
You may want to balance the output resolution of your game to a higher resolution, but then sacrifice some shadow quality, or maybe you want to use a lower internal resolution to achieve higher texture quality. These options will all be available to you, and obviously only capped by the hardware that you possess. So to summarize, with our Gen 12 renderer, we're hoping to achieve something that is more efficient, modular, flexible, and minimal abstraction to the hardware, and uses modern graphics APIs like Vulkan. So now you know a bit more about what Gen 12 is, I'll try and let you know where we're up to. So we've done a huge amount of work already. The architecture is all in place, and we're using this hybrid rendering approach where we're combining elements of the old and new render at the same time to allow us to move piecemeal to the new system. All of the post effects, fog, and lighting have been converted over, and they're all enabled by default in 3.15. And the fundamentals of scene and geometry rendering are all in place, but they're still being worked on. So our main focus is finishing that off at the moment, and once that's done, our focus will shift to the remaining major systems, which are gas clouds, the render-to-texture system, and a few special cases for transparency. After this, that's where we'll start seeing the public milestones, and the first of that will be 100% usage of Gen 12 and none of the hybrid approach. This will still be at DirectX 11, our current graphics API.
Maybe I need a graphic card.
Will be the Vulkan
有排都買唔到 graphic card 老細
That will be optional at first.
我驚到40系列出嘅時候，即係你冇秘密通道咧，好似我啲有秘密通道嘅人咧，普通人買唔到，或者要炒價買。
So that will only happen once the Vulkan is in place, and we can.
咁我識個有秘密通道嘅人得咯。
你秘密通道嘅太窄啦，明唔明啊？通唔到咁多張卡。
秘密通道要幾闊啊？張卡幾大啊？
秘密通道好窄嘅咋，通到一張卡嘅咋，通多幾張即係叫人哋蝕多啲錢啦，明唔明啊
？The first few things we'd look at here were things that wouldn't change the visuals, just improve the frame rate. Things like DLSS, FSR, async compute, and variable rate shading.
唔係啊，啱啊！我要一張夠㗎。
We want to start looking at some of the more exciting visual features. So then there is also mesh shaders and primitive shaders, which is technology we can use to generate procedural geometry. And this type of thing could be really exciting for things like the planets or asteroid fields, where procedural geometry is critical. And then there's the big one, ray tracing.
我張卡連
DLSS 都行唔到 especially to use it for lighting, such as global illumination, also reflections and shadow quality. There's a lot of exciting areas for us to look into, and we can't wait. So that's it. I just wanted to say a big thanks to everyone who's been involved.
係啊，所以點解咁想買卡就咁解。
Engine team, VFX, and Planet Tech all working together on a huge piece of code, and we can't wait to get into your hands as soon as possible.
係咪完啦？終於又比較有趣嘅有得睇啦，唉。
又要睇廣告，
嗱啲廣告係分嘅廣告咯，即係比啱先嗰啲啊分好多咯，最緊要係。
有啲柒咯，真係。
啱啱會有啲柒咯，呢個好似好啲咯。而家呢個。
哇 ，wave cut 啦！
終於翻嚟啦！你都潛咗水好耐㗎嘛？你潛嘅水啱啱好。唔
係，一直有睇緊，質疑緊。
咁點解你唔出聲？我以為你會講嘢，但係你上水嘅時候啱好咯，因為啱啲嘢真係冇嘢講，我都睇唔明。係
啊，就係停止咗思考。睇
呢條剪接都幾好睇啊！
啱冇講你話。
I heard stories about you lot. Bounty hunting, piracy, assassins.
Assassin.
You're the scum of the verse, they say. No job's too dirty.
Is that all you've heard about us?
No. You have a code. Which means I ain't talking my way out of this, am I?
This is the way.
Well.
Are you traveling the stars? Exploring the galaxy? That's lonely, lonely, hungry work. Always remember though, Big Benny's with you. Big Benny always has your back. Big Benny, eat his food.
Big Benny 廣告嚟嘅呢個係 Star Citizen 入邊嗰個拉麵嗰個 brand 嚟嘅呢個。
不如我哋試下拍呢啲咁嘅垃圾啦，我覺得我哋應該會拍得好啲。
得。
唔係冇橋啊，有橋先算。
下年啦。但係
Go ship. These are my favorite kind of panels because they're precisely the kind of thing no other game studio would ever dream of sharing with folks. And as CitizenCon 2951 rolls along, there was a lot to take in there, wasn't there? I know server meshing and the like are the big buzzwords, but there are a lot of performance improvements to be gained throughout the teams on Star Citizen. And for graphics, they're not only moving to Gen 12 and the faster and more flexible renderer that it brings, they're also focused on re-engineering for multi-core systems to provide improved CPU performance and remove some of our worst bottlenecks. And that all of this work starts with DirectX 11, but will transition into Vulkan once things are ready. Now, the work of these folks, the meshing folks, the database folks, the optimization folks, and countless other folks, I've used that word a lot, from teams across every studio is how we're going to get Star Citizen to that performance promised land. And it takes all these teams to make that dream a reality. And speaking of dreams made reality, hey, don't think I forgot about you. Don't think because you're a community effort, I can't expect and demand a full-length feature. I await my screener. And in other community news, one of the best things to come out of the Star Citizen community over the years has been the creation of an app called Game Glass. It's an app that turns your tablet or phone into a control surface for the game. So let's take a closer look at that now.
呢個功能對於 hardcore 嘅玩家幾有用。哇！呢官方出定係咩㗎？
官方。Cool。
哇！
厲害。
呢個真心正，解決咗好多我覺得揸飛船好棘嘅一啲嘢，尤其是控制呢個 panel 咧，哇喺架船上面控制即係上。
official license。
Up next, we've got Anise,
幾好喎，
幾正喎呢個
cost monthly 喎，但係啲人話 taking a look at some of the new tools currently in development, including cost monthly, which you may have seen a little bit of in the Pyro presentation. Crafting Worlds, Planetary Tech and Tools starts now.
咩？啱啱講咩 starts now 啊
？Hello, I am Marco Corbetta, VP of Technology, and we're going to talk about some new Planet features today. First, Anise will give us an introduction about Gen 12
你 feel 到佢啲 engineer 佢 feel
我都係諗住講嘅，有啲 offensive 好似。
Plants and seasons, and he's going to
冇錯，你講得啱。
them as well. Mark and
我哋都要上堂。
We're going to talk about Rasta, our new base building. So let's get started with Anis.
Hi, my name is Anis and I'm Senior Engine Programmer here in Cloud Imperium Games. My main responsibility is the development of Star Citizen planetary technology with a focus on planetary elements rendering.
人中佢嘅須好搞笑，咩咩地。
While there is another talk dedicated to Gen 12, I wanted to touch a little bit on how it applies specifically to Planet Tech.
Gen 12唔係講完啦咩
Rendering Abstraction Layer API. It aims to provide next-generation features for our 3D engine by reducing some CPU latency and rendering command submission overhead, which is a significant bottleneck for our game. Part of our recent efforts have been put to modernize our old-school renderer to shape it in a conformant modern API rendering style, to be suitable for the newest low-overhead APIs such as Vulkan. Today, I'm going to talk about Gen 12 benefits for planetary rendering features. As I said, Gen 12 key aspect is performance. The way this is achieved is to make command submission easier for multiple CPUs.
冇嘢睇啊，完跟住 Chris Waller 出嚟啊 ，First 我 Season Con 啊，
咩啊？唔係啊，唔係啊，因為後邊有3個路線咯，第一個去買，第二個就係去偷，第三個就係攻入去啊嘛，有3個 gameplay 啦已經係。我 feel 到你有啲 denial， 你拒否咗呢個 gameplay 喎，但係就係其 gameplay 啊。
Since the rendering driver is thinner and more responsibility is given to game developers, this opens a new opportunity to forge a new renderer for specific needs a game like Star Citizen might have. Our planetary technology introduced a new set of engineering challenges, so we need to be very creative due to the fact that most game industry standards techniques are not working very well for Star Citizen. Thanks to Gen 12 optimizations, we can push our planetary rendering computational budgets to perform more GPU operations. This translates to better visuals, more details, and less compromises. As a member of the Planetech team, I will show you some improvements we've recently made for our planetary terrain rendering pipeline. We made 2 important terrain improvements. The first is at ground scale level, and the second is for large scale purpose. Both techniques use dynamic tessellation. Dynamic tessellation is a GPU feature, which allows to increase the triangle count on the fly, before a sterilization stage occurs. The new triangles are then manipulated to shape the terrain high-frequency details and improve surface visuals. This new technique is replacing our parallax relief mapping, which is a per-pixel technique. And instead of creating geometric details like tessellation does, it works by simulating details after the rasterization with a cheaper approach by tracing rays from camera to surface.
I was 28歲 when I was first heard about Star Citizen. Now 而家係38歲。
This technique is also tessellation driven.
Slowly still trying to get finished.
Where CPU geometric representation lacks from enough control
我哋第一次聽Star Citizen 係幾多歲啊？
We've reached the conclusion. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of CitizenCon.
啱啱入 U 啊！
I'm Mohai and I work on the Planet Tech.
U 咩？唔係畢業啫咩？
係啱啱畢業啊，係啊。
Over the past few months, I've been working on a number of improvements to our ecosystem spawning system, which is the system that spawns all of the objects on all of the planets. We've been doing this to give artists more power and flexibility, whilst improving performance for everyone playing the game. The first thing that I did was a complete overhaul of how we spawn the objects. We used to spawn them on each terrain patch as that terrain patch was created, but this meant that we were limited in our control in that we could only spawn new objects when we were creating new terrain patches. The new system has an entirely separate grid division of the planet, and this means that we have a lot more control over the resolution of our objects when they're spawned.
Oh, that's trending.
And how it's spread across multiple frames, which means that we get better performance in the client. This also means that we're able to add a setting for the clients to control how far away each object preset was spawned. The next improvement we've started to look at is making the ecosystems react to their situation and surroundings more. For example, we can now introduce scaling biases for temperature and humidity so that certain objects, when in higher humidity, can be bigger or smaller, and the same for temperature. A new system has been designed for animal and entity spawning using tokens, which means that we can specialize our object presets better for different planets. For example, we have something similar for rocks. That means if you put a rock on a snowy planet, it goes snowy, and if you put it on a sandy planet, it looks sandy. Now we can do something similar for animals. We can specify a small herbivore, for example, and in the snow, this might spawn some sort of Arctic rabbit, and in the jungle, this might spawn something completely different. We've also begun to experiment with a new foliage shader that takes into account the health of the plant based on its surroundings again, and the current season of the planet, though what you're seeing on the screen is far from final. In the same vein as that, we've been working towards having more dynamically placed biomes around natural areas. We've created dressing object presets that are automatically placed around coasts, and of course my favourite thing to work on, rivers. In the most recent couple months, I've been doing more work on the rivers to prepare them to be closer to what we would consider shippable, so that we can get them out to the players. This has included fine control of both the shape of our rivers as they flow from springs to larger rivers, but also the objects that spawn around our rivers, so we have control over what spawns in the water, what is spawning on the banks of the river, and what is spawning further away and blending it into the biome that it flows through. The other thing that we've added as well is a wet edge around rocks both in the sea and in rivers, which reflects the fact that they were probably wet from the river, so they look a lot more shiny. We've also been working on introducing basins to the river system so that we can have more natural pauses in our river systems and other bodies of water than just the oceans. Another major change was to stop using the planet's ocean mesh and just displacing it up to the river, and instead building specific river mesh sections around the river. This means that we can have far more control over the shape of the water, and we can use our own specific river material and shape that we can specify colours, flow, and other properties of the river water set to the ocean.
係咪想裝啊？
有觀眾想裝，
但係我係有 Discord group 嘅，但係咧 Discord group 就係俾 channel member 嘅。咁但係今次呢個 chat 係同我啲 friend 呢個 chat 啫。
And maybe working on a little bit of lava flow, but we'll have to see when that comes. Next is Mark and Morgan. Thanks, everyone.
Hi, I'm Morgan. I'm a tools programmer from the Planet Tech team, and now I'm going to talk about Rasta. What is Rasta? Rasta is our work-in-progress tool for planetary locations creation and edition. The name stands for a mix of RTS, the game jaw, which takes the inspiration from its map editor system, and Star, as, well, you know. Its goals are to replace our previous placement system based on prefabs to a better object container-oriented solution. As our previous system was based on prefabs, any changes to location was source of issue, as it needs to re-enable a whole set of data to have things like missions or shops to work again. With this new system, any change will be easily manageable and won't require us to redo work when a change is made. Plus, as it's now object container oriented, it can be used for outposts, caves, or even derelicts, and more. It works as a modular system where locations will in fact be made of small elements that will be placed just like you do in City Builder RTS editor. And in a matter of minutes, we now have a new location where we can now create a bunch of cool gameplay. Let's go to Mark, who will tell us about the connector system.
Thanks, Morgan. So, I'm Mark. I'm also a tools developer for the Planet Tech team. Do you know what's better than placing everything by hand? Not placing everything by hand. In order to do that, we use what we call connectors. Basically, artists create small parts of homesteads that we can then snap together. Every part is modular, so we can interchange multiple ones.
我冇開到咯，我 Discord group 淨係 for channel member 啫。即係如果你有 channel member 去到某一個 level， 我先會會有得入去咯。跟住我覺得會鋪啲特別嘢喺嗰度。
That is a part of the homestead. In that way, it's very easy to make a lot of different buildings. Once something is connected, it is considered a part of the whole. So it moves as one, it can be deleted and changed, and it's basically all for connectors. So back to you, Morgan.
And last but not least, some of you might have noticed that the UI is not looking quite like an engine UI. And that's normal, as it's based on our in-game UI tech building blocks, and that for a reason. Well, today it's being used by our developers. One day, when it's ready and been properly tested internally, we'll make a version available to you. And Rasta, it's what will make you a pioneer.
大家都休息啦 ，high 啊，仲要打，
頂緊啊！搞啲咁嘅嘢。
Thank you for watching.
休息先嚟加油，
休息啦。
And we hope you
早唞，拜，早唞。
So that was a small sample of what our team is working on. I hope you have enjoyed it. Enjoy the rest of CitizenCon and thanks for watching.
No, it's not me. It's time for.
可唔可以炒車啊？見唔見到啊？
呢個炒嚇點樣炒車啊？
佢話啱播咗個人出嚟啦，跟住話it's not me 啊咁樣，播錯人啦啱啱。你有睇過呢片？呢片又係精神嘅時候睇呢片嘅時候，哇！好似唔錯嘅整得。
我哋拍咯，我哋冇咁多車，冇咁多載具。冇咁多人手。
哇！佢個 logo 幾有型啊！可以拍。
拍得幾好睇喎呢條。
睇啲細嘢都得嘅，睇人啲創意幾有趣呢啲人。
咩嚟㗎
？Push up, moving. I got you covered. Pushing. Got visual on the bridge door.
We're going in.
Get down on the ground.
Hands where we can see them.
No sudden moves. What the? What is this?
It's a goddamn failure, that's what it is. Come on, the target is gone.
Go.
Bastard. Perhaps still on. When we catch this bastard, he will run out of luck eventually.
嗰啲企鵝係 Star Citizen 嘅一個 mean 嚟嘅。
Feel like you're just one in the crowd.
啊！我冇留意過呢樣嘢。
有企鵝公仔啦。
做咩其實？
冇係就單純係一個擺設啦，但係大家都好中意嗰啲公仔。
哦 ，OK， 就係咁。
想傾下 NAS， 不過冇 Discord group set。
想傾 NAS？ 我哋傾緊 Star Citizen 喎。
哦，我哋可以喺度傾緊 NAS 嘅，我唔知嘅。
我都你話事啦，你係場主。
Exploration and merchant divisions. So if you think you've got what it takes to make it on the frontier, think Frontier Consolidated.
動作好卡，
講笑。
但係佢因為佢啲玩家拍啲片嚟噶嘛，咁你冇辦法做到好靚。
盡咗力㗎啦，冇周佢哋啦。
Now it's spread through the Stanton system.
I've seen it hundreds of times. Last words are backspace.
Backspace.
死亡筆記，我覺得可以去做死亡筆記題材喎呢個。
An elite team of researchers in a race to contain it. Why can't I recreate it? I just don't know what we're missing.
Professor, there's a new case nearby. We need to check it out.
No.
Can they stop it in time?
Project Best Space 係嗰個自殺嗰個掣嚟㗎，喺隻 game 入邊。 個幾有趣喎，好似。
Are you struggling with your career out in the verse?
幾有趣喎呢個。
We are too, but we're here to help. The Garden Interstellar Initiative. The Garden Interstellar does not guarantee fruits and vegetables will be available for all and cannot be held accountable for the lack thereof.
I feel a little called out by both Project Black Space
what the
Garden
fuck?
Interstellar. And hey, at least we all know what my surprised voice sounds like now. That was new. That was the Planet Tech panel, and the big news watching the chat was clearly Rastar, the beginnings of which will one day let players build their own outposts like the ones we've seen, and others
Project
still yet to
Backspace.
But up next, the
我覺得
cosplay
用
contest
Backspace
returned
呢樣嘢
this
做
year,
咗
and
死
it's
亡
been open
筆
for
記
a
啊！
couple months now. So the community team narrowed it down to a couple finalists, and then their panel of judges have selected the
所以希
winners.
望想去
And
Discord 交流，冇啊，淨係
I
開
was not
位
asked to
channel
judge
member，而
this
且
year.
嗰啲
Why was I not asked to judge this year?
仲要開位俾高階 channel member，黐線佬嚟。
It might be because they figured out
或者你可以
I
喺
was buzzed
喺
on British Cough Syrup during the 2019
知
event.
啊，你要交流咯，去 HAPC 嗰啲
So
group
let's take a
嗰度
look now at some of the
又或者
finalists.
喺下面呢篇留言咯，我唔知。Last 嗰啲片講啦嘢，新片我應該今個月會出段新嘅 Synology 片，跟住播相。應該播完呢啲嘢，我覺得應該之後就係戲肉啦。如果之後唔係戲肉嘅話，我真係唔知點算。但係有啲 cosplay 真係好虧啊，不得不說啫。
Q 啊！
但係佢整件衫其實都 hard work 嘅，咁但係有啲真係虧咯。呢啲勁啦，呢啲勁啦。呢個真係唔知做乜嘢啦，呢個就。呢個又唔知做乜嘢啦。
All right, and the winners. Let's see what we have here. In third place, Calamity, who's worked to prove that it's not all about armors and weapons. Sometimes you just have to look good on the dance floor at Wally's bar. In second place, Diabolus, back again and always a force to be reckoned with. This time rocking legacy heavy outlaw armor and a laser sword.
Just for fun 咯，我覺得又唔好話太過就 harsh 啲 comment，我覺得。enjoy 咯 ，enjoy 個分咯，冇乜所謂嘅真係。
Ken Shadow, who returns with a gray
即係我覺得唔好話
arrow
太批
armor,
評佢哋。
complete with backpack created through a combination of EVA foam, 3D printed PLA, and poured resin for the clear pieces. Now, true story. I once spent the day pushing Ken Shadow around Disneyland in a wheelchair, but he never actually explained to me what his injury was. It's possible I was taken advantage of. Now, congratulations to all the winners, but there's still a fan favorite award. You can head over to the website now and cast your vote. I forgot to ask what the prize was, so I have no idea what any of these people won, but I'm going to assume it's a 15-minute call with Tyler Wicken to ask all the when questions you could ever want. Congratulations, everyone. Up next, it's one folks have been waiting for. Paul Rendell and Benoit Beauséjour take us through the programming and engineering looking glass with server meshing in the state of persistence. Starting meow.
Meow. Server meshing 咯。Server meshing 又係啲好技術嗰啲嘢嚟喎。
The concept of server, which has been ingrained since the beginning, has changed to become a mesh of servers.
So how do we solve this? The answer should be simple. Hi, my name is Paul Reindl and I'm the Director for Online Technology here at CAG. I wanted to take this year's CitizenCon as an opportunity to give you some insight into our exciting persistent streaming and server meshing technology. In this talk, I will cover a quick overview of the current streaming and server architecture and how we plan to transform the existing tech into what we call persistent streaming and server meshing. I also have Benoit Beausejour with me, who later in the talk will give you more insight into the graph database that is powering persistent streaming. Hey Ben, how's it going?
Hi Paul. Hi everybody. I'm super excited to share some of the details about what the game services team at Turbulent have been working on to support the efforts to build this technology and make it a reality for you guys.
Cool. Let's get started.
我冇喎，我冇喺手喎，試唔到啊。
Before we look into persistent streaming and server meshing and how this new technology will work, let's have a brief look at entity streaming and how our solar system is set up. Each solar system can be seen as one giant level containing every single object inside the solar system. From the sun to the wind to a rock, stand as one large map. Since this is a lot of data, the setup is split up into a hierarchy of nested object containers, which can be streamed in and out individually. If you look at an abstract view of Stanton, it all starts with one solar system root object container. This object container contains the sun, the planets, and the moons around each planet. Each of those locations then has its own object container, and if you take a closer look at the moon, you will find the entities placed around the moon inside this object container.
咁佢嗰個概念就係佢要嗰個 server 係可以流動裝住唔
The setup
同
keeps
嘢，
repeating. The space station
即係
could be
佢可
set
以
up by a multiple
裝住
room,
一艘
each
船嘅
defined
所有
by
人
its own object，
亦都可以裝住兩艘船嘅人，亦都可以裝住三艘船嘅人。即係佢裝嘅嘢唔係一個固定嘅數字嚟嘅，係可以流動嘅，係可以 pass 去第啲 server 度嘅，server 同 server 之間。
Most of these
即係佢其實係可以
entities
merge
are
埋啲
made of a
server
hierarchy
變
as
成
well.
一
For
個
example,
共
the
同嘅
player
server。
has its body and undersuit and armor
基本上就等於
They are all
WiFi
child
mesh 上
entities
面。
of the player.
係啊，但係
The
你
streaming
佢
system
佢嗰
treats these
個
mini
技術難
hierarchies
度
as
就係
streaming groups to
你
make
切
sure
換
that an
server
object
嘅
like
時
a
候，你唔
spaceship
可以
is
俾人
always streamed in as
feel 得到
one
咯
unit.
你無縫切
Loading
換
the
咯，甚至
entirety
一
of
艘船係
Stanton
分開
and
兩個 server
simulating
咯，
every single entity
兩個
is
server
very expensive,
載住
兩個 server 記載一個
載
同
住同一艘船嘅人咁樣。
嗯哼。
That's why we developed entity bind culling and object container streaming, which allows us to stream object containers and streaming groups individually. When the game server starts, all entities and object containers within the solar system are loaded into local memory of that game server. These entities are not streamed in, we just store the initial state in server memory. When a player connects, we create a so-called streaming bubble around that player, and object containers as well as streaming groups that are visible from the player's point of view are considered inside this bubble. Any object container that is inside the bubble will stream its content, and any streaming group within the bubble will also be streamed in on the server and then replicated to the client. Entities are considered inside the streaming bubble if their projected screen size on a virtual 1080p plane is larger than 5 pixel base distance to the player. So while a large object like a moon will be considered inside the bubble from far away, a small object like a ship will only be considered inside when it's much closer to the player. When the player starts moving across the universe, entities that leave the streaming bubble will become unbound, and the replication layer will remove these entities from the client. Entities that enter the streaming bubble will get bound to the client, which caused the network layer to replicate these entities to the client, effectively streaming them in. We call this technique entity bind culling because streaming on the client is driven by the network layer, binding and unbinding entities. If entities are not in any client streaming bubble, so no players in their vicinity, these entities are also streamed out on the server. They go back into a dormant state where they are not simulated. This model works quite well on the client. However, it doesn't scale well on the server. While we do stream entities on the server with no players close to them, a poor distribution of players will cause the DGS to load most entities, and the more clients we try to match to a given game server, the likelihood of a player being at every single location increases. And that basically nullifies the benefit of server-side streaming. So how do we solve this? The answer should be simple. Allow multiple instances of the game server to work together so they can split up the work. Well, it's not quite that simple. Let's have a look at the current architecture. As of today, we have a traditional client-server architecture. One instance of a dedicated game server serves up to 50 clients. This is called instance, as the dedicated game server has its own instance view of the persistent universe. Once the server is full, we start a new server instance, which then serves additional 50 players. As we've seen before, when a DGS instance is created, it loads a unique version of the Stanton system into its local server's memory. Therefore, each dedicated game server instance has a unique copy of every single object that's part of Stanton. As these entities only exist in the memory of the game server, when the instance is shut down, these entities are deleted. The goal of server meshing is to allow multiple DGS instances to work together and divide simulation costs between each server in the mesh.
佢又夠姜 share 出嚟，其實會唔會俾第二啲公司攞嚟用，定係會買嚟用？
佢都冇原本個曲，佢點攞嚟用嘅？佢啲嘢重新再寫過，佢嗰個講個理論啫嘛。
咁啊係，呢個 concept
冇 source code，
佢要 base on 呢個 concept 抄咯。
This would require a lot of synchronization points between each node.
呢個就 server meshing 啦，但係 server meshing 個問題就係，係咯，你就要係 server 同 server 之間溝通咯。咁你越嚟多 server 時候，咁你就要越嚟多溝通，佢就拉慢晒大家嘅速度。
Instead of just meshing multiple dedicated game servers together and have them synchronize state between each other, we are introducing a new layer called replication.
越嚟多 server 唔係應該會快啲咩
？The replication layer has two major functions.
但係大家要同步啊嘛啲嘢，咁你咪即係你有兩個 server， 跟住如果你有10個 server，10個 server 都要同另外9個 server 同步咯，即係每個 server 要同另外9個 server 去講嘢咯，明唔明啊
？This server node connects to the replication layer.
冇啊，純粹因為如果 NAS 嘅話，你啲統計嘅話，越多 hard disk 係越快噶嘛，抄得。關事啊？
都冇啦，講 NAS 啊。
唔係我冇啊，我對 server 認知就係呢度。所以我諗緊呢個 concept 關唔關事？
想買
streaming bubbles to the server node. Contrary to a player's client, a server node has the additional responsibility to execute server-side authoritative code for those entities, controlling AI, doing damage calculations, etc. The result of this simulation is then written back from the server node to the replication layer, and from there it is replicated to all connected clients and other server nodes.
但係佢值唔值得係一個問題，你想幾快先問題係。如果你想快，你有想法又平 ，Q 打事嘅，但係 Q 打事難上手啲。
To avoid two server nodes trying to simulate the same entity, only one server node can have authority over any given entity. And only that server is allowed to write entity state back to the replication layer. This is usually the first server node who replicated the entity, and other server nodes will only run client code on those entities. Basically, you can see a game server node as a client with authority to write the result of its local simulation back to the replication layer. Authority can transfer between server nodes. For example, if an entity leaves the streaming bubble of the current authoritative server, it is then transferred to the next server node that has this entity currently streamed in. Further, authority can be transferred between server nodes on demand in order to load balance the mesh. Since we now mesh multiple server instances together to simulate a shared state of the universe, we no longer call this instance, but instead we call it shard. A shard is still a unique version of the universe, and we still have multiple shards running in parallel. However, the server mesh will lift our current hard limit of 50 players, and it will enable us to steadily increase the number of players we can support within one shard. It will take some time, and in our first version of server meshing, we will still have a very similar situation as we have today, with quite a few shards running in parallel. However, this technology is going to enable us to start scaling the universe to become a true MMO experience. There are some fundamental differences between a shard and an instance, and for this we need to take a closer look at the replication layer and talk a little bit about persistent streaming. Previously, the entity state was held entirely in memory on the dedicated game server. And besides some selected persistent player items, all that state would be lost when the servers shut down or crashed. The replication layer is fundamentally different, as the entire state of the universe is stored within a graph database. We call this entity graph, and it's an evolution of the original iCache. When we create a new shard, the initial entity state of the universe is seeded into this database. This happens offline before we let player join the shard. When the shard comes online, the replication mesh caches the state from the entity graph. As players connect to the shard and as we start to spin up new server nodes, simulation begins and alters the state of the universe. The replication layer does not only replicate these state changes to connect players and server nodes, it also replicates the state into the entity graph. Since the entity graph is a persistent database, the state of the shard is never lost, and even if the shard is shut down, the state persists and can be resumed at a later time. Benoit is going to show you some more technical details about the entity.
Thank you, Paul. Get ready for a deep dive into the entity graph persistence database. The entity graph is our approach to
就好似係原本一個 server 做所有嘢，但係佢而家分成幾個 server，即係一個 server 記住啲 player 嗰啲，同埋啲世界嘅事咁樣，另一個 server 就真係去 run 呢一啲嘅叫運算咁樣，
which includes all entities in a given universe shard in order to provide a truly persistent world where actions you take as a player can influence environments in the game world permanently. The entity graph, as the name implies, stores game data as a graph. This representation is native for the game engine because it is how internally those data structures the game uses are addressed and manipulated. Using a graph also has several advantages. We're basically storing and retrieving from a gigantic indexed list of nodes and edges. And those edges between those nodes are optimized in sharded. But in order to properly explain the system, we must first view the game world as the game engine. Game objects are constructed of several game entities linked together in hierarchical structure. You can picture this as a tree, which is a specialized kind of graph. This is how the game engine holds and simulates the elements on screen as it is running the simulation. In a server meshing world, this is also how replicants hold the entities in memory for each of their assigned characters. For example, a ship is made up of several entities that make up different parts of the entire playable vehicle. Each part is branded to another entity until the root of the ship. Each of these entities holds properties with regard to what the entity represents in the game. The class of object it is, the item type, its legal owner, orientation, and of course its very precise physical location within the game world. Each edge in our graph qualifies the relationship to the parent. In the case of a vehicle, our edges store properties that tell the system which port is being used to attach the entity into the parent and what kind of attachment it is. An item port attachment, a zone attachment, many others. In a constellation, for example, the different major sections of the hull are entity nodes with edges to the ship root. We call this small graph of item an aggregate because it is a whole movable unit. The ship root in this case is called the aggregate root because it sits at the top of a logical object. You can think of what you normally call an item as an aggregate, with the aggregate root being the actual item you are talking about. For example, a first-person weapon with attached scope, mag clips, and laser sights is a small hierarchy of entities. We distinguish the aggregate roots from other nodes by giving it a label. Labels allow us to distinguish and rapidly look up and find nodes of a specific type, either when we retrieve parts of the graph or when we look up specific nodes. Those labels exist to allow correct reversal of the graph data when we query for specific things in the game world. Other labels include streaming groups, universe root, star system root. This allows us to really look up and index those types. But the tree depth doesn't stop there. Additional information is required for a fully functional ship. The insides of each of those structural entities have to be fleshed out. Object containers are the building blocks of how space division is achieved, which aggregates and what part of the hierarchy they're in. In fact, most major areas of ships are represented as OC entities attached to ship root or another OC. The shape of this data actually takes in reality is driven by designers. Of course, then, each of those object containers also contain entity hierarchies as well, expanding to have the common static and dynamic entities you're used to playing with, like elevators, beds, guns, seats, gimbals, and others. In addition to object containers that make up the structure of the ship, other aggregates can also be attached within the hierarchy of our ship. For example, a rover parked in the cargo bay of our Connie will be attached as a sub-aggregate attached to your ship's cargo grid. Same goes for turrets, which are changeable and themselves exposed item ports, allowing guns to be for each of those entity nodes, a snapshot document is also stored. This document contains all the runtime values, the game components attached to those entities. This data is the dynamic part of the model where game developers can persist variables on any entity in the game world according to the rules of the game component. For example, damage state and health data are stored within the snapshot document of those ship entities. Storing and retrieving data in graph form really have some awesome properties. It's a native structure to the game engine, so it gets loaded rapidly. It's very simple and effective to serialize and transport because it's just a list of nodes and edges. There are optimized databases that we can use that allow us to fetch entities recursively in a traversal rapidly, and the data set can be shared across multiple database instances reliably. One key element here, and one big advantage of having a graph data is also that we can reduce race. In order to reduce that, all the hierarchical changes that we need to do can be minimized. For example, if we want to detach mutation command will detach an entity from the hierarchy. In this case, a single edge must be erased, which is a very inexpensive operation. A nice side effect of this is also that it's the same operation whether we're detaching a single entity or an entire aggregate. In both cases, the single edge must be erased in order to perform the detach. Rolling away in your stowed rover, detaching a gun from a replacement or for a replacement, or selling a turret becomes really a cheap operation to persist. That is good because that happens very frequently. Compared to always consistent, and no lost rights or errors can cause data corruption. For example, a mutation consisting of detach, transfer, and an attach commands would succeed only if all three commands are applied successfully. The system retrieves a constant ordered streams of mutation from the replicant scribes that are part of the replication layer and are enqueued in durable queues to ensure that no message is lost even if the service is unavailable or paused. It's important to understand that the graph does not only cover your ships and items, but the entire game world is made of this way. Your ship is actually attached to the zone host location you travel in. Your playing character is attached to your ship seat when you are piloting it, just like planets are attached to their star system routes. The game world, though, must exist in persistence before it can be replicated and mutated. This is part of a process called seeding, where a new database is created by the replication layer. It is during that process that millions of entities are initially created in a sort of a big bang. At this stage, every object container, every minor or major entity from planets to doorknobs are inserted into the entity graph in their default state. That is, the state that the designers decided was the initial state of the world. This process goes down from the universe root to the star system root, and into the different areas and planets, into their landing zone, their buildings, their rooms, down to the smallest possible entity. There are multiple types of entities that are created during this process. First are unstreamable entities, which make up the skeleton of the universe. Those are entities you do not get to see, but are part of and always present on every worker node in the mesh. It is by looking up unstreamable entities that the game world is able to stream in the other types of entities into your client and into the server mesh. It is from those entities that others' entities bloom. Static entities make up the game world that you cannot interact with. Most map objects that make up buildings like the Hurston Tower, rooms and walls of hospitals, or the bar at G-Lock are all made up of static entities. And the last type is dynamic entities. These are entities that you as a player can manipulate. A bottle on a bar, a door in a level, a ship component, everything you interact with when you're playing the game. Of course, during seeding, all object containers are also seeded as part of this hierarchy and inform the shape of the loadable subgraphs. The seeding process takes a couple minutes to complete. Once created, this newly seeded database represents a full dimension of the universe and will now persist as it is modified by players. As you play the game and go about with your ship, your playing character entity moves from location to location, getting attached to new zones as you travel. Your player aggregate is itself part of the Jang graph, and your location and state are persisted by the replication layer scribes to the entity graph of your given territory. When you interact with dynamic objects and their properties change, the state of that entity will not persist until this instance of the database is undeployed. There are, in fact, multiple copies of the universe that are seeded at a given time. We call those shards. Each shard is a unique copy of the game world, complete with all of its entities and unique states. Think of it as an alternate universe. Dynamic entities that have been modified in each dimension will have different states. The bottle on the bar was moved, or the door was destroyed, might not be in the same state between shards. This technique is a way to gain scalability as our player base grows. A single shard can grow to host multiple millions of entities. Even if each shard database is itself clustered and can grow substantially past a single machine, there is a point where multiple clusters are needed. As you join the persistent universe, the matchmaking system is getting retooled in order to select the correct universe shard for you to play on, using multiple data points like your friend's location, your active party, your last game session, or which shards still have items on it that you own. This is to ensure as much as possible that you end up on the same shard you expect to be as a player. In order to provide a seamless game experience, it would be terrible if you lost items you used when you were in a given shard versus another, or if your character was bound to a shard forever. To alleviate this, the system includes the concept of stowed and unstowed entities. An item is considered unstowed when it is currently active in a shard database and being actively simulated on by the worker nodes of the replication layer. Stowed entities are player-owned entities that are stowed in inventory containers or location inventories. Those entities live in another database entirely, called the global database, a large clustered database that spans all shards. Aggregate roots in that shard are stored and linked with edges to inventory nodes. Any entity in a shard can have an inventory node in global for stowing things in it. For example, a box entity that is unstowed in a shard would have an inventory node in the global database to store its content. This allows to keep unsimulated entities in a non-shard specific database while keeping the live aggregate within the shard. As you transition between shards, your playing character gets unstowed into the selected shard. This process effectively moves your player aggregate data from the global database to the shard database. Your player entity now gets simulated by game worker nodes and is being updated at a regular rate as you play and move around the game world. Accessing items that are stowed like a ship from the ASOP terminal is basically reading the inventory contents of the global graph at your location. Same goes for personal inventories or cargo inventories. When you request a ship to be spawned, the system will unstow the ship onto a landing pad by submitting a shard mutation. Alternatively, when a ship gets despawned during parking at a rest stop, the ship gets stowed back into the global database, making it available for unstow in any shard. The global database is where all of your stowed items will live. Hero items will always be available for unstow in any shard if they are not already in use. The process of stowing and unstowing also helps to alleviate problems related to entity authority so that only game worker nodes in the right shard can update unstowed entities in that shard. This brings about a nice property of the server meshing and persistent streaming architecture in that the state of the entities that are being persisted transactionally during play, be it in a shard or a global database through stowing, a single server crash, or 30K, should no longer result in item loss. This model also has a real scalability benefit that stems from the separation of the read-intensive workloads that are isolated to the global DB from the write-intensive workloads that are handled by the individual shard database. The global graph exists to provide seamless access to your belongings no matter what shard or alternate universe you're currently playing in. Okay, let's go back to Paul to learn about some of the benefits of the server meshing architecture.
Yeah, the first benefit is obviously the advantage that we don't have this issue of synchronization between different server nodes. Each server node has one single connection to the replication layer, which is used to push and get updates for entities of interest. The second advantage is that the same streaming and replication logic that we already use for clients can be applied to servers, and that server nodes will only stream in a small area, which will greatly increase performance. It also allows us to increase resilience down the road. As long as a client is connected to the replication layer, the client stays connected. In this case, the simulation for an entity may be stopped for a moment, but as soon as a new server comes online, the simulation will just continue. While the underlying tech is close to completion, there are some upcoming challenges that we need to solve before we can give that into your hands. The first version of this technology will contain a static server mesh. Instead of the fully dynamic mesh that we saw earlier, the static mesh assigns server nodes to predefined sections of the solar system. This will reduce the amount of authority transfer that game code has to address in this first release. There will also be a lot of challenges for the game services and game feature teams. Maybe Ben can give a little bit more.
Yeah, there are many parts of the game that are affected by this new server meshing architecture. So any gameplay features that rely on the concept
The Sound of Space 佢會講啲山嗰啲點樣整咯，你會有興趣啊？
So to send messages and updates to that server, we simply locate the active match. That concept needs to change because we now have a mesh to deal with. And so there are multiple game servers that need to receive this information. They need to be able to subscribe dynamically to it or unsubscribe dynamically to players transitioning through them. So you can imagine that this will affect things like missions that currently are spawned locally on the game server. And also persist their state. So all services that are attached to missions, where that's quantum system in the backend or Quasar tools, need to now know about the concept of a shard. This also goes deep into things that are mechanical, like getting global chat to work on a server. That concept now needs to be extended to the shard, where this will probably push us to implement this as a location-based chat, for example. And so many teams in the company now need to change their feature to take into account the meshing technology that's behind it, because the concept of server, which has been ingrained since the beginning, has changed to become a mesh of servers.
Yeah, exactly. So I also want to shout out to the network team who's working on the replication layer and the bind culling, as well as the persistent tech team who's working on the entity and object container streaming. And as Benoit said, also all the other teams that work on gameplay features or gameplay services that are affected by this new technology, there are a lot of devs working on this, and we are very excited to push on this new technology. Thank you for your time.
Incoming transmission. Is this working? Good. Hey, look, I don't have much time. They call me Chris the Menace, and I have been framed for homicide.
There's no time to explain.
Rehabilitation Center. I have a bounty on my head for 500,000 credits, because I am offering 1 million credits for somebody who come and rescue me. I can't leave. I am being watched. I need help. I don't have much time. Please come and help me. Come.
點無啦啦 style 轉到咁黐線嘅話，轉咗啲好超嘅 style 嘅無啦啦，咁低段片嚟嘅呢個。
Miners are of a unique breed. It's not about doing the job. It's about doing the job right.
No
matter how small or big, you need the right tools. Argo Astronautics, doing the job right.
啱啱嗰個係船嘅廣告嚟嘅。
From our starfarers to our labs, offices, and facilities, and in communities around the verse, we're continuously innovating to provide the energy solutions that advance modern life.
Ultima Energy。佢嗰個飛嗰個樣咧，係佢用嗰個攝影機個技術去做出嚟，即係你擺 webcam 喺度咧，佢會投射你個人樣落去個 game character 嗰度。
No graphics and orange lights. Ready? So we introduced the replication layer, a new and improved architecture for meshing servers. It solves our problems observed in the naive meshing approach, namely multiple connections and authority. The entity graph is the persistence of the replication layer and uses graph data to persist the entire game universe. And the main focus of all of this is on making all game systems and features work in a no-server concept, where multiple servers are needed. Also, that the first release will likely be a static server mesh, and it will come, as all things do, I see you asking in the chat, when we feel it's ready. He really comes in here and uses my lights. Now, moving along, earlier in the day, we saw the first look at the Anvil Liberator, revealed earlier today during the Ship Talk panel. So check out the website to learn more, and you can submit your questions for the Q&A on Spectrum that'll be released in the coming days. Also, don't forget about the hashtag SC Watch Party on Twitter and Instagram contest. I can't help but notice that morphologists and Burks have one going, and I wasn't invited. I mean, I wasn't invited to any of them now that I think about it. I mean, 315's not out yet. I could just backspace and respawn there in a jip. I was going to do a gag where I hit the button and then fell on the floor, but I don't feel like it anymore. But up next, my vote for Sleeper Hit of the Day. Addie and Graham take us into the world of Claudius, the next big thing from CIG Audio, in the sounds of space, starting now.
Hi, my name's Graham Phillipson, and I'm lead audio programmer here at Cloud Imperium Games.
Hello, I'm Addy Kelch, and I'm one of the sound designers working at Cloud Imperium Games.
And we're here to talk about some of the big developments we've got going on in audio tech, specifically SIG Audio and Claudius, which is a new audio engine layer and associated tool that we hope will greatly improve the development experience of our sound design team.
Getting started on this project can be quite challenging due to the amount of tools that we have involved in implementing audio into the engine.
And with the Claudius tool, we aim to streamline that process as much as possible. This talk will be very much focused on workflow and tech, and as such, there won't be too many sort of exciting explosion sounds going off and things like that. But, you know, this is all about how we improve the workflow for our sound design team, and we know these guys can make amazing sounds anyway.
Thanks, Graham.
我知啊，終於都講聲。
Star Citizen 啲聲係唔錯，我覺得。
So before we get into the new stuff, let's take a little look at the history and where we are now and what inspired us to go down this development path. Up until this point, so much of the data that we use has been owned and stored in the data of other tools that are not owned by the audio team or by the audio code team. Tools such as Mannequin, the character tool, TrackView, UI Code, DataForge. All of these tools are designed for other teams to work with, and audio can sometimes feel like a bit of an afterthought within those tools. Additionally to this, because the data is stored within the files for those tools, we end up with a lot of data that's scattered around different areas. It can be difficult to dig in and find what we want. Also, when we're loading these tools, we have to load up all the data. So for example, if it's an animation tool, we have to load lots of animation data when really we're not actually working with that. There can be huge learning curves involved and lots of time spent switching between tools that impacts our development by swallowing up time. A lot of our ways of working haven't changed in a very long time, and we thought it was time to take a step back, look at all the challenges we face, and see if we can come up with solutions for all of them by coming up with a completely new design that addresses all the issues that we face day to day and tries to overcome them in an elegant way that makes the sound designers' lives much easier and makes their jobs much more fun. And this is what we came up with. So with Claudius, what we did was we put workflow at the very core of the design. From day one, when we started working on the design of the SIG Audio and Claudius systems, we wanted to make sure that workflow was always the focus of how things were working. We never wanted the tools to get in the way any more than they need to. And we wanted to make sure that the tools could be as smooth and as fun to use as they possibly could be.
I think that this designer comes first workflow is quite important, and it's going to become an integral aspect on this project. Currently, we have quite a bit of focus shifting, and that tends to break momentum. Not only that, audio seems to be treated a lot as a production aspect of the game at the moment, and this tool is going to help shift that to post-production, where it should be.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a really good point. One of the main things we wanted to do with the tool was to make sure that it could be used as a post-production tool, so that you could effectively take a finished feature of the game where no audio guy had seen it at all. The audio code could be implemented really quickly, and then the sound design could be implemented on top of that really quickly. And this could all be done completely downstream of all the stuff that happened before it. Obviously, in practice, we're working on this game in parallel with lots of other teams, and we never work in the sort of post-production way that, like an actual film post house would work. But by carrying over some of those principles, we think we've made a really good tool. And part of how we've achieved that is by sort of completely abstracting the audio data away from the code that calls it. The calling code knows nothing of what the result of what it is saying will do. So it will trigger some parameters and some events, but it doesn't know what the audio system will do as a result of that. And there's a very clear decoupling between the audio system and the game that calls it. And likewise, within the audio system, we don't care where the events and parameters came from. All we care about is what we do with them and how it makes things sound.
And now, with all this data in one place, it's going to make it extremely swift. And also a lot more inclusive to fix bugs. By inclusive, what I mean is audio QA is going to become an even more integral part of the team. They're going to be able to quickly fix these things on the fly.
Yeah, I think that's a really important point. Because we've got all this data in one place, and we've also got the game's behaviours in one place, what we've done is we've integrated all the debugging tools into the exact same tool. The sound designers are using. So an audio person is working exactly the same place, but they've got an interest in some different data. So what they care more about is like, why is something not sounding as it should, or is the system behaving as it should? And we want to offer all the information that they need. And what that means is that then they can easily pinpoint where the problems are, and in some cases they can probably fix them because the fixes become so obvious. Coupled with that is that we want the sound designers to be able to completely trust the tool, so that when you implement something in Claudius, you know it's going to work in game. And fundamentally, there should be no difference between you implementing something and playing it out and actually running the game in a real game scenario and doing the same thing. So what we want to do is make it so that if anything doesn't work, that's a code bug, that's on us guys, we need to fix it, and you guys can completely trust the tool. And that means that you don't need to spend lots of time testing.
不過就算啲 game support MacOS 咧，你都唔會玩得盡興，因為始終咧佢原本啲配置咧就係 for Windows 多啲，即係啲顏色嗰啲 profile 啊嗰啲嘢都係 Windows 取向。
So let's take a little look at Claudius itself. What we've done is we've introduced a visual scripting language that allows you guys to implement whatever you want, and we provide tools that hopefully allow you to do all the creative things that you need to do with the audio. But the design of Claudius under the hood is interesting because the tool itself doesn't hold any data of its own. All it does is exposes data that exists within the game engine. What this means for us is that live update, as in when you make a change in the Claudius tool,有
啲文字冒險遊戲可以喺 Apple Watch 度 interact 咯，有啲咯，咁文字冒險都係打 text 嗰啲啫嘛。
And actually, because of the design, it's not possible to implement an audio feature without implementing live update. And that was at the very core of this design, because again, we were completely thinking about workflow, about ease of use, and about limiting the amount of time you guys spend sort of, rebooting the game or, trying to get your actions to be reflected in the game.
You already mentioned it, but I think that, little to no code support aspect of Claudius is really going to be groundbreaking for us. I think that life is going to become iteratively a lot easier as we're able to just quickly, just not, again, focus shifting, right? That's not going to really be a thing anymore, and that's going to be great. not only that, all these parameters that we want to get access to based on the data, we're going to get access to that by just going into the game, playing with something like a weapon, and by picking up that weapon, now that's going to, be inherited by the character. So it means that we're going to be able to attach all these different sounds to that gun based on what the player is doing. And I don't know, it's going to make so many of these things possible, and it just wasn't before.
Yeah, what we're trying to do is make so much data available to you where you need it and in an intuitive way. And what that means is that, when you, as you say, if you spawn a weapon in the game, it immediately becomes visible in the Claudius tool. And if you perform an action on that weapon, such as firing it or reloading it, those actions immediately become available and visible in the Claudius tool and available for you to implement. And what that means is that we're putting the implementation right alongside it happening in the game. Claudius uses a reactive programming model. And what that means is that as the data comes in, the visual side of what you see updates live, and it updates immediately. And it also has some sense of what's relevant, because if you're running an actor around, then the most recent events received by the game or sent by the game would be the movements of his limbs, the footsteps, that kind of thing. And you get to see those things immediately in the tool, and you can even filter by time, so you can look at things, you can like clear out the view, perform an action, and now that's the only thing you can see. So you get really quick, easy access to all the data that you need. And all of this tech, I think, just puts us in a great position to continue to support the ever-increasing demands of CIG's games.
I also think that the designers are going to be quite empowered by the amount of time that they're going to have to focus on the creative aspects.
Yeah, that's the whole philosophy of this design, is to empower the sound designers to be sound designers.
好啊。
鰻魚味，但我又唔係好肚餓。
So let's take a look at
即係矛盾。
你會唔會有得喺你個 Discord 度咧？啱咗你而家部 camera。
The game is just describing what's happened, and it doesn't have any preconceptions about what the audio system should do.
用你而家直播個 camera 做
the weapon fired.
做
It now has
webcam。
5 rounds in the magazine. The weapon fired again.
我可以開虛擬相機咯。
And lots of other information as well, such as the
因為咧，佢
weapon
攞佢 camera 咧，如果攞咗咩
pressure around it, or it was out in space, there was no pressure. All these sort of contextual things become available, and the decisions about what that data actually means to you guys all completely.
如果佢用咗喺 OBS 度直播嘅話咧，佢就用唔到喺 Discord 度，淨係可以用到喺一個程式度嘅。
啊，咁樣㗎？
係啊，但係我可以用 virtual camera 咯，即係咁樣咯。
What amazes me about this tool is it's going to just be as simple as hooking up a couple nodes and seeing the results in the editor.
我 camera OBS 就即刻爆炸咗。
Complex logic that we have, we're going to have access to all these parameters super easily. So the idea of, let's say, having a different reload sound based on the amount of ammunition in the mag it's going to be, rather simple to implement.
可以咁樣咯，可以開 virtual camera.
Yeah, absolutely. All this data becomes available to you, and it's totally up to you guys what you do with it. So we're open.
I
think that comes back to empowering the sound designers again. I think all this freedom creatively it's going to be great.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that sort of giving you that creative freedom, I think, is going to be amazing to see what comes out of that. Because, for example, we can have something like a parameter that says whether it's nighttime or not. And if you wanted, you could change the whole aesthetic of the game, change all the sounds based on it being nighttime.
Yeah.
And that would require no input from the code team, because we've given you the data that you need.
Yeah.
So let's dig down a little into some specific features of Claudius and look at budgeting and aggregation. In this video,
因為 OBS 可以 output 翻個
trigger spots that are all playing the same sound. We haven't applied any sort of budgeting to them, so they all play. They're all taking up resources.
咁但係咧，我又要複製多個我自己 webcam 嘅 layer， 然之後 set 個 layer 做 virtual camera。
I want to show here just how simple it is to deal with that and to reduce the budget for the sounds that they're playing. So
係啦，之後所以我而家 set 咗一個 layer 係 係 virtual camera，但係我隱藏咗佢，我收埋咗喺下面咯，我收埋咗個底度咯。呢度。
And we're going to reduce the number of sounds in that category that can play at any one
收埋
time.
咗個 stream。
As I said before, this all updates live.
仲有幾多人睇緊我
every change
stream
we
啊？
make now is going to be reflected in the game. And when we spin back to the game view now in the editor, you'll see that because we set the budgets of 5, only 5 of those sounds are now playing, represented by a lighter green.
我未試過 stream 咁耐，仲要喺啲咁黐線嘅時間。
That will, we'll drop it a little bit more, and you can see now only the closest 3 to the camera currently playing, and then we'll just whiz the budget back up so you can see that it'll come back again when you do that. Now, that's the budgeting feature, and that's one to sort of reduce the amount of resources you use.
各位觀眾好似有少少唔開心，唔係串你，即係建議你如果嚟緊都會繼續打即係用電腦打機嘅話，可以砌翻部 PC 嘅。如果你話玩 LOL 呢啲就需求唔係話太大嘅 game， 就真係唔使砌得。
所以話冇辦法咯，冇辦法啦咁樣。So here we're going to do a really simple example. We're going to hook up a sort of more musical tone to this aggregate. And what this aggregate will do is it will represent all of the sounds that aren't playing. Now, we offer lots of parameters to this aggregation system, but the aggregate
不過而家砌機都係一個投資嘅。
it's aware of the positions, it's aware of the spread of them. So lots of information is made available to the sound designers so that they can represent this massive sounds with just a single audio source. Okay, so now we can see that there's a further green light green blob in amongst all the dark green. And what that is that's the aggregated sound. So that will move to the center of wherever the crowd of non-playing sounds is. And as you can see, it kind of skips around in this video. But we have some options so it doesn't sort of jump around and become jarring. It just moves around as quickly or slowly as you want it to with the crowd of sounds that it's attempting to represent. And what this means for us is that it makes it a lot easier to sort of clean up the mix if you've got a lot of things that have been added to a level. They've been added by a non-audio person, and with maybe not so much understanding of the consequences of that. It gives us really easy ways of dealing with that. You can see here if we increase the budget, the aggregated sound moves further away, and then if we completely reduce the budget to nothing, then you end up with just a fixed aggregated sound right in the middle of all the sounds that are playing. All the sounds that are not playing. Now this is a really simple example. None of these sounds are moving, but if they were moving, then that blob would move appropriately to the position where all those sounds were moving.
I think what this text showed us is for ambience work specifically, the designer is going to have quite a lot of creative freedom to kind of go wild and rely on this technology to help us clean up not only the mix but
佢都冇講佢點整嗰啲聲，佢淨係講點樣將嗰啲聲入落隻 game 度。
It's also a good way for us to create accurate background dialogue, as we call it, walla, for bespoke locations, and I think it's going to bring a lot more life to locations.
Absolutely. But also, aggregate logic doesn't have to be used for those purposes. It can be used for more abstract purposes as well. So we can use the logic system within the audio system to understand how many of a certain thing exist in the game. So if, say, every tree tells the audio system that exists, we don't necessarily want to play a sound on all those trees, maybe unless it's windy, which is a decision we can make if we want. But we can track counts, so we can track how many of a certain object type there are, and we can use that information to inform something like the mix. So you can have a mix that's maybe specific to forests. You want something to sound like a forest. You want to bring in some ambience that makes it sound like a forest. And that can all be driven by this set of data that we're not actually playing sounds directly on, but we're just using it to inform the mix. Another feature that we have in Claudius is logic inheritance. And what that allows us to do is to implement a set of audio logic on a certain audio node and then inherit it on child nodes of that node so that we can override it, repurpose it, or make it just basically do the same thing as the parent node does. Now that's quite an abstract thing to say, but what it means is that we can use a single set of events and parameters to express audio across multiple nodes.
This comes back to the example that we used before about, a weapon reloading. And so by overriding that logic, we're going to be able to place audio events on specific parts of the weapon and make them perform based on what the character is doing. It just seems like a really powerful tool to have.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, it's all about putting all the power in your hands. For example, you might have something like a character who jumps and lands, and that jump event can be expressed on any bone of his body.
原來
So if he's wearing a watch, you can make
Modern
it
Warfare
jingle.
2 Modern Warfare 1 同 2 都有
Cracky knee, you can
remaster，
make it crack when he lands or something, and all these different things can be done, and they're all.
但係
available to
remaster
you
有
by
冇
default.
有冇 remaster 埋佢
Quite
佢
easy
嗰
to
個
implement as well,
multiplayer，
as we're
佢
saying.
嗰個二人合作有
Another
冇？
thing we have
你想
in
再玩
Claudius
過？
is a set of
我
system
梗係啦，好
parameters,
玩
and what they are
喎
is a set of parameters that
有
are
應該
available by
有。
default
童
to
年
any
嚟㗎，大
audio
佬
mode in the game.
啊！
Things such as
即係
atmospheric
我
pressure,
做青春嘅時候，
velocity,
我覺得
acceleration.
係
So, for
大
example,
快
you
人
can
心
do
嘅
something
事。
like take the atmospheric pressure and the
好玩咩？
acceleration of
我
an
覺得好
object,
玩
and you can use
喎，
that
即
to
係
express some
有
wind
好
noise.
玩，好玩
And
爆咗添，仲要
that's
係。
something that previously
咪
mobile
咯，
app
勁
would
開心
require code
喎！
support.
如果
You guys
remaster
can
有
just
嘅話，我
dive
一
in
定
and do it on literally anything. You can add an
有，
audio
但
Sigodio
係好似喺
component
Epic Game 嗰度
to
先有。
something that the audio system's
哦
never
Epic
seen
Game
before,
啊邊
and you can start expressing the audio
好
on
似
these
獨
things
佔
as
啊嘛，
well.
佢 Epic Game
Claudius,
俾
I
咗勁
think,
多錢啲
rationalizes the
game
whole
獨佔喺
process
佢
of
嗰度。
being a
Snow
sound
Runner
designer
都
in
係
this project.
佢
All
好
that
想
relevant
搞大自
information
己
is going to
嘅
be in one
但係
place,
但
and
係佢
it's going to
佢
be
佢
quite
咁樣蝕法係
digestible,
冇意思
especially
咯，
for people just
遲早
getting
會死
started.
咯咁樣。
Yeah,
係
absolutely.
咯，
We want
好
the
似好
sound design
搶
process to
咁
be
樣
as
蝕
organic
法。
as possible, and we want you guys to have the freedom to just
點
express
解佢
yourselves.
係
And
都
that's
唔
the
俾我
point of
on
getting
我
all
個
this data
個
to
camera
you
唔
by
得意啊？
default.
會唔
So
會係
let's
因為
take a
我
look
播
at an
緊 Twitch，
example of
我用緊
something we can do
iPad 嚟
using
同你
SIG Audio and Claudius without any code support.
傾偈。
Here, we're adding a SIG Audio component to an entity type that's never had one on it before. It's a really simple thing to do. We just drop the component in DataForge, and then we can jump over to the editor and we can spawn one of these things. And I'm going to use the example of a plushie here. And what we're going to do is we're going to use some of these systemic parameters and events that come for free without any extra code support, and we're going to use them to express. It's a bit of a silly example. We're going to use them to express the contents of this plushie. So what looks like a cuddly toy right now is going to turn into some sort of water container. So we're going to put a kind of water sloshing loop on this thing. So we need to respond to its spawn event and also its despawn event. So the sound stops if it ever gets despawned. And we can add an audio source that is the water sloshing sound. And then if we hook that up, it's going to start playing that sound. But the way these sounds are set up is that they don't play anything unless certain parameters are set on them. So they're muted until, for example, they have some sort of rotational or directional movement on them, because you don't want an object to just sit there playing a sloshing sound when it's not moving. So we're going to hook up some parameters as well. We're going to hook up the systemic acceleration and velocity parameters. And we're going to just demonstrate a little bit of, we're not going to go into sort of too complex logic here, but we're just going to demonstrate a little bit of what you can do. So we're going to multiply them by each other. And then the result of that, we're going to set it on a couple of parameters on that object. And then, as I said before, everything is live updated. So we're going to see the result of what we do here. We're going to hear the result of what we do here immediately once we've done it. So just finish hooking this up, and we'll pass over to the editor view once that's done. Oh, one last thing we need to do before we can make that happen is, because this entity's already spawned, we need to send its spawn event again. And in Claudius, you can send any events that are set up for debugging reasons, which is really useful. So now we can see the green blob, which says the sound's playing, but we can't hear very much because there's no velocity or acceleration. But now, as the character runs around carrying it, we can hear the sloshing sounds, we can hear them play when it's dropped, and all this is coming from this set of parameters in Claudius that are being multiplied together just for a bit of fun. So all that was done without any code support. The code system had never seen that entity before. It could have been literally any entity in the game. And what we've done there is we've been able to express the contents of that entity without any additional help from the code team. So that's a really sort of freeing thing for the sound designers to have available.
As we've seen with how easy it is to implement something like this, we have a lot of control over the physics, and it gives us
即係佢好似就可以起樓咁，我展示點樣去用起重機。我哋又整咗個起重機咧，去幫我哋起我哋呢層樓啦咁樣。但係對於我嚟講，我覺得呢樣嘢真係好悶。
Yeah, I think it's going to have quite some interesting outcomes. So yeah, it opens up a line of creativity. It opens up a line of experimentation, and that goes.
我最近見到啲人話 this is quite boring.
This was achieved.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the example there was quite a silly one. It was putting a water sloshy sound where it doesn't really belong. But as I said, it doesn't matter what that entity is. It could be a little cuddly plushy thing, or it could be like a 400-foot tower that's falling and hitting the ground. And those same parameters can be used to express the sounds of that thing.
Unless you are an audio engineer.
And this tech isn't so limited to
or
props
audio
and
engineer
variables. It can be used on literally anything. Anything that can move, you can express its movement using these parameters.
未必嘅，都有趣嘅應該。
I think you touched on a really important point there, which is cause and effect. I think that's one thing that it's quite a tricky phenomenon to implement into games. But with Claudius, it's going to be almost a breeze. We're going to be able to hold values based on a parameter, for example. So let's say if you shoot this plushie, it'll trigger a very high value for that movement, and based on that we'll be able to change the sound that happens after. So let's say if you shoot the plushie, pick it up again, instead of a cute cuddly noise, it can make like a really angry, like, why did you shoot me, sort of grumble. And yeah, it's gonna add a whole new level of depth to these interactable objects and other things in the game as well.
Yeah, and those examples are just, again, it's all about unleashing creativity.
Exactly.
It's about sort of offering all the data that you need to be able to do whatever you want. And there may be things that we never even thought of, but by abstracting these systems in such a way that, and by making all this data available to you, it no longer becomes a coder's problem what you guys want. We just give you everything. The Synology and Claudius systems are designed with collaborative working in mind too. So the way that communication and the way that actions are performed in Claudius is that the Claudius app sends a request to the game engine to make some sort of change to the audio logic, and only when that request is fulfilled does the change actually reflect itself back in the Claudius UI. And this is tied into that whole concept of there's only one set of data owned by the engine and we change it live. So by having this design, what we've been able to do is allow multiple connections of multiple Claudius clients. And because they're all connected via WebSockets, they could be on separate PCs. What this means is that if a sound designer needs some assistance or just wants to collaborate with another sound designer on some sort of logic setup in Claudius, they can do that incredibly easily. They can connect their Claudius client to somebody else's game client simultaneously while that person has their copy of Claudius connected. And then as they make changes to the logic, they're reflected on both users' Claudius screens simultaneously.
I think that's
quite a
to the other.
Cool feature to have. A lot of the time when we're working, I'll need to call up either a technical sound designer or a colleague and share my work, and they'll just be through sharing the screen, and there's a lot of no, go there, and finger pointing, and it
button. Doing something else that's maybe inspired by what you showed them.
OBS 成日斷市，我真係唔明點解。
Lends itself to having a lot of collaboration between sound designers.
OBS 都唔係話特
I
別
think
穩
now
定
with the whole working from home situation,
成
a
日
tool
斷
like this
市，我唔
is
明啊
really
點
going
解
to be
即係
invaluable. It's
好
going
唔
to
知啊，
allow the
好
sound
煩
designers to connect a
OBS 又
lot
同我
more
斷線
QA to
嘅，
work
唉
with sound designers a lot easier.
雖然唔係好多人
sound
睇，
design
但係呢
dialogue.
個問題成日
It's
困擾
really
住我。
just
之前
gonna
啲直播有斷過線
bring
嘅。
us all closer together and hopefully spark
Oh,
some very
Samo.
interesting ideas.
So let's take a little look at some of the code that underpins these systems, because when we went away and wanted to start designing this thing, we obviously had workflow in mind, and we wanted that to be to create a situation that was as smooth and as easy as possible for sound designers. But as a code team, we serve two masters, and what we don't want to do is to implement those things for the sound designers at a cost that's too great for the engine team. So we need to avoid high CPU usage. We need to avoid blocking the main, the critical paths of the game. And we do that by moving all of our audio processing onto audio threads and onto audio jobs. And all the commands that cause that audio processing to happen are all transmitted through lockless queues. And what that means is that the game can tell us what we need to know, and we get out the way as quickly as possible, and that allows the game to run as freely as it can without audio sort of contributing to frame rate drop or contributing to high CPU usage. Because we've moved all that stuff into the audio system, what it means is that something like a feature that we would have maybe in ship code, like something that's very specific to thrusters, would now become a systemic feature in the audio system. And what that means is, again, it frees up your creativity, because we might have created something as an idea that assists with making thrusters sound good, but instead of it being kind of hidden away in the thruster code and only able to be used by those, it's now available to you wherever you want. And you can kind of use some of these tools in whatever sort of creative ways you can think of, whereas before they were hidden away, now they're completely available to you. And this also frees up audio coders' time, because we spend a lot less time sort of working to make features that exist in one place, exist somewhere else. Literally, every feature exists everywhere for every system. So that, again, sort of helps the audio code team to spend a lot more of their time being creative too, which is a really good position to be in. We also have some features that even bring audio code into the realm of post-production, much like the sound designers. So we can live rebuild the code while the game is running, and that's something we've been able to do for a long, long time. But what Claudius does, because it uses this reactive programming model and it can react to the game's transmission of events and parameters immediately and present them to you immediately, we can actually boot up the game and start up a feature we've never seen before and start playing around with it and find the bits where the audio needs to be. And then we can live add the code, rebuild it on the fly, and then it's already available to you guys. So we're making it so that collaboration between sound designers and audio coders becomes something that is just, it's almost as good as a collaboration between sound designers. It's like something we can go from nothing to a fully working feature without stopping the game. And then because of all the design that this is all built on, and all the way that we want to make sure that everything persists, you don't need to go back into the game and test it. What that means is that we can effectively implement both the code and the audio setup, save it, and we're literally done. And that's just saving so much time compared to sort of all the iteration time that they spent like rebooting the game, rebooting editors, rebooting tools, swapping tools, and all that kind of thing. So yeah, this puts code at least partially in this production or post-production realm as well.
Yeah.
So we've looked at a lot of the features that we've already developed for Claudius, but we have lots of plans for the future too. The design of SIG Audio and Claudius aims to solve future problems before we know what they are, and where it can't solve them completely, it's going to make it easier to solve them. As new game features come along, and we don't know what they're going to be yet necessarily, we want to be able to support them as quickly as possible, but also we want to be able to reuse everything we create. And the SIG Audio and Claudius design is central to that. It's all about reuse, and it's all about having systemic features that are available to sound designers.
I think what's so great about this technology is that we're going to be able to take all this information from the game, bring the audio engine into the game engine, and just make it all so easy to access. I think one key aspect of Claudius that the audio team is really looking forward to is sympathetic audio. So this is the cause and effect that we were talking about before. I think having this like one event trigger another, for example, it's going to make the game a lot more cinematic. Everything's going to be real time. We're not going to have to pre-render all these events. And it's basically going to become procedural, which means that a lot of these scenarios that you get into, a lot of these different contexts that you can get into when you're playing the game, we're going to accommodate them. And you're going to get just vastly different experiences every time you do something. And this is because we can infer so much from the game data and create those links to create a beautiful experience. A lot of the time we think about like how can we sonify this non-linear spectacle of a game, and instead of pre-rendering it can happen in real time. It can take values from like atmospheric pressure, temperature, and it's going to be quite a amazing experience for the players.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the core of sympathetic audio is this idea of resonance, and with the sympathetic audio design that we have, we'll be able to give objects resonant frequencies, and we'll be able to make it so that if something sort of broadband in its frequency spectrum goes off, like a huge explosion or something like that, then you're going to expect a lot of metal panels and glass windows and things to rattle and resonate in sympathy. Sympathetic audio in sympathy with the explosion.
And all we really have to do is just set up the logic for that to happen, and it'll happen. And yeah, really eager and interested to see what the players are gonna have happen to them. through their playthroughs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think all the features that we're looking to develop are all about bringing this game to life more and making it more cinematic and making it just feel more immersive.
Yeah, super high fidelity.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking at sort of improving mixing support so we can gather some of this. We've got a huge amount of data coming in now. We can use lots of ways to decide which sounds play and what how those parameters affect those sounds. But we can take a step back and look at the bigger picture and say, we've got all this data that's telling us what's going on in the game. Can we then use that to sort of decide how the game should be mixed? So, for example, if you're exploring a moon or something like that, you're going to want to hear a lot of the ambiances and maybe some distant mining going off and things like this. But then if you sort of end up engaged in battle with someone, that's something that the audio system's aware of through the data that's coming in, and maybe it can change the mix so those ambient things don't really get so much of a look in anymore, and it's all about the battle focus and things like that. And then again, as the battle ends and that kind of scenario falls away, we could automatically analyze the data and say, okay, we're now back into an ambient situation, so let's raise the level of some of these ambient sources again.
Yeah, I think that importance to what the player needs to hear at that moment. I think that's especially on the FPS side, that's gonna really be valuable.
So that concludes our look at some of the features and tech that we have in development in the SIG Audio team right now. Hopefully, it's going to make the lives of the sound design team much easier, and hopefully some improvements to the way the game sounds too.
Yeah, I think the sonic aesthetic of this game is going to change for the better because of these tools and because of these workflow improvements.
Okay, well, that's it from us. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the rest of your CitizenCon, and I really hope next year we can all be back together in person and we can see each other in person then. Thanks for watching. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Cosmonaut is the premier online magazine for Star Citizen, packed full of ship reviews, outfitting guides, upcoming events, org interviews, current affairs, history, and more. Cosmonaut is your comprehensive guide to all aspects of life among the stars. Our talented team of writers, editors, designers, photographers, and artists are all passionate pilots and aim to bring you stellar images, incisive articles, and incredible design. Season 1 of Cosmonaut is available for download now. Head to www.cosmonautmagazine.com to get all 12 issues completely free.
I've heard them say, with every goal comes a sacrifice. With every dream comes a letdown. You've got to give up something.
Origin Jumpwork 300i.
I couldn't disagree more. See, everything is achievable, and you don't have to give up anything along the way. You want to know what I think? Sacrifice is what happens when you give up halfway. The Origin 300i. Sacrifice nothing. Achieve anything.
This is Jack. Jack is a successful trader. Unfortunately for Jack, he encounters local pirates. They want ransom money, just a fraction of his profits. Jack refuses the proposal. In his mind, he is a hero. Now, Jack is dead, and all of his belongings go to the pirates anyway. Don't be like Jack. Be smart. Pay ransom. Sponsored by the Sinister Incorporated Pay Ransom Campaign.
Hello.
So, Marcus, you work for Addison's campaign, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys get some sort of a winner's bonus?
Well, yeah, we got a bonus.
Oh, you did? How much?
I did get myself a Phoenix as a going away present.
They got you a Constellation Phoenix?
Hang on, why are we traveling on this rental Taurus, Marcus?
How was I supposed to know you'd prefer the Phoenix?
Oh, God, Marcus. You know what? I'm just gonna go have a shower.
Route has been plotted. Quantum in 10.
Guys, there are no towels.
You know,
係咗咩啊？
I think I
係
have some
咗
towels
係咗
for Phoenix.
轉 game page
Oh, no, just stop. Sorry.
You never know，大家有啲更加嘅，You never know。啊，好亂啊！嗰個鬼執架。完得全都冇時間，好搞笑啊！你啲 fans 會無啦啦係任何場合問你關於 NES 嘅問題。
Do not underestimate the talented and dedicated folks at CIG Audio. There is always a giant emphasis on video here, but none of it would ever hit the way that it's supposed to without that A.
Because I'm the only one.
And as we near the end of our show, we also saw the last of our community videos during the break, and I hope they stick around as a tradition for CitizenCons going forward. For those of you who know my origin story, you might understand why I have a particularly soft spot for that. But that's enough chat. This is it. We're at the end of our day. It's time for one more panel and one more panel alone. It's time for Tony, Rob, Ben, and Luke to take you deep into the machinery beneath our universe in systematic gameplay. Stream of thought. Bon appetit.
對啊，係咪嚟啊？係咪嚟啊？屌！期待已久啊！
Hi, I'm Tony Zervik, Director of Persistent Universe for Star Citizen.
誒，我啱要咪喎
about some of the new technology, features, and content that we're aiming to deliver over the next several quarters, and how these things are going to impact your gameplay experience. To assist in that endeavor, I brought on two others to give you some additional perspective, including SGS Assistant Director Rob Reininger, Senior Systems Designer Ben Dorsey, and over in the UK, Lead Designer Luke Presley.
Tony. Tony,
Rob, we've been able to buy and sell commodities for years. Tony. We're now looking to try and close out the entire loop by the end of the year by allowing players to sell weapons, armor, clothing, and eventually ships back to the shops. One of your favorite aspects of this has always been what it means to treasure. Can you elaborate a bit on that?
I think it's huge because now it gives me a purpose to go out and collect the stuff because players are very meticulous. They'll go out and pick up every single gun, weapon, armor. New generation is something that the Frankfurt team is working on. It means a lot for investigating lockers or just stripping down something. We talk about salvage. These are all things that we're working towards the ability to buy and sell items. But most importantly, it's just curating your inventory, right? It's getting rid of this stuff. It's another form of reward. So I think it's a huge addition to the game.
Sure, and it also plays a big role in character advancement, right? Yeah. Because you can realize the equity from items that you've purchased in the past. In other words, I buy a particular laser rifle. Now I decide that I want the better one. I don't have to buy that one starting from scratch. I can actually sell my original one, assuming it's in pretty good shape, and I basically pick the optimal shop at which to sell it. That's a shop that deals in that specific item. Then I can actually get a pretty good price for that used item. I can then take that money and apply it and the differential towards moving up the ladder and basically getting better and better stuff. And so just like in the real world, it's like you don't usually start from scratch and buy a house and then basically have to buy another one from scratch. You basically take your realized equity in your original and you throw it into the other one and you just pay the difference.
Yeah, and that's something that we don't have in the shops right now. Everything is in the shop on a per item basis, and items sometimes come with default loadouts on them, like a sniper rifle or a set of armor, or ships are a great example of something that comes with a default loadout of certain laser cannons and power plants and etc. So as we go forward with selling, one of the things that we want to do is get an itemized price for every single attachment that's on an item, which includes laser scopes, magazines, any underbarrel attachments, right? Things like that. So now that these have their own individual price, it's much easier for us to tune the economy. So now it's this thing is more expensive or less expensive. As stats change, we can keep up with the statistical improvement of the item on a per item basis.
Sure, you have the macro item, it consists of the child items. We changed the price of the child item, and the macro item, the larger item that includes various quantities of this, its price is automatically adjusted, which is not something that happens now and causes us countless problems.
Yeah, and it means that now we have less moving parts to worry about on a global basis, and from a what does the world have for sale in it. You talked about taking something to a shop that deals in those items. It's kind of the concept of, well, this shop deals in it and they refurbish it. They have an invested value in procuring those things back from people in the universe. So we want to encourage players to go around to the different places that have the best price for it, much like commodity trading, right? We want players to go here because they can buy it for the best price, go here because they can sell it for the most money. Same principle for selling items, right? So this shop deals in it, you should be able to go there and get more money for it.
Sure, and we need this more sophisticated method of determining the pricing of the more complicated items that are composed of lots of child items, partially because of what it means to selling. In other words, when I go to sell my my pistol, I may have a custom scope on it, something for which we don't have a specific entry in our global retail products list, and that says this item should, if it were new, cost this much. This winds up becoming something to where, sure, we've got the base price of the pistol, and we've got the base price of the scope, but we don't have any sense of what the combination is. As of right now, we don't have a means of solving that, and so this is why we are going to be pursuing changing even how the shops specify their default inventory. Like right now, we actually have shops specify every individual item that they can sell, as opposed to where we're going is it'll be classes of items. This this particular shop deals in small handheld weapons from this particular manufacturer. Now, because they actually deal in small handheld weapons, they will in fact purchase small handheld weapons from a different manufacturer. You just won't get quite as good a price because they're not as adept at repairing them, and they don't have a clientele that's that's geared towards purchasing those items, etc. If you wanted to realize the best possible price, then you would wind up taking your specific items to a shop that does those specific things, and that's where, assuming the condition was perfect and assuming that the shop had a lot of cash on hand with which to procure these deals, and so was willing to be a little bit more liberal, that's where you could potentially recoup 70, 80, 85% of the original value. Whereas if you go to someone that simply, sure, they deal in small arms, but not necessarily that that particular manufacturer, not that particular caliber weapon or whatever the case may be, then maybe only get 40 or 50 cents on the dollar.
Exactly.
It's like when you're dealing with a car dealership. Like if you bring them their brand of car, they're going to pay you more for that than if you brought them something.
It's easier for them to service. Their mechanics are already familiar with it. They can do the work at cost.
They can sell it.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally makes sense.
It's big, and it's something that it just feels natural, right? It's how the world really works. And we want to continue to push that forward.
教快咗。
3.15 is a huge update to the game because of the localized inventory that's going to totally change the game. There are several aspects to this, and that starts with, I'd say, the personal inventory manager.
Localized inventory, 呢個就係個 planet base 喎。
They're going to cover that in a separate discussion, so we'll leave that out of here. Over on our side, we've got the vehicle loadout manager, which has been adapted to only allow you to modify vehicles that are in your immediate vicinity. And then we've also added a new Mobiglass app called Knickknacks. Reiniger, so you've spent the last couple of quarters heavily focused on this. Go ahead and walk us through what's changed, starting with the front end menu.
Yeah, so the front end, we've historically allowed players to kind of go wherever they want, right? But as we move forward with the game and the new player experience, we want players to be invested in their home location. So it's more of selecting a home base because the inventory that you have at the start of your account that's entitled through all your web purchases, through whatever subscriber, all of this stuff is going to go to that location as it's physicalized in the world. So now you have a home base of operations. That's your place. As we explore out throughout the universe, you may move some of that stuff to a new place as you get persistent halves here, a new hab over there, persistent hangar, right? Players are going to be tangibly going up to, interacting with their weapon racks, interacting with the stuff in their ship. And so localized inventory is a massive change to how they've dealt with the game until now. Gone are kind of the days of this global inventory that you can go and interact with anywhere in the universe. If your stuff is at Microtech, you need to go to Microtech. If it's in this hangar over here, you got to go to that hangar. So we want players to feel the pressure of prepping for a trip, right? It's as you go out, this is the mission I'm going to do. This is what I need to go do that mission. So I want to go here, get this, get this. So the front end is going to be the first step in kind of planting your seed.
Mars 嘅3好似係最好嘅，跟住4即係最新嗰
What
啲
about
好
the
似垃
knickknacks
圾。
app? So this allows you to basically, in its first information, to see where you've placed loot throughout the entire solar system. It works on a hierarchical basis, so you can drill down into a particular planet, see the city. At the city, you can basically see what ships you have stored there. You can look within your ship and eventually see what cargo grids and what storage closets you have within there and what items you have placed within there. You've also got a number of filters that allow you to quickly drill down through your entire inventory and find all the laser rifles or whatever else it is that you're specifically searching for. Can you just walk through that in a little bit more detail?
As we kind of go into the localized inventory, the VMA can only act on the ships that are at that location. You kind of lose perspective of the global view because the personal inventory manager that the actor feature team has done has removed the PMA, which was also your kind of global view into your personal items. So the Knickknacks app allows you to kind of see where your stuff is distributed around the world at the individual location level. So whether it's in a ship or in a hab or in a hangar, right now the locations are basically cities or stations. Pretty much any place that has a shop that sells items, that can be some place where you can store stuff. So the ships also have their local inventories associated with them, so you can store things in the ship. And the Knickknacks app is good because now if you want to find laser rifles, you can search by type or subtypes.
呢個之前佢哋講過啦，佢之前嗰啲細更新嗰啲 video 佢 update 嘅時候有同大家講過，所以大家都麻麻地想睇。
We've spoken a bit about how it's going to evolve in the future and what new capabilities we would wind up adding to it. Trading with other players is one of the things that's at the top of the list.
Yeah, right-clicking on something, being able to say, hey, open a trade window with Ben here. I want to be able to show me on the star map where this is. So something that we want to do in the mobiGlas as a whole is context ability to bounce to different apps that are contextually relevant to whatever you're currently using. So
like saying this is in this location when that's just a string, like it's in Olisar, that's not super useful. Seeing that on a map, that tells me something. That tells me I need to go from here to here, I need to plot this location. Right. I'm gonna go through this dangerous area to get there in order to access my stuff.
Or a hyperlink on that.
And you can also very easily discern distance and stuff, which is, oh, well, this one's not here, but is it relatively close or is it really, really far away? And I need to be able to obviously put that into my planning.
Yeah, or set a route to see how much fuel I'm going to use,
exactly.
right? There's a lot of different reasons why these things are kind of relevant. We want to try and preserve all those elements, but still give you the context switching that you're going to need.
佢應該冇1.5咁誇張喎，我諗1.25。
講笑啫。
Another area that's currently under heavy development is physicalized cargo. It consists of multiple facets and will be released in stages, with the first one relating to shop purchases injecting physical entities rather than what I would call render proxies into the ship. This is going to convey all sorts of benefits and advantages, to the gameplay experience. The first and one of the most obvious is simply the fact that now that you've got a ship that has physical entities placed within it, then when another player winds up disabling, boarding your ship, they can actually extract that cargo from you. There's value there that they can actually take. Whereas right now, the only way to get the value is you have to blow up the ship, and then we basically create these cargo facilities. And so this starts to hint at things like the fact that we're going to want to bring
係未去到我想睇嘅嘢咯，未去到我哋想睇嘅，所以我哋唔肯放棄嘅。
gameplay transition where you have ships doing this momentum-based combat, and now I can disable a ship, board it, and I actually have to overcome the NPC crew and then physically grab the cargo, haul it back to my ship. At the same time, you're concerned that while you're basically on the ship and lugging this stuff around, that security or allies of the ship that you've disabled might show up and start blasting you. And so all of a sudden, the considerations, just explode, for doing something so right now relatively basic. And it's one of the aspects that I really love about this game, which is how we can add this low-level gameplay mechanic, and in one shot, it's going to totally transform so many different elements of the game.
And we get stuff like the whole sea, which is another hurdle beyond the physicalization of cargo. I think one of the things that just physicalizing the cargo really does is it allows for the gameplay that CR wants, where you're not blowing up ships, right? You're destroying an engine, which is not a critical failure, right? Critical failures are the things that lead to these larger scale destructions, but on average, you're knocking a ship out of commission. You're able to board, you're able to acquire the stuff, you're not killing everybody on the ship just because it got taken down to 0 health, right? So these are all things that just physicalizing the cargo allows us to do.
You mentioned the whole sea. So the whole sea has some unique challenges related to attaching physicalized cargo to it when you're actually docked at a station, or when you're parked in a hangar and its wings are compressed. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah. So the whole sea, because it does have these two different states, now we have ATC considerations. If I have cargo on the outside of my ship, my wings are exposed. Now I can only go to a docking collar. I can't go to the hangar. So the ATC needs to route you to different locations. Showing all this cargo on the outside of the ship beyond, think of adding additional ships to an area and the kind of slowdown that you might see on a server, right?
咁點啊？即係要有啲另外嘅貨運船喺空中接濟佢。
係啊，佢會喺太空站卸貨，跟住會有啲其他細船係攞啲貨擺落去太空站度。
集運倉 ，Oh my god！ 星際順風 ，Oh my god！
佢有啲細船仔係冇得 quantum jump 嘅，跟住就攞啲貨擺。
Think of it as a person walking in and out, but it's on a spaceship scale.
Another thing that's really bothered me for quite a while is what I'd call the lack of transactional friction. And what I mean when I say that is that it takes the exact same amount of time to load or unload 1 unit of cargo onto your ship as it does 1,000 or 10,000. There's no friction, in this process. Right. And that's completely different from the real world, where mom and pop retailers and major port facilities, designed to rapidly load or unload, cargo onto, some big, freight ship, are able to move, much larger quantities in a much shorter period of time. And you've got skilled dock workers that, you can actually hire that are trained to basically deal with special types of materials and all that sort of stuff. Where we're eventually going with this is that shop purchases are going to inject physical cargo into a storage space, and it's then up to you, the player, to basically move the stuff from that storage space onto your actual ship. And there are going to be, I would assume that at this point in time, half of the people watching this are saying that sounds incredibly awesome, right? And the other half are saying this sounds incredibly tedious, and it sounds like a lot of forced menial labor that's going to be completely completely lacking in fun. There is a method to the madness. I mean, where we're going with this is we're going to make the concept of moving freight onto and off of ships not just a logistical challenge, but we're actually going to make sure that it's a fun experience. Yeah. And this would include everything from eventually adding a service beacon so that you could recruit people you don't know to basically come and help you with cargo. will eventually add the ability for NPCs to be hired at that location, and the price will fluctuate depending upon how many other players are requesting similar services. And you can use those types of capabilities if you simply want to pay a certain amount, have your ship loaded or unloaded, and you're going to go fly around and do something completely unrelated. So, Dorsey, how is physicalized cargo going to impact the gameplay experience?
我想玩大約
As you kind of touched on, there's the
PC
whole
版。
concept of needing to move cargo from one of those
你係玩 PC
storage
版
areas into
我邊有 console
that
嘅
ship. We've actually run into a lot of problems where when you come across a derelict, for instance, we have all these crates on there that you can offload in a lot of the events that we've done. And that amount of time that it takes to do that makes it so that when you then go to sell those crates, they aren't worth the time, frankly. Because
money over time.
Exactly. It is so much faster to just park your ship and click the button and have it instantly get filled, and then drive over to another place and have it instantly be unloaded, that we can't make that process pay well enough to also be balanced when you're getting 16 to 20 crates off of a ship and it's taking you half an hour to do that. But once you make it so that there is a much more similar timeline between those two, you can make it so that there's a much bigger reward on a crate by crate basis, and that allows us to make it so that derelicts become a lot more common and offloading stuff becomes a lot more common. There's also just some really great benefits in that we can make missions reward you by putting cargo out there.
That's right.
Doesn't have to be that the UEC reward of a mission is the only reward. This mission gives you 5,000 every single time. No, there's a ship that gets blown up, or you blow up or disable a ship, and especially disable a ship, and then you can board it and take that cargo off. For pirates, that becomes then the goal. Like, blowing up a ship now becomes almost a failure. You don't want to. You want to disable it, you want to be able to get on it, and then you want to take that cargo off. And of course, the crew is going to be fighting you the entire way there. They're gonna have their people to try and fight off your boarding parties. You've suddenly transitioned into an FPS map by doing so, which is this really great transition that just doesn't really happen in a lot of games, and that's amazing. And even just from a pure like gameplay system standpoint of carrying that crate, that is a very powerful state for the player to be in that they are vulnerable. You can't be shooting a gun and carrying a crate at the same time.
That's actually one of my favorite, things about this entire process is the fact that we're finally going to reward the player and basically provide this differential in the challenges.
Yes.
Where we've long had, blow the ship up, the ship basically ejects some cargo, you tractor beam it up, and now you basically got your reward. But what it's missing is that transition from FPS from ship-based, momentum-based, combat to where you're shooting your big guns at these things, etc. And now you're sneaking around corners, and you may or may not try to be stealthy, and you're basically trying to extract the cargo out, and the crew's basically coming out of the security areas of the ship and patrolling for you and trying to stop
you also got friends trying to protect each other too, while the other people are trying to move stuff, right? And tractor beams are based on weight, so it may take multiple people to actually move a heavier box. And CR wants the gameplay experience to be less ships blowing up, more this ship got disabled, the engines go out, and unless there's a critical failure, the ship doesn't explode. So the opportunity to board a ship will be more common as we move forward.
There's one other thing I wanted to talk about in this area, and that's, you've heard me talk about this often, which is eventually I want the whole transport occupation to kind of revolve around what I call like a hub and spoke model, to where you've basically got big port facilities that are specifically designed to provide the quantity of inventory and the and all of the infrastructure to quickly get that stuff on and off certain ships, as opposed to small mom and pop retailers that are really just intended to deal in a very small number of items. And one of the more significant problems we have in the game, because we don't yet have that level of realism, is related to we've got a small mom and pop retailer, and we need to have a decent amount of inventory so that it can satisfy demand across potentially 100 different players, all grabbing theoretically 1 or 2 or 3 items. But what happens in the real game right now, because there are none of these limitations, there's none of this transactional friction, is one big ship comes up and it purchases all 300 of them because it takes absolutely no time to do that. It then flies to a destination and it immediately sells it, and it collects only the slimmest of profit margins. But because there was no loading time, there was no unloading time, they can still turn around and make a fairly good return on the amount of invested time they put into it. And turning all of this cargo into physicalized entities and basically adding these logistical challenges to where you have to move stuff on, move it off, you have to be more careful with volatile cargo. Bigger crates will require Argos to move them, or cranes, or forklifts, or whatever the case may be. All of this is ultimately going to push players into being more selective about where, for whatever they're trying to do, what types of shops and stuff they're going to visit. And what you're going to get is just like in the real world, where you'll have super tankers bringing oil from across the ocean and basically parking it at some sort of port facility for offloading. And that will then be transported by, whether it's pipelines, by rail, by those types of things to distribution outlets. And from there, it'll be picked up by trucks and transported to the local gas station. And from the gas station, that's where you, the end consumer, can expect to buy 6 or 12 gallons of gas. But in the real world, you can't, drive your truck up to a port refinery on the coast and basically request 5 or 10 gallons of fuel. It's like they only deal in minimum quantities of 10 or 100,000 or 500,000 barrels of fuel. And this will be the same thing that we're going to eventually support on our side, to where if you've got one of these big whole sea ships and stuff, there will be specific locations where we're really basically pushing you to do your business. It doesn't mean that you can't go and park at a small place. It's like, I can have a super tanker and I can go park on the side,
though, right? Because you do have the docking collar restriction on the whole sea type ship, right? But I think this is what the going to the per box model will actually do for us, because we can just make those small mom and pop shops only have the smaller volumes of commodities, right?
You talked about how if you can only unload and offload one box at a time, I'm not going to do a Caterpillar there.
Yeah,
there's nothing stopping you, but there's something.
That's just it. If my ship holds 10,000 units of inventory and I don't have any of the automated stuff, and you don't have enough dock workers, I can't hire at this place. There literally aren't 100 NPCs or 500 NPCs that I can hire for any amount of money. They're literally just not there. Then you're going to have to do it yourself, or you're going to have to request some friends to help you. And it's simply too tedious. It's not that we literally prevent you from basically going there and extracting the material. It's that it's simply not going to be worth your time. You're going to have to invest so much time and effort into doing that all of a sudden you would need an astronomically high profit margin. And long before the profit margins on that particular commodity or material get that high, someone else with a smaller, more efficient ship that can more effectively be loaded with a smaller quantity of stuff and then navigate to to another small location to basically sell it, they'll wind up taking that material from that location.
Which means for one of those bigger ships, like one of the Hull series or something, you're going to want to, by just that nature, go to a place that has a cargo elevator that can give you 20 giant crates at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
That's where you'll make that profit.
With the infrastructure, it's like some places you'll have an elevator that basically gives you easy access to 10 crates at a time, and a bigger facility will have 50, and a bigger one still will have 200, and this one will allow you to basically hire up to 4 NPCs, and one NPC can move 10 crates per hour. But you're going to be in competition with that small NPCs with everybody else, so the price can get fairly high. And this other place will have up to 500 or 1,000 workers that you can hire. So it may still take hours, but you have but that's only because you're loading 10,000, 100,000 SU of cargo into your hold. Another very interesting aspect of this is going to be that you're going to have relatively clearly delineated transport routes, supply routes within the system. And this provides us an awesome opportunity to more precisely tailor what types of challenges you should run into when you're basically moving a big freighter ship from point A to point B as opposed to this other location. In other words, if you think about pirates are trying to abscond, they're basically trying to disable your ship and and plunder it, take whatever valuable materials you have on board. But the types of ships that would be required to extract, all of the fuel off of a big, massive freighter are clearly dramatically different than the ships that would be needed to effectively and efficiently, plunder a far smaller ship that deals in a totally different, type of item or a totally different, and more limited quantity of items. And so we'll be able to more accurately tailor the gameplay experience so that you get the kinds of challenges you would expect.
Well, and I think by nature, it'll allow it to naturally separate, right? Because it's not worth it over here, and we can make those inventory volumes smaller to match the type of people that we want frequenting those stores. I'm just not going to waste my time. As a large-scale shipper, I'm going to go to the bigger places that can handle it, that can get me in and out faster, that I can hire more people, where there's going to be other people there that I can potentially hire, like the service beacon. It doesn't matter if I'm out in the middle of nowhere because nobody's there to come
that have the specialists. It's only at these select ports where they actually have trained dock workers skilled in in moving volatile cargo. And if you go to a place where you don't have it and you have Joe average NPC try to do it, then you may wind up suffering the consequences of, oh, you lost your cargo, it was blown up, your ship was destroyed, you have to go to insurance, reclaim, et cetera, all because you basically tried to use a facility that was not appropriate for for the types of actions you were trying to do.
It's just not tailored to it, right? So it's I think it'll be a good change for the game.
The key point from my perspective, though, is as much as possible, we don't want to necessarily make it black and white, right? Which is, it's not that you literally, as the owner of a whole sea, you're not able to buy fuel here. It's more that you can buy it there, but it's going to, if you're buying more than 10 or 20 units of it, it's going to be, you're going to basically have to deal with the repercussions of trying to get all of that stuff onto here. And it's going to take a tremendous amount of time, and you're going to wind up having to pay an exorbitant premium because you're basically going to be depleting them of their entire inventory supply, et cetera. And so it's really just the logistical challenges that you would face trying to exploit non-optimal locations for the unloading or for the loading or unloading of your cargo would simply not be worth it.
Well, and I think another good point is that as you push the inventory to its limits, your bid-ask spread is going to actually be going down as price per unit of the cargo is going to diminish as you get closer and closer to the inventory limits. So it's going to encourage you to go to places with those larger scale inventories so that you can keep your profit margin as high as possible.
We completed the basic foundation for reputation late last year, and followed that up in the first quarter with the release of the Delphi mobiGlas app that allows you to see exactly how different NPCs and organizations feel about you. This is a critical system within the game because it's the key mechanism by which you'll unlock more challenging and lucrative opportunities and gain access to organizations and areas that will bestow various benefits. We're still missing a few key pieces of the puzzle, though, and can't yet fully exploit this system. So over on the mission side, only the bounty hunting services give you a nice gradation of challenges at the moment, offer you more interesting missions as you gain reputation with them. Can you go into a little bit of detail about why this is?
Essentially, whenever we want to make a new mission, or even just a very small variant on a mission, it requires an entirely new record, a new chunk of data that we have to put into the system, and that takes time. To build out any kind of ladder is an awful amount of time, honestly. Some things that we want to do is just kind of make it so that some of that is more systemic and a little bit faster, and by doing that we will be able to kind of explode wide, making it so that we make one mission, one template, and then just give it some variables that have some ranges. And by doing so, we can then allow it to almost generate its own chains of missions with difficulties that are driven by how much reputation you have, and those can give you different amounts of rewards and spawn different amounts of enemies and put things at different distances, etc. Just kind of dynamicizing that mission variation.
Yeah, there's actually a lot to this, a lot of additional complication besides the mission itself, because when you think about it, you may have a mission giver, and the mission giver looks at your reputation and decides that he's only going to give you the junior starter missions. And so he calls up the, go kill bad guys in this particular section, and he basically says, you know what, given your reputation, I'm going to assume that you can only take, a difficulty value of 1. And passing a difficulty value of 1 into that mission will only create 1 or 2 guys, and your reward will be a considerably lower rate than it would, as you do that mission and build up reputation with him, all of a sudden he's passing higher difficulty levels into that mission template. And one of the complicating factors that we face is we need to be able to take this template, and before we've actually instantiated it, before you've actually accepted it, we need to be able to extract information out of it and process that. And what I mean by that is we need to know, before we've created the mission, how much money you should reasonably be paid in order to do this. And we need to know, if we need to have a sense of where this mission might actually take you and what the current status of that area is. Or is he sending you into an area rife with pirates, or is he sending you into an area that's, got tons of security and it's the safest thing in the world?
Or an active supernova, or like any number of things that are terrifying to go.
And this is part of the reason why we've actually made some significant progress on this particular problem, but there are multiple facets to dealing with it. And I'd actually say that at this point, we're in a relatively good place on the underlying the dynamic mission side, and we've still got a considerable amount of work to do over on the actual UI side to take a mission template, look at your reputation, create some proxy references to that mission template with different metadata associated, and then assuming that you actually select option number 3, which has metadata this, then we'll instantiate the mission, pass in the metadata so that it actually customizes it as appropriate for the selection that you were just shown, and you can then go off and execute that mission, and you'll be paid the correct amount, and you'll encounter the appropriate amount of difficulty for what you were promised and for what you thought you were capable of doing, given your reputational level.
Because we already do have in-game something that players can kind of play with right now, the bounty hunter chain, which is effectively what this will look like to players. It's just a matter of that took a lot of setup, and now it should be something that we can pretty much like click a few buttons and we're good.
That's exactly right. In the end, it's all about allowing you to as quickly and easily express a solution to the problem. I've got a mission giver. This mission giver is going to dispatch you to deal with bad guys. The variables wind up becoming how many bad guys and how quickly are they going to reinforce those? Are they going to be are they going to be flying capital ships or little small hornets? And what kind of stuff will they have on board? And in what areas of the solar system will this conflict be taking place? So these are all things that we can bend as appropriate, depending upon what we think you're capable of, or what that NPC would theoretically think you're capable of.
Well, and we talked a little bit about the procedural character and the last USP sync that we did on Starship. That's going to be going to be generating more and more difficult NPCs based on the gear, based on the quality of the stuff that they can do, their behaviors. So all that needs to get fed into the mission and become part of how we reward the players and enhance that experience. But these are all things that are going to be fed into the mission instead of just the static data that we kind of have right now.
Like you literally have to place nodes in the mission script logic that says like spawn this kind of thing if we roll this, and this kind of thing if we do that. And it's just
time. And this is all data that we, as long as we can get it up front, we can pass that into the mission ahead of time and actually show that in the mission right up. It's like, here's this mission is going to take you here, who's offered by this guy, here's general
expect
rewards.
A medium level of resistance or this many hazards or
fundamentally that's why reputation is so important. Is it's your
I would say see how good you are.
It's the single most important means of progression within the game. Clearly you can you can basically upgrade your character by buying different ships. You can customize your ships. You can buy different armor and weapons for your character. But in terms of granting you membership within an organization or access to areas with more or less hostility depending upon which organization you're a member of and what your reputation is within there. Whether they give you the super challenging and lucrative missions or the super easy things that basically just have you doing piddly little stuff that anyone can accomplish because they don't yet know you and don't yet trust you. That's what the reputation system is all about. We completed as I said earlier, the basic system last year. We incorporated the reputational logic into the subsumption mission and AI language. We got the Delphi app so that you can actually see what your standing is with all these different NPCs and organizations. The one piece, the key piece of the puzzle that we're still missing is the ability of the mission system to basically, one, have the mission templates created that actually take these inputs and then be able to feed them in. Related to that is, and it's no small challenge. It is going to be a fair bit of work to adapt the UI to actually allow for this. And that's, just on a brief aside, one of the big tasks remaining on the USPU group for next year is going to be refactoring the entire mission interface and converting it from the old Flash tech to the building blocks, tech. And that's one of the reasons why we made some forward progress on this, and then we kind of waited, because anything that we would have done over on the Flash side would have been throwaway work. And so we made the decision to basically wait to complete the last 25% of this particular puzzle until we had the correct UI foundation in place, which ultimately, A, it'll make it much easier to implement these changes that I'm talking about, and B, we're not going to have to design it, throw it away, and then design it again.
And it doesn't mean that the players won't be able to experience those changes in the game without the UI, right? That'll still be there, but we'll be able to present that and give you a better indication of how the mission is going to play out or what you're going to get as a result of the mission with the new UI.
And also, to show you, missions that you don't have the reputation for.
Right, exactly.
It's weird that how important that is, but it actually is vital that you be able to see, hey, I'm not actually with these people. They don't know that I'm that good of a cargo hauler, so they're not going to give me this super difficult cargo hauling mission.
You got to know what you're striving towards too, as well, right? It's I want to get better at this. I want to do missions with these guys because that's going to push me to go and get that one right there. That offers this much extra reward or this membership.
I don't want to go into this. I just mean this is a topic for another day. But I was just going to briefly mention orgs, perks, benefits. So we're talking about reputation, and you can see your standing with different organizations, with players, and we will at some point next year start to move forward with. When I say orgs, perks, benefits, you guys know what I'm talking about, which is basically all of the benefits that may be conveyed upon you just as a result of being within this organization or having a certain level of stature within this organization. This may be anything from expedited ship deliveries. After your ship gets blown up, you don't have to basically pay a fee to basically get it as quickly as possible. That's automatically covered. You may get discounted prices at certain shops. You may simply not get a hostile response from pirates in this area if you're a member of the Pirates Guild and things of that sort. And so this plays into what we're talking about here, because you're able to look at an organization, you're able to understand what kind of benefits it conveys to its most exalted members, and then you can decide whether or not you want to basically try to increase your ranks within there. And in terms of doing that, the challenge is simply having enough mission variety and diversity to enable the player to feel, hey, I started out, he didn't trust me, he gave me the real simple, not particularly lucrative mission, and I've been working on this for days and days and days, and I've been moving up in terms of the difficulty that I faced, in terms of the reward that I was offered, and finally I got to the promised land, and now I basically have membership within the organization, and now I can basically go to Grim Hex and have no concern that the local pirate organization is basically going to assault me.
Turrets aren't going to shoot at you, etc.
And importantly, that is something that makes your character unique. In an MMO, it's very important that you bring something to the table that other members of your friend group might not have, frankly, or your organization. You have to come in and say, hey, I actually have access to this really cool mission or this really cool thing, and by doing that, I can make things cooler for my group, and we encourage that community play that is so vital.
Yeah, that actually brings to mind, right now we have we've historically had this faction system that we use to determine hostility. It's always been one of these systems that we know we're going to change it. We know that it's not sufficient, for where we're eventually going. It's just
rigid.
it's never been a high enough priority. We're getting to the point where we're going to have to resolve this because the rest of the game is getting complex enough to where it's really starting to fray at the seams. So earlier this year, we released the Xenothreat mission, and that was still entirely based upon the faction system of hostility, and that imposed a serious limitation in that while players could join up and basically fight on the side of the UE and try to repel the Xenothreat invaders, there was no real officially sanctioned means of you joining the side of the bad guys, the Xenothreat. You could go shoot the players that were supporting the UE. Sure. You could shoot the UE itself. You could get a crime stat, but the Xenothreat would still view you as hostile. They would still engage you, still try to kill you, etc. This was something that we got right up to the very end with Ninetales, and it was driving you and I crazy.
Yes.
And we wanted to fix it, and we put in what equates to, I'd say, it's a temporary hack to where what we can effectively do is allow a faction to override its normal, dislike of someone in another faction based upon whether or not they have a particular mission token in their inventory.
Well, it's if they're doing a certain mission at this time. And that is honestly not how we want to do this.
100%. So in this particular case, if you accept the support Ninetales mission,
suddenly everyone
then
flips.
They would normally view you as hostile, but because you're holding that that token, that mission reference, they'll go ahead and grant you an exemption. But this is it is clumsy. It was viewed as a very temporary solution. The long-term solution that we've always discussed is going to a more reputational based hostility system. Can you go into a little bit of detail about why that's so important and what kind of additional things we'll be able to support in the future when we have such a more flexible system?
Sure. I mean, the why it's important is fairly obvious. Like, if I have to make sure that you have a certain mission in order to do something, then I can't say, for instance, you can't go to Grimhex. I'm sorry. You're on the side of the police. Like, they will shoot you. That is a problem. No, right now, like, they are actually just civilians, so that they don't care, essentially. If it's reputation, it's something that persists. It doesn't matter if you have a mission or not. You have done something that has made these people like or dislike you, and no matter where you go and what you do, unless that changes, they are going to attack you or not attack you, and you can kind of count on that.
Well, your actions have an impact on how the world perceives you, right? And it's especially important, like as we go into Pyro, as there's multiple factions that are kind of at war with each other out there. We want the players to be able to get in good with one or the other.
Exactly.
So it's a change that we know we need to make, and I think it's really going to take shape and form as we go into Pyro, because UE in Stanton is a pretty binary thing. There's little pockets of pirates, but it's not like Pyro, where it's going to have like these very distinct groups that are kind of warring with each other, and the reputation system is perfect for that.
It will allow us to open up also just like an entire branch of content. Like, we don't really have missions where you work with criminals for the criminals. There's nothing that really makes you a long-term criminal player. Your crime stat can be wiped. You can kind of get rid of that source. It's not something that I am a criminal player and I log in and I'm going to do these kinds of things. I'm going to be on this side of things. These people hate me. These people love me. That allows you to define your character. That allows you to define your play style. That allows you to define where you're going to do and what you're going to do in the game. The entire game shifts if you have the ability to say.
I would say it's much more like the real world, where it's the concept of what hostility, it eventually equates to binary. Either I engage you, either I attack you, or I do not. But in between, there's literally just a sea of grays in terms of this organization hates that one, this one likes this one, this one doesn't like, this one's neutral towards that one, etc. And you wind up having inevitably some sort of unique mixture of all of these different things. And so in the end, we will prioritize these things and determine, it's like, oh, well, you're a member of the walk old ladies across the street. Well, I like that. Oh, but you're also a member of the Pirates Guild. I really hate that. So even though I like that one, I'm still going to attack you. And so it's much more flexible in terms of determining all of these complex relationships that players are eventually going to instill upon their characters. Like, it's not going to be either I'm left faction or right faction. It's like there's going to be lots and lots of different organizations, lots of different NPCs, and your standing with those will be all over the map. Some players will be in really good standing with this. Some players, will be really low on this other one. And the level of variability that we'll be able to support with, with the reputation system is just going to be, far, far superior to what we have now. Dorsey, you implemented the Ninetales mission, which allowed players to fight on either side of the conflict. How does the gameplay experience differ depending upon which side you choose to support? Can you explain how this actually, in the end, wound up being a server optimization switch?
Well, I mean,
you
you kind of hit the nail on the head. What happens differently is if you are on the lawful side, you're working for Crusader Security, they are sending out scanning ships to try and locate the Ninetales fleet. And you have to go and check those. And then once you have found that fleet, you go and destroy that fleet. You are killing ships until you basically deplete their resources and make them retreat from the area. On the Ninetales side of that, you are, of course, going and hunting those scanning ships. You are given their locations and you're told, hey, go destroy these. And then once the fleet portion of it gets found, you go and try to defend that fleet. And if you can hold them off for long enough, then Ninetales will actually win, and Crusader will be unable to drive them away before they achieve their objective, essentially, which is a hidden objective that we aren't revealing at this time.
But we are now.
But the genesis of this, though, Ninetales was not originally actually supposed to be a PvP event at all. It was much like Xenothreat's supposed to be just pure PvE. That had performance problems, frankly. Spawning enough ships in a pure giant fleet battle to challenge 30 to 50 players made the server just tank. It was incredibly painful, and it just didn't play very well. It also, to be honest, was the same thing as what Xenothreat already had done, and I wanted to do something a little different. And that kind of combined into this push to get the aforementioned kind of duct tape solution for hostility in, so that you can align on both sides, and by doing that, I make it so that I don't need to spawn ships to challenge 30 to 50 people. If things are running smoothly, I have 25 versus 25, and I don't need to spawn really just about anything.
Right. You bring the NPCs in just to flesh out, to even the odds, to get the challenge, to the level you need. But when you actually have players that will legitimately fulfill a particular role, you take advantage of that.
Yeah.
It was a creative way to load balance the mission and the population in the area.
I would say, though, that in general, this is 100% exactly what we do want to do, which is we want to give the players the total freedom to basically do whatever they want, and then, as I always say, it's like, they live with the consequences, they live with the repercussions of their actions. If you go and support Ninetales, if you support Xenothreat, it's like that will have an impact on how people view you. The aforementioned reputation system, and you're standing with with key NPCs within the game, and how the UE views you, and whether or not certain organizations want to allow you within their ranks. And some of these things you do will have long-standing impact, to where if you ally yourself with a group, like the Ninetales, you may be prohibited from joining some organization that you've been aspiring to for a very long time.
Unless you do something to work that back. Like, you gotta
and it's a balance, right? And we want those scales to go one way or the other. It's not that we want you to be able to be perfect with everybody all the time. Like that, it comes at a cost.
It depends upon the severity, right? Which is, if you do jaywalking, well, then sure, someone is not going to find it that difficult to basically assume that from now on you'll stay on the right side of the law, so we'll go ahead and let you into our transport guild. If, on the other hand, you're committing acts of piracy and murder and everything else, it's like, oh, well, now I'm not sure that I actually want you in our organization, which adheres to all the laws of the nearby area and everything of that sort.
That element of being able to pick your side and do what you want to do in the game is something that, because of that, we want to allow in pretty much every piece of our content going forward.
It needs to be
as much as possible.
Ingrained in the game with everything else.
The only reason we haven't traditionally supported it is it's
the tech.
It's well, and to a large degree, that you can call out a few specific pieces of the tech, right? Which is the reputation system certainly plays a role. The lack of a reputation-based hostility system. We're still using the old faction system. For Xenothreat, that was literally the #1 reason why early in the development process we nixed it. On Ninetales, within weeks of release, and it was going to bother me to put out a second one that had the exact same limitations as the first, and so despite the fact that it was going to be an unattractive hack to fix it, I wanted to fix it. It completely changed the experience, and so it is what I always refer to as it's duct tape. We'll get some value out of it as soon and as quickly as we can. Convert the hostility system over to the proper reputational version. We'll do that, but in general, for the short run, we can continue to use this hack for some other missions that we have in the hopper.
And once we have that reputation version in, we will update Ninetales to handle that, and it will play better as a result.
Yeah, that's actually another point that I wanted to touch on a little bit, which is, so we did Xenothreat, and we released it, and then we basically brought it back and did some relatively mild alterations. We changed how 2 middle phases basically transitioned automatically between them as opposed to being distinct, so that we could have the whole salvage process, and then you had the climactic battle, and then it kind of rolled around, but there was still salvaging during the later parts. On Ninetales, we basically released it, and you've already identified a number of shortcomings with it that you want to address, not just for 3.15, but even beyond that. And this is something. So I want to get to that in a second, but this is something that we're going to continue to do with a lot of these dynamic events. They're intended not as one-shot missions. You play them for a month, a quarter, 6 months, and then we lose interest and we move to other stuff. The basic idea for these things is these events represent some sort of
archetype almost?
Yeah, well, I'd say they represent, it's almost like a customized chunk of gameplay. It's pirates have locked down an area, or Xenothreat has decided to invade the solar system, or pirates have basically run amok over in this area, or drug runners have completely seized control of these manufacturing facilities, et cetera, et cetera. And the idea is that we'll have all of this information over within Quantum, and then we'll look within our extensive library of these events, and we'll decide which one most closely matches that. We'll customize it as appropriate and then trigger it. And so the idea is that we're layering all of this custom handcrafted designer content onto this systemic background. And so we really get the best of both worlds. We get a nice, logical, systemic universe that ebbs and flows, it evolves, it basically changes logically in response to player actions. But at the same time, we get all of the incredible stories and the explicit dialogue and the intricately designed challenges that a designer has put a lot of time and thought and effort into doing. And so you really get both of these blended together. But back to Ninetales, so on 3.15, we're going to tweak a couple of the problems that you've identified. So you want to start with that?
They're relatively small things, honestly, just due to the schedule. It's probably the most impactful one and the one that I've seen the most people talking about. There's a portion of Ninetales on the lawful side where you can deliver medical supplies to the blockaded station for a bit of an extra reward. They will pay you a little bit more if you have a certain mission, and also their inventory is just very rapidly depleting, so you can pretty much always sell there, and you will be selling at the best price that they can offer. The problem that occurs there is that everybody buys all of the medical supplies out there. And while that's really cool on a realism statement, with the game in the state it is and with trading in the state it is, that means that a lot of people can't participate in that part of the mission. And that's problematic, particularly at this point where we want to be testing how those play. We really want people engaging in that part of things. Those of you who were part of the first wave of Evocati when we first tested this way back might actually remember that we originally had shop modifiers on the places that were selling medical supplies to make it so that they had a higher inventory that refreshed fairly frequently so that everyone could kind of engage in that. We were asked to remove those so that we could emphasize the derelicts, which are around the station that you can take medical supplies off of, because basically the derelicts made it so that there was another way to get those medical supplies, but they didn't. It took so much more time that there was really no reason to do that if you could do the
it actually goes back to what you were talking about earlier, which is I can buy them instantaneously from the shop and there's no loading time, and then I can move them over here and I can instantly unload them. If I had to physically pull them off, you could more easily balance these things. Whereas right now, I really do have to go manually pull each individual one off of the derelict ship. And so I'm incurring all of the the physicalized cargo expense on one side and not on the other. And so in the end, sure, just due to the sheer amount of time, it's like it takes me 30 minutes to get 12 boxes this way, or I can go buy 50 boxes, in a split second. Which one are you going to do?
Some people might still do the derelicts because they're fun, frankly. It's a fun little FPS raid, but a lot of people are going to look at the dollar signs and just go, okay, this is obviously the better option. That being said, we're probably going to put back in, it's actually a pretty easy, I left them in there because I had a feeling we might want them back. We're just going to flip a switch and probably put those shop modifiers back in. We've seen how people play the derelicts. There's plenty of them in Xenothreat. We want to see the trading, frankly, and so that will allow that to come back online. Another relatively small change that is probably going to be coming in, we are seeing that many people are not engaging with the criminal side of things, and that is very much like the whole thing that we were doing with making it into a PvP mission for the purposes of helping performance.
We're going to have to better entice them to basically fight on the side of the Ninetales.
We need to entice them. So that means, I mean, they already are being paid more than the other side. I'm probably going to up that even more, frankly. They are going to become very lucrative, hopefully. That is the short-term solution.
And this is where, like, ideally, you helping out the Ninetales, building reputation. Ideally, we would be able to offer other benefits of being in that organization, other things that some percentage of the players would aspire to and want. Other rewards that you get for building up your standing with them.
Which won't be for 315, 100%. But that is definitely where that is intended to go. The other thing that we might want there is a system to dynamically modify jurisdiction, because one of the big punish points that happens to a criminal when they are helping on that side in that area, despite the fact that Ninetales has supposedly taken over this area, when they get killed, they go to jail, which is a bit weird, frankly. We originally did want to make it so that you wouldn't get brought to jail, but there just wasn't enough time to fit the tech into the schedule. There still won't be for 315, but that is a longer term thing that we want to have, is the ability to kind of dynamically modify these jurisdictions.
That shed light on a problem, right?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. It was one we kind of saw coming, but frankly, it was good to have it confirmed, and now we can hopefully put some pressure on that happening.
Yeah, we have a lot of those. Like we added we added the shop modifiers, we had the probability volume modifiers, we added the ability to do the quantum lockdowns, through the dynamic events and stuff. We haven't yet added the ability to add the dynamic population modifiers. And so this one was, as you said, we knew this was going to be an issue. You can't necessarily get everything you'd like into every release. And so the point is, we got Ninetales out. You had some other longer term things that you wanted to address as well. Can you talk about those?
Well, some of them, frankly, are just things that are going to be things that will naturally happen, to be honest. Performance is still a big problem.
I do want to talk to the performance thing for a second, which is
some progress. It's been definitely better.
We basically generated something on the order of 120, 130 different individual gyros that people were addressing in the run up to Xenothreat. Because what inevitably winds up happening is we get performance to a certain level, and then we're basically adding more locations. We're basically enhancing the AI logic. We're adding new functionality, and so it's always a running battle to where you're adding more stuff as you're making other stuff run faster, and so you tend to get a net wash. And we actually found ourselves with Xenothreat. One of the reasons we held it for a couple of extra weeks was we wound up finding ourselves in a very bad spot to where there are problems now. We're very familiar with them. They were much worse, just a few, when we were originally supposed to release it. We fixed it was an endless litany of these things, to where it's like, on profiles, things showing up, stalling the main thread 100 milliseconds, 200 milliseconds. Those are getting cut down to a millisecond here, 2 milliseconds, but there's just such a quantity. And so what I want to touch on a little bit is as we finalize some bits of tech, part of the reason we were able to devote as much time to getting things back into at least what I'd call an acceptable state, not a great state. We've got a lot more work to do to get this thing to the level of performance we want. There's a lot of problems, the rubber banding that we're intimately familiar with. We absolutely positively want to deal with it. It drives us. We all hate it. We want to fix it. But as some of these people roll off of things like their server meshing, tasks and stuff, we're now getting to the point to where we can keep people focused on this particular problem for, certainly a longer period of time than they've been able to do in the past.
It's just a matter of that being the focus.
That's exactly it. It's just a matter of it being the focus.
A lot of the engineers that are working on server meshing are the people that would be fixing these optimization problems, right? So your game's going to run as fast as your biggest bottleneck, and that's about it, right? And you're going to hit the next one and the next one. You're going to keep fixing them until your game runs a
Yeah,
little
it
better.
was almost an endless litany of spawn stalls, entity, deletion stalls, and it was impressive to see how quickly those guys were eradicating, some of these really, really
Big
egregious, performance, impactors.
Like 300-400 millisecond spikes going down.
Going down to
one
like,
or two
1 or 2 milliseconds.
Right?
It's absolutely.
Enormous.
We spend a lot of time crafting to make sure that like these waves are coming at the appropriate amount of difficulty for the number of players that are there and all this stuff. And if the spawn queue starts to slow down, that kind of snarls. It just doesn't work. You can't design a great experience. You can design an okay experience, but not a great one.
As you know, on Ninetales, I know we played with this quite a bit. We definitely did on Xenothreat, where it's like, well, we want to bring in 10 guys at once to present a certain amount of challenge, but then you got to like spawn them all simultaneously, and so we wind up bringing them in one at a time. So we're basically distributing, the spawn load over time. And while it's true that on average the amount of challenge you're going to face will be identical, there is a big difference between 10 ships showing up at once versus 1. And it was the same thing with the number of capital ships was originally larger, and we had to whittle that down. And so as the performance gradually improves, obviously we'll basically start to expand our ambitions in terms of what we're what kind of experiences we're actually putting out there for players.
And the existing ones will just improve, frankly. Those missions will almost become new beasts just by the very nature of that happening. And that's what when you say like what is the long-term thing, that to me is the biggest thing, because a lot of these events will just be better.
You're currently working on a sequel of sorts called Jumptown V2. Can you go into some more detail about what players can expect from that with the initial release?
Yeah. It's actually, I'm trying to keep it very, very simple. Jumptown was originally this community event, and I want to keep that vibe as much as possible. I'm trying to have a very light hand. So what I'm doing is I'm basically taking a location. I'm going to make it so that it starts to spawn physically a bunch of boxes of a very lucrative material, in this case maize, commodity, and that will then, it'll start to spit that out at a certain rate, which will entice people to go there and collect it, put it on their ships, fly it away, whatever. But the point there is that is an area that will be very, very lucrative for a short period, which will entice a lot of people to conflict over it. When you've got a place that is popping out a box of maize for free that you can just pick up at every 30 seconds or so, like that is dollar signs, and people will kill for that. Not only because it's fun, but also because it's worth it, frankly. So essentially, there is a location, there is a thing that spawns these boxes, and I'm going to turn it on, and that's about it.
One of the things I didn't like about the original Jumptown was it was at a fixed location, and it was always on, and it basically spit these things out at a certain frequency.
Outside of the fact that it was a bug, but
So, but it was
very static.
Yes, that's exactly it. And in general, I hate static things because it's always the same. So let's talk a little bit about Jumptown V2 is being designed as a dynamic event, and it's also extremely configurable. So we're going to start with support for any of the drug labs, although that's really just a function of whether or not we could get environmental art team support for the other areas. Longer term, we will be able to activate this at a wide variety of different locations.
The concept itself is pretty simple. It can be worked at all these different places. Sorry.
Sure, but there's a lot of things like we put a lot of thought into recording additional lines of dialogue to support different types of drugs or different types of commodities. With some generic lines that can apply to all the stuff.
Anything. We don't want to be hampered by that, because the lead-in time for getting that dialogue can be a little bit damaging to doing just quick ads, frankly. Like, we want to be able to just say during a quarter, hey, it'd be really cool if there was an underground facility that was pumping out data or metal or at a refinery, and we want people to fight over that, and we can just add that because we planned ahead.
So we've got dynamism for Jumptown V2 with respect to location. We've got dynamism with respect to what exactly it's going to be pumping out. Another one that I wanted to support was the quantity. In other words, how long will this thing be spitting it out? Is it going to spit out 100, 100 SEU of cargo, or 1,000, 100 units of drugs, or 10,000? And this was something, again, so it's been configured as a dynamic event to where it can have this this information passed into it and then configure itself as appropriate.
At runtime. Like that means whoever or whatever, if
that's the critical part.
It currently is launched by a person who is literally like pressing a button on a page. And when they do, they can enter in a bunch of variables, and those will determine where it's happening, what it's spitting out, how long it's going to last, how fast.
Yeah, I'll actually talk about that a little bit later. To where right now, you know, all of the events that we've launched so far are triggered, you know, via Quasar, and a person goes in, specifies the event, specifies the inputs.
And you'll talk about
Jumptown V2, another one of the specific design objectives was to use it as the first test case for these systemic triggers, to where we can actually have quantum inject this information dynamically. And so, like right now, we're running Ninetales, and one of the complaints that I've seen is, you know, hey, it doesn't fire, you know, often enough. It's like I missed it, and then it's gone. And so one of the directions in which we want to go is having some of these events, like Jumptown, which can be triggered by player actions or Quanta, or player and Quanta basically doing whatever we determine. Maybe it is a certain amount of drugs are being bought, sold, lots of drug runners are basically traversing this shipping lane. Whatever kind of conditions we want to put, and then we can measure. Both on the quantum side, eventually, on the players is like how many players are basically moving drugs back and forth. How many players are basically dropping commodities off at this location? And if we have a dynamic event with whatever these whatever these conditions are, then we can go ahead and automatically trigger it and inject those customized parameters into it, so that it basically more accurately represents what's actually going on in that area.
Right now, we're just shortchanging that, but eventually, yeah.
That's actually, I like the whole Jumptown concept, but my favorite aspect by far is the fact that it's being designed as a test case for some of this up and coming systemic technology on the back end, so that we can start to go, at 3 a.m. conditions were met, and we're going to go ahead and trigger Jumptown on Lyria, and we're basically going to put this particular drug into it, and it's going to be 679 units of drugs, and however quickly players are there to basically pull those things out, that will be how long it lasts. And so all of a sudden you have it's a transient event, which is sometimes we may inject, if we can scale this however we want, such that when these conditions are met, do we take the total number of delivered drugs or whatever and multiply times 10? So we can basically turn it into something that's going to range for an hour, or a day, or 10 days, or whatever else. But we can add that variable factor to where it's not always a constant. It's not always on for the entire for the entire lifetime of the release. It's not always 7 days. There's actually going to be it's going to depend upon what is really happening within the world, and that's going to cause it to be customized.
It's just something that's happening in the game. I mean, it's
natural
events triggering in the world.
You mentioned people saying like Ninetales wasn't happening enough, and they would log on and they would wait for it to happen. That is not the goal. The goal is I log on and I see something is happening. There should always be an event of some kind that you could go and do. Maybe you log on and you want to do this particular thing, but also, oh man, that's happening right now? Cool. Kind of thing. So
yeah, there will be some of both. Xenothreat is obviously the big ones, and then you've got what I'd call like the mid-range things like the Ninetales and stuff, where you're locking down an entire area, and all of a sudden we've cordoned off a region.
我諗呢三條都講得攰。
Cargo back and forth to there, which basically starts knocking the prices up, which is why we added all the the price alerts and things like that, so that you can actually be enticed by the fact that this area that's been choked off, they really need copper. They're willing to pay this. Don't you want to try to break through the blockade? That actually does kind of get to what you were saying earlier in terms of allowing some of the player ships that are going to, or some of the NPCs that are going to interdict you to actually be more effective at it as we start to expand those quantum interdiction zones, to a larger size.
It all interconnects.
Yeah, and it can be influenced by players or the back-end simulation. It's something that we'll be able to balance. We'll be able to pull analytics from the back-end. It's measurable, and it'll be something we can tune over time.
Another one on another point worth talking about on Jumptown for future directions forward is, and you and I have had this conversation a couple of times, is I would like to eventually be able to have NPCs basically fill in the other side. Like now, one of the inherent flaws in it is it's purely PvP, right? Which is I go there, I basically control that area, I get the loot for as long as it's pumping it out, and unless other players come and try to basically kick you out of that area, it's a cakewalk. And what we would want to be able to simulate, obviously, is if players are not going there, would Quanta, over on the simulation side, would they be attracted to, this value generator? Of course they would. Great. At what rate? What rate's going to depend upon what it's spitting out, what the street, value of that stuff is, how far it is from civilization. They therefore have to travel, etc. And so the point would be that we want to be able to, just as we were talking about earlier, we want to, with Ninetales, to where we were aligning, players on either side, saying we'll use NPCs to basically, to balance it however we want. In this case, if there are 0 players on the attacking side trying to take it over, well, we're going to have to fill those ranks with NPCs.
That being said, one of the things that is called out very often as being an exciting portion of Jumptown, the original, was going there and not knowing if you were going to find resistance. That can kind of keep you on the edge of your seat a little bit. There's that, it's too quiet. So it won't always be.
100%, but you don't need that uncertainty doesn't necessarily need to only come as a result of whether or not players are willing to do it. We can have uncertainty on the NPC side and say, maybe we will, maybe we won't, basically, have them assault. Maybe they'll come in a straggler, one guy at a time. Maybe they'll come in a big coordinated group of 12 NPCs, all in heavy armor, armed to the tooth, and you'll basically be doing your absolute best, to hold that call your friends, et cetera, et cetera. The point is, like right now, unless we have the ability to basically set those scenarios up, then some players on some servers will never get that cool experience of a whole burst of guys arriving at one shot, or the stragglers. Now, if players are basically going there and well, sure, I've already got 20 players on this side, maybe I don't need to throw any other NPCs out.
Or maybe I want to add people to the fire, frankly.
Maybe you want to throw and that's honestly what I'm really looking forward to is what is the tools that have been added to the sandbox at this point. It's such a simple event. I really am looking forward to seeing how they handle it. Like, you can come in a land vehicle and you can set up a tank or a ballista and just pick people out of the sky, defend that area, turn it into a fortress. You can have dogfights in the air over it. You can, if you're stupid and you leave your ship turned off with its shields off, someone's gonna blow that up. You and I talked in the early stages of Ninetales about the fact that it's a drug lab. Why is it basically spitting these things out? And the idea would be, well, they've used a lot of them at that location. And so who would be one of the most logical people to come and try to take back control? Would be the guys that basically originally had control of that drug lab. It'd be whatever criminal organization we want to basically have that thing.